Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Issei Was Not a Harem King. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What Issei experienced and feels right now could only be described as a dream. If not, how could he accept the nonsensical scenes happening in front of him? Devils, angels, and angels who have jet black wings. Not only that, there were other beings who had features completely foreign to modern society and his mind. He neither has the words nor references to describe any of them. Lightly snickering at his lazy thoughts, he absent-mindedly views this dream just like seeing movies during his free time. An angel who stabs the devil with a furious expression. The devil who slowly lost his energy to live after being stabbed cleanly in her heart. A fallen angel cuts the angel's head decisively with madness in his eyes. Killing, blasting, stabbing, punching, etc. etc. Such gore happens all around him. The process may be different, but the ending will all be the same. It was countless deaths for everyone on this battlefield. Pandemonium. One single word describes this dream accurately. The first time Issei saw this scene was half a year ago. He immediately went to the toilet and puked out all of his mom's cooked food. For a normal teenager who lived in peaceful modern Japan, this scene was too much for him. Heck, he even wants to applaud for himself staying sane. Not everyone could stay normal after being exposed to excessive gore again and again. It was just too realistic and vivid. Were dreams supposed to be this descriptive? Fortunately or maybe unfortunately, when you see the same things countless times, humans tend to unconsciously adapt to it. Issei was no different. That's why, the times when he was horrified walking around this scene is no more. He only looks at it mechanically just like an audience spectating the battle scene of the movie. Just as he thought that, a huge mass suddenly dropped down to the ground resulting in an immediate earthquake in the surroundings. A few were able to stand upright, but most of them either lost their balance and fell or were squashed by said mass. A dragon. Issei may be ignorant about myth, but even he would not mistake the majestic creature in front of him. Media and games always depict it as an absolute factor, either as the last boss or a powerful ally for the hero. In this case, maybe Doom would be an apt comparison. A huge body that is covered with hard, gleaming scales in every inch of it. A long, thick neck, singular tail that stretched tens of meters swinging freely to its surrounding. A sharp head with glowing turquoise eyes. Red, the dominant color of red that covered every part of its body except for its eyes. No, maybe the color crimson would be better. Either way, Issei could only sympathize with the poor souls who tried to fight it. After all, with the appearance of this lump of unfairness, the sense of despair expressed by everyone was as clear as ever. You cannot fight someone that's equivalent to a natural disaster. Complaining in his thoughts, Issei bitterly smiles while looking at the continuation. Needless to say, it's a complete landslide slaughter for the Crimson Dragon. There is no concept of battle anymore. A fight could only happen if either side had similar powers. Everyone on this battlefield could only kneel down wailing in despair or blindly charging the monstrosity with the hopeless prospect of challenging it. Even so, it was quite ironic to Issei. Surely, all of them have something to fight for, even if they need to trample others. All these people, with different factions, different perspectives, and different beliefs. Every one of them who was killing each other fervently now united as one banner to fight the dragon. Sometimes, even he thought this. Logically, he knew that combining for one threat was the best action for them to take. It was the smart decision to disregard their enmity to eliminate the biggest player in this game board called war. Even so, Issei could only lamentably think. Why start this massive war if they all unite almost immediately just for this one big dragon easily? It's useless to be emotionally invested in a dream that he has no context for. Besides, he knew that the ending of it would be that the Crimson Dragon exhaled a powerful breath of fire. Then, everyone will scream painfully while burned to ashes. While thinking that, the dragon that rampages and roars toward the surrounding flies makes eye contact with the lone teenager. Issei knows he's an outlier in this dream. In fact, he knew too that his body looked ethereal compared to them for lack of a better word. But just now, he didn't imagine it. That dragon, the being equivalent of a natural disaster. It recognizes him. Subconsciously, he raised his arms to guard himself from that overwhelming gaze. The logical part of his brain knew how futile its action was, but his body instinctively protected himself from the absolute threat that could squash him to bits with his gigantic body. Why did the dragon recognize him? Isn't this all a dream? Should he run, but where to? In fact, can he even run from it? While panicking, the Crimson Dragon flapped its powerful pair of wings, slapping all of the people who flew around it into a scattered mess. Some unfortunate ones even get crushed due to a combination of sudden air pressure and being pushed into a wall. And then, Issei. Well, what the? Immediately standing up, Hayadu Issei, a second-year student of Kuo Academy, blinking his eyes, look at his surrounding. A surrounding full of classmates looking at him half in suppressed laughter and half in exasperated smiles. Oh, yes, O is right. Hayao-kun, slowly rotating his vision from his classmates. He faced the doom-named Issei looking at him with full-blown smiles and twitching eyebrows. Oh right. With that, Issei nods to himself a few times while making a fist slamming to his other hand to finally realize his situation. He's screwed. With that, he smiles brightly at his PISSED-off math teacher while bowing a complete 90-degree. Then, he raised his heavy head. Sorry, sensei, I overslept. With a sincere apology, the teacher couldn't hold his temper anymore. With veins popping on his forehead, he smiles brightly in response to his cute student. Extra homework for you, Hayao-kun. Immediately, Issei's face paled. He even exaggeratedly opened his jaw wide to express his disbelief. Some deskmates near him amusedly compared the poor guy to a guppy fish. No. HMPH, hope you learn your lesson, young man. Sensei, that's too much. How could you? I thought you were an angel compared to other teachers. Ha, say what you want. Your complaints are exceptionally pleasing to my ears. Devil demon, a teacher with no or tears. Few fun, as I said. That's why you are still single despite being 30s. The hell did you just say? Most of them hold their laughter to avoid attention, but the sitcom happening in front of them is too much. Just like a chain reaction, every single one of them laughs at this absurdity. Even some of the polite girls snicker while covering it with the back of their hand. As always, their dear classmate brings good cheer even in this hellish torture class called math. Looks like luck rains upon you, huh, buddy? I think you need to read a dictionary about the right meaning of luck, Matsuda. SNRK, Issei. Only a person with a proper brain could read a book, much less a dictionary. The hell you mean by that, Madohama? Ha, you sure know what, idiot. Issei could only sigh resignedly with a wry smile to his friends. After the last class for the day, which is math, his best friends Matsuda and Madohama immediately tease him about his predicament. Well, either this or shamelessly talking about porn books openly in the classroom without shame. Issei shudders internally when comparing the present to the previous year's ones. To this day, Issei is very fortunate that he could make sense to these former pervert idiots about a sense of decency. Besides, under those bad habits, they are not bad people at all. Still idiots though. To be fair, if it happens to them, then Issei will mercilessly tease them back so he can't complain much. Besides, his math teacher, Ishiyama-sensei, may be a stickler for rules and decorum, but he's a good educator who won't punish students without mercy. Hopefully. It's never boring with you around, Hayao-kun. Oh, hey Hanake-san. Well, guess I can't deny that. While the two idiots are still fooling around with each other, his deskmate Hanakai Momo greets him with a teasing smile. She was a beautiful girl with a slender figure and long grayish-white hair that's rarely seen in Japan, much less in the small city of Kyoto. So, what can I do to the class Madonna besides giving a sitcom, please? I don't want to be a gag character. These two idiots in front of me bickering fill the role plentifully. Calling me a Madonna is a bit too much. I'm not that pretty like Hanjume-senpai or Grimarai-senpai. In response to Hanakai's humbleness, Issei only shrugged his shoulder with an easy smile. Hey, I just called as it is. Being pretty is subjective, and you are attractive. Besides, rather than those two flowers, I prefer you, Hanake-san. Ugh, Hayao-kun, can you do something with that habit? I'm fine, but other girls could misunderstand, you know. With a red face, Momo scolded Issei while pointing a finger at him. Only, said person smiled at her apologetically. Sorry about that, Hanake-san. I only said what I meant. I don't mean to bother you, would you like me to stop? With him making that face, Momo could only sigh helplessly. Of course, she knows Issei doesn't mean anything malicious. Heck, she even knew that this guy only gave compliments when he actually meant it genuinely. After all, she had already been acquainted with him for about half a year in the previous year in the same class. If he's just a pretentious bastard, Momo will keep away from him tens of meters at all times. Well, some people may take offense to his bluntness, but for her personally, I don't mind. Just keep it in moderation, okay? Grumbling, she folded her hands while looking away from him with a pout on her still pink face. In response, Issei could only chuckle at her adorable reaction. You are really cute, Hanake-san. See, that's what I meant. Hawk, okay, I'll be careful, wait, stop. That's my face, Hanake-san, I give mercy please. As people always say, no good deed goes unpunished. Even if Issei complimented her without any kind of intention, Momo mercilessly pounded on him with both hands. It may seem cute with her still pouting and reddish face, but, well, if anyone knows Momo more personally, it may not be strange considering her unique physique. Either way, he's under her mercy. To Issei, he could only wonder how Momo had a lot of strength that could wrestle with him like this. Although, he didn't hold her wrist since he never had the intention to hurt her. Powerful girl or not, Issei is still a gentleman who was taught properly by his good parents. While Issei is seriously contemplating how to calm her down. We are not on their eyesight anymore. Just give up, Matsuda. Issei is on a different level than us. On that, Matsuda could only agree. After calming down from their argument, the sitcom duo immediately realizes the ruckus caused by their leader. Really, while they are fighting to prove their supremacy, their good bro is flawlessly flirting with the bishoujo of their class. Sigh. They could only sigh helplessly and applaud internally for their leader's natural riz. Wow, wait guys, please help, your friend is being pummeled, okay? Just go die, you Eichmann bastard. What the hell you mean by that? Wait, Hanake-san. that place is back. Someone uttered that, but Issei couldn't pinpoint the said one. Rather, he couldn't focus on anything anymore. Well, let's just say a man could be hurt effectively if hit in certain places. As a result, the poor guy immediately passed out with a peaceful smile on his face. Momo, who regained her sense from the embarrassment, immediately gasped in horror after realizing her blunder. Kyaa Hayada-kun, wake up, oh goodness, what should I? While Momo could only flail helplessly, the double M and M only shrugged their shoulders with wry smiles. The spectators who also watched this scene only shook their heads at their lovable classmates' well-known stupidity. It was a regular scene for their class. Hello, she didn't have to hit me that hard. Oh wait, it's also my fault for teasing her. The man, who holds his throbbing temple from being struck, grumbles about the unfairness of it all. However, in the end, he just accepts it easily for being a fool, even knowing momastrates. The school nurse only chuckled knowingly at the regular patient who came and went into this medical room for the same reason. Without asking much and questioning Issei for regular checks, the student was immediately released without much preamble, which led to him walking alone toward his house during sunset time. Matsuda and Madohama only give him well wishes and short sorry on his chat app, while Momo says sorry repeatedly and apologizes too for not staying longer checking on him because of student council jobs. While Riley smiling but appreciating his friend's good-naturedness, he only messaged her back to not worry much and good luck with her student council's work. As for those two idiots, he replied with, "Don't worry about it. They already knew each other for about a year. Bros don't need many words to understand each other." Well, at least Issei thought so. HMHMM. Humming to the rhythmic tone of the previous anime's opening song offbeat, Issei walks leisurely to his house. At this time, his mother is still on the track toward home too after buying groceries, and his father is also coming home after a long day of work. It was then, while he was happily imagining the delicious food waiting at his house. Hello. A girl's voice calls out near him. Unconsciously, Issei stopped in his tracks. Not being a self-conscious prick, the bridge he's walking right now doesn't have any other people, so the girl is naturally calling to him. Turning toward his back slowly. Pretty. If Momo was here, she would rub her temple while contemplating whether this guy lacked punishment. After being smacked repeatedly to be careful, this guy still unrepentantly compliments people without warning. Too mean th, thank you. This habit of blurting out words makes the girl flustered, but she immediately calms herself. However, she's still a little bit pink-faced after an unexpected compliment from him. It was not unappreciated though. Aw crap. Sorry miss, I'm trying to be careful of my bad habits. It's just, you were so beautiful that I was mesmerized that the words naturally and shutting up now. And I know, it's okay. You don't mean anything about it. A boy and girl flustered silly by apologizing to each other because of the boy's unexpected comment. What the hell is this? If the double M idiots saw this scene, they could only laugh and shake their heads helplessly for their bro's charm. Really, he already caused one rom-com with Momo, getting his head hit repeatedly because of it. And then this. Issei is not handsome nor is he idol material. Matsuda knows this. Madohama knows it too. Hell, even the guy himself admits it too. He's way too normal for being called Eichmann. That said title is only crowned for his other classmate, Kiba Yudo. The guy only needs a little old smile and the girls will swarm the said man in 1 second flat. Maybe having a cute boyish face and golden brown eyes can be called his charm points, but that's all about it, objectively said. No, what makes Momo and even this girl flustered naturally is because of his honesty and open-mouthed policy. Sometimes, small compliments given genuinely are the best way to open the other party's heart. Well, maybe too effective. Lightly coughing to cover his faux pas, Issei takes a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he makes eye contact with the pretty girl who called out to him while scratching the back of his head bashfully. So what can I do for you? Right. Please give me a moment. Foo. Doing one complete cycle of breathing in and out, the girl opened her clear amethyst eyes and faced the boy with a cute smile on her unblemished face. Then, she places her right hand on her ample chest. The wind blew her long silky black hair that stretched down to her waist while doing so. All of this combination is what Issei unconsciously but genuinely expresses. Pretty. Nice to meet you, Hayato Issei-kun. My name is Amano Yuuma. This pretty girl. I'm sorry for calling you out suddenly like this. Hides a secret. There's something I want to say to you for a while now. A secret that'll destroy his cycle of normalcy. My eyes always follow you on your way back home. The cycle has been kept for a solid 17 years. My heart always beats faster when I look at you. The normalcy that could happen because of secrecy. After thinking, I know what these feelings are. And now, the secrecy will lead him to a dangerous path. I'm glad you call me pretty. Nobody, not even him nor the girl, knows what the path may lead. Hayato Issei-kun, I fell in love with you at first sight, that's why. However, there's one thing for sure. Please, go out with me. Nothing will stay the same anymore. In response to the heartful confession of this beautiful stranger in front of him, the reception of the confessed could only respond dumbly like an idiot. Or rather, that's the best response for his teenage mind with little to no experience regarding romance. As said before, the high schooler could view himself objectively. Maybe there's a bias here and there, but at least Issei knew his own value, such as his average physical appearance. Matsuda and Madohama did comment that Issei is way too harsh toward himself, even reaching to earn him the title old man regarding his maturity. However, Momo countered them bashfully that it was one of his wonderful charms, which earned a lot of teasing looks. That's why he never expected somebody could fall in love with him at first sight only. Anyway, crap, sorry Amanasan. I don't know how to respond. Pretty uncool, huh? While Issei could only scratch the back of his head awkwardly, Yuma only shook her head slowly, still with a cute smile plastered on her immaculate face. In fact, she even showed a sympathizing expression. No, don't worry about it, Hayao-kun. It's also my fault for saying this out of the blue. When she hesitated to continue her lines, Issei began to calm down too. In response, he shook his head slowly and showed her a shy smile. He does not want to be those munchkin protagonists whose denseness could rival black holes, thank you very much. It's fine. Rather, I admire your courage to confess your feelings to someone whom you never talked to. At least, you are way better than me who could only fluster like a headless chicken. Self-depreciation toward oneself can be detrimental either toward oneself or other party. That is an absolute truth in communication. However, depending on the context, it may work as a glue for easing the tension or expressing own character seamlessly. As proof, Yuma, who heard his comments, subconsciously lowered her body tension. Moreover, when she sees Issei's reaction is not much different than hers, she begins to feel more comfortable toward him. I'm glad you see it like that. Yuma releases a breath of relief. And then, she lowered her head shyly and fidgeted her fingers. So your answer. Immediately, Issei took a long deep breath and released it slowly while closing his eyes. Then he opened his golden brown eyes to stare at her seriously. Firstly, let me say this. Thank you very much for your feeling. As a person, and especially as a man, I'm really flattered by an attractive girl like you. And then, Issei showed a bright smile, reflecting his gratitude toward her. At the very least, I could confidently say this. On this day, this moment, I will never forget receiving my very first heartful confession for the rest of my life. Hearing that, Yuma blinked her amethyst eyes repeatedly. Then, when she comprehended his straightforward words without filter, Yuma lowered her head. From a third point of view, it may be seen as a girl who hides her own shyness but happiness at the same time. But if looked closely, there's no hiding the biting of her lip and the guilt shown in her eyes. However, on the next split second, Yuma raised her head as if her previous expression was a lie, by showing a bright smile with a pink face. Moreover, she even leans her head slowly toward him while positioning it below his eyesight with a teasing smile. Oh, you say you are new on this, but your words are so smooth, Hayao-kun. My poor maiden heart beats loudly, you know. Well, rather than act strong and make a fool of myself, it's better to express my feelings openly like this. No matter what the result is, at least I won't regret it. How naive, how foolish, how disgustingly honest of him. And yet, her smile, unnoticed by Issei, is mixed with bitterness. Is that so? It makes this whole situation harder for her. In response to her reaction, Issei gathered his wits and finally focused on the initial topic. So, for your confession. Yes, just as she shows her state of being nervous, Yuma gulps loudly and holds both of her hands in front of her ample chest, expressing her hope for a positive answer. Can we do a trial date first? As if dumbfounded, Yuma also reacts blankly, just like Issei in the beginning. Expecting her reaction, Issei slowly but clearly explains his reason. See, while I'm grateful for your feelings, there's no denying this is our first meeting, right? Well, that's true. Excluding her when she looked at him for her purposes, Issei truly never met, much more talked to her. That's why, I can't accept your confession blindly like this. It just feels wrong. Issei cautiously but gently refused her feelings. He hoped that she wouldn't react badly since rejection could lead to exploding negative emotions. Fortunately, Yuma only listened to him silently but attentively. Let's go on a date at a decided time and place. If I'm not what you expected, it's better for us to be friends if you are still willing. If not, then, scratching his cheek bashfully, Issei continued his word, but with a smaller voice. Yuma even leans to him a bit more for better hearing. Even so, there's no mistake that the resolve behind his words is positively loud and clear. I will be the best boyfriend for you. As if taken aback, Yuma jolts and retracts her leaned head toward the initial position. Then, she showed a grateful smile toward Issei. Thank you, Hayao-kun, I like that too. Breathing a sigh of relief, Issei nods and smiles thankfully for her patience and understanding. After all, he knows just how slow he is compared to other teenagers. Some may even show contempt toward him for making such a pretty girl lead and egging her on with baseless hope. But Yuma didn't see it like that. Rather, she, who is much older, hidden in her disguise, could see Issei's intention very clearly without mistaking it. From the beginning until the end, he never lied to her. Heck, there's no sign of supremacy or childish arrogance from knowing a pretty girl likes him. He was 100% serious. All of his actions and words are given with a clear conscience. Then, this weekend, could we meet at Kuo Park around 11 am? Does that work for you? That works for me. If taken nicely, he's very cautious in his approach, which is rare in this day and age for being conservative. If taken badly, he's an indecisive asshole who makes one frustrated just by looking at him. To Yuma, it was a very sweet gesture, who takes her confession very seriously. Honestly, she didn't even expect her flimsy action could be taken like this. It would be lying if her stone heart was not fluttered by his genuine appreciation and honest feeling. Looking at him, shyly asking for her number while trying his best not to stutter, Yuma could only sigh forlornly in her mind. Very sweet. Inwardly, Yuma expresses a bitter smile who has to deceive such a person for her objective. Yes, what a shame really. If she could meet with him in a different stance and situation, maybe they could truly be a loving couple. At least, she wouldn't mind being a good, but teasing older sister for this cute boy. Sadly, it was never meant to be in this lifetime. Life is a teething goodbye Amanasan. See you on the weekend. Oh my, so early to separate with me. I'm quite confident of my appearance, you know. Seeing her unabashedly praising herself, Issei could only laugh wholeheartedly. While seeing her shy side was truly adorable, he couldn't deny that this confidence of her is refreshing and attractive. Well, for me personally, just staring at you all day long makes me happy. No matter what you do, a pretty girl makes a boy like me entranced just with the F of your finger. Your friend was right. You really need to fix your bad habit. Yuma sighs helplessly at this troublesome boy while facepalming her face for his blunt words. Still, her slightly red ears react oppositely contrary to her actions after hearing that. It was fortunate for her the sunset hit it, which reduced his embarrassing comment. As an older sister, she still has her pride, thank you very much. Honestly, him being shy in front of a pretty woman but openly expressing compliments like that without a sense of shame was mind-boggling to her. Really, her original residence is filled with colleagues bitter in life and arrogant toward others, especially lowly humans like the one in front of him. For those muscle-headed idiots, her appearance doesn't really get appreciated much, well except for some others who look at her like a piece of meat without reservation or trying to hide it but transparent in her eyes. That's why it's a good ego boost for her maiden heart, which is dry as Sahara desert these days. A gentleman is rare, no matter what time she lived in. Except their dear leader. Their governor-general is truly cunning and worthy of admiration for making her faction still float stably, despite their rogue tendencies. There's a good reason no one will ever try to mess with him lightly. Although, to her, he's just a different kind of idiot. Pervertish kind of idiot. Chuckling at her stupid thought, Yuma bid farewell to the boy who was merrily skipping on his way home without reserve. Again, it's flattering for her to show that kind of open reaction without hiding. If life could be so simple. What a wishful thinking, Yuma thought resignedly. And then, as if everything was a lie, Yuma's demeanor changed 180 degrees. Her back, which was lowered slightly on purpose, stood straight stiff. Her eyes, which are dopey and cute as described by Issei, sharpen immediately. It even makes one wonder how could such warm eyes express that much coldness on it. Instead of a cute high schooler in her current disguise, a deadly woman would be more apt to describe her. Rolling her eyes at her back, but not turning her head, she confirmed the poorly but still hiding peeper on the bush behind her. Seeing her tongue inwardly, Yuma slowly but cluelessly goes back to her temporary home. To be honest, it's as easy as taking candy from a baby for her to eliminate that stupid peeper. One F and boom, problem solved. If she ignores the consequences and the backer of the said peeper. For this kind of simple mission, it was usually given to lower-level grunts, not her. Not to toot her own horn, she could be described as a veteran in their circle. Definitely not a powerhouse, but someone who could pull her own weight easily. Moreover, not only she was specifically chosen, but her 3 close colleagues also are on standby. All of these excessive precautions happened for this simple mission. However, Yuma won't complain nor underestimate the difficulty of it. She was even grateful for having this much safety net in case anything went wrong. The repercussion for making a scene in this area is something nobody, not even her boss, could handle. Gritting her teeth slightly, Yuma unconsciously gripped her hand shaped into a fist, her nails digging into her palms strongly. She continued to walk calmly until the peeper gave up. Deep breath, Yuma. Don't mess this up. As if convincing herself, she said these words under her breath again and again until her emotion receded. She may be arrogant, but the reason for her to be chosen for this mission is not to antagonize others but to secrecy. She's smart and especially tolerant enough to know further aggression in this territory is just throwing a bigger pile of shit in this constant mess. No, a dung pile of shit is comparatively better. Even though it's messy and crappy, it's far, far better than the absolute worst possible situation. One small catalyst will make everything explode spectacularly. If it happens, there's truly nothing to be done. From her peers, she knew that her personality could be considered soft. She doesn't necessarily like those humans. She's too jaded after seeing all of the crap humanity has done toward themselves and the world too. But she never hated them until she wished for their extinction either. Fallen or not, the initial purpose of her birth never changes much. Even so, there's always something in life that has to be compromised for. Her current organization's main purpose is to keep watch and record everything, representing its namesake. But this time, with her back facing the peeper, Yuma formed a cold expression, setting her mouth to a thin line. No matter how much remorse and pity she feels, what she'll do won't change. Therefore, she needs to cross the line. That's all from me, but you. I see. Good work, Kaneko. Night, Kyo Academy Old Building. In this old place, 3 girls wearing the same uniforms but very different body proportions gather for their activities. One is a purple-haired ponytailed girl named Hanjima Akino looking at the other two's conversation with a perpetual beatific smile. She was standing behind the one who sat on the chair, just like an assistant. For some reason, she closes her eyes often during conversation too. The next girl is the petite white-haired girl named Tauju Kaneko, or, as Yuma dubbed, disgusting bat stalker in her mind. Whether said girl noticed Yuma's contempt or not, no one could know. As ordered by her club leader, Kaneko style observed the interested party, Hayato Issei. Looking at her master, Kaneko is silent for a moment. Then, as if she couldn't hold it in anymore, she abruptly opened her small mouth that contained her curiosity. What will you do now? Oh, this is interesting. The last one who hums contemplatively to Kaneko's question is the leader of these 2 girls, Ria's Gremory. On an official note, she is just a normal third-year Kyo high school student who manages the occult club for their hobbies. Well, as normal as the beautiful great ladies crowned by the students. Her title is warranted as her shining crimson hair and appropriate body proportion exude a great womanly charm that no normal high schooler could have. This is a fact, as all 3 of them were never normal from the beginning. Back to Kaneko's inquiry, Ria's only smiled mysteriously and folded her hands on the desk, unconsciously raising her abundant chest, which made Kaneko subconsciously twitch her eyebrow for the low-key insult to her. What a sad fate for the eternal cute, petite mascot of Kyo Academy. As for what Rias thinks it's interesting, she's a bit amused that Kaneko would even ask that as if she was oblivious to the danger coming to them. This is just for confirmation, but you could smell it, right? On that, 2 immediate but not positive reactions occurred to them. Akino, the Yamato Nechiko lady, still looks the same, but her aura changes considerably. As if her parents' worst enemy come to life, her anger was palpable, radiating around the room. Kaneko, whom Rias inquired, furrowed her brow as if she could notice the upcoming trouble inevitably too. Crow, not pigeon, not a bat, but a crow is spoken by Kaneko. To normal people, it may seem nonsensical or gaming code for teenagers. To them, though, it was a code for Yuma's true identity. After all, besides friendly bats, no pigeons nor crows are welcome to this territory unless explicitly stated. Rather, no fools willingly come to Kyo Town if they knew who managed this town behind the scenes. Unless, then you should know. My guess was correct. They were forced to come for their agenda. Rias, who looks as if the lottery prize is right in front of her eyes, proudly states her opinion to Kaneko. The petite girl sighed wordlessly at her reaction but didn't refute her words. After all, her comments about Hayato Issei's peculiarity from a year ago come back to this very moment. Dragon, bingo. As if saying the correct answer, Rias chuckled knowingly and snapped her finger. It was a bit exaggerated, but every person has their own quirks, so nobody criticized her for the dramatic reactions. Rather, even Akino found it cute for her master's reaction while chuckling lightly behind her hand. Dragon. This single word has a different hidden meaning, but the weight behind it far outclassed all 3 code words. What's more outrageous is that Kaneko implicitly stated that, with her nose, she could smell the scent of a dragon in the seemingly normal high school student. Not only it was ridiculous, but some people may even snort contemptfully at the sheer ludicrosity of it. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunate for Rias, that ridiculous situation came true for her. If she didn't care her image in front of her clubmates, she would jump in joy for this unexpected, but very welcome chance coming to her lap. What IWE'll do is simple. We watch them from the sideline, wait and see approach. As one of the rulers of this territory, it may be a smidge too passive approach. As if expressing that, Kaneko frowned worriedly while Akino pouted visibly on her cheek since she couldn't play with her new toys anymore. But they won't refute her. Rather, they couldn't. 1. There is little to no information about this Yuma. Although she may be illegally entering this town, she may not know who manages this area. Based on Kaneko's observation, it's possible since crows have an instinctual habit of picking a fight with other races when interfering with her agenda. Whether she notices it or not, there is a small probability she's just hanging out with the dragon-smelled boy. 2. Worsening the current situation without having a backup solution. This is also what Yuma worries about, but all 3 sides generally avoid the doomsday scenario that's possibly happening just because of the small skirmish. If that happens, Rias and the other ruler who manage this territory are helpless to do anything about it, even with the support from their respective families. And finally, this is a 1 in a million opportunity. Both of them tilted their heads for not understanding this said opportunity. But after a few seconds, Akino spoke from her mouth and nodded in understanding while Kaneko folded her hands perplexedly regarding this opportunity. Necessary. It wasn't a baseless worry. Rather, if anyone from the neutral side considers it from Kaneko's side, such words inadvertently come out. She could understand Ria's intention and the reason behind it. Still, Hayato-senpai is innocent. It all boils down to basic compassion. Half a year ago, Kaneko was requested to observe Issei's activity and find his nature if possible. Not a thorough one, but a basic surface-level search about him. The result, he was absolutely normal on every side. Even on this side or on his family, there is truly nothing noteworthy to find. Not to diss her senior, but Issei-senpai is particularly uninteresting to her. In fact, she was close to indifference. However, she silently praised him in her mind after successfully educating those two M&M idiots in basic decency for not throwing like a monkey in school. Perverts are one of the few things she couldn't absolutely tolerate. Rias is not an idiot or emotionally dense. She may be a bit lacking in experience compared to her esteemed brother, but she could notice Kaniko's unquestioned worries. I understand what you are worried about, Kaniko. If possible, I want to recruit Hayao-kun as naturally as possible too. During the agreement for managing this territory, Rias and the current student council president have explicitly agreed to share the burden and possible chance that could benefit them fairly and equally. In these 2 years, such agreements have been kept faithfully as much as possible to avoid antagonizing each other. In fact, both of them are quite close in private too. Moreover, Rias and the other person never really liked the way to exploit people for their own benefit, which is different from their race's norms. But sadly, the situation has changed drastically for this year. Or rather, Rias' side is almost at the end of the rope. Remembering the recent news she heard from her brother's work partner, the club leader's face is filled with gloom and anger. 2 days ago, I just got words from Grafini. She said, until the end of your school year. I don't think that needs elaboration, yes. Hearing that unexpected news coming from out of the blue, the pair also react horribly. Akino gasped at the sudden changes with no preamble while Kaniko grimaced at its shortened time limit. As a person of Gremory, every member has a role needed to fulfill, small or not. Rias is no exception. In fact, her responsibility is far more heavy as the future successor of Gremory's house. Rias hated it. She hated that shackle much more than any other thing she experienced in her life. Even though she was grateful to be born into the family, she couldn't stop the feeling of frustration. Logic is always separate from emotion. For a young girl like Rias, especially so. It's not that she's blind from the need to fulfill her obligation. Considering the endangered pure species of her race, she understood the necessity of it. That's why, even though she vehemently rebuked the news coming from Grafia, she wasn't the least surprised her words meant absolutely nothing to her and her mother. Can we try to persuade the other side of the family? Akino softly proposed a possible solution, but Rias only chuckled mirthlessly after hearing that. While they are in a situation to borrow any helping hand even from cats, Akino herself cringed from the sheer bullshit coming from her mouth. Kaniko even shook her head hopelessly like she could imagine the only possible result coming from it. No more option. No more option. It was final. If Rias, the main party involved in this situation, said so in a matter-of-fact manner, then there's truly nothing that could be done anymore. Therefore, it goes back to their initial start, banking their hope to Hayao Issei. Kaniko, you don't need to observe Yuma anymore. Since we know her hideout is in the abandoned church, that's already a plus. Instead, change your main target to Hayao-kun without him noticing it. In these few days, there's going to be a change. I guarantee it. Kaniko nods at that. It was a no-brainer anyway. I'll report it to the student council president for upcoming action. On that, Rias opened her mouth, closed it, and repeated it again and again. Kaniko tilted her head confusedly at that. After all, there's no need to hesitate for it. As agreed before, it was protocol to share their findings with. But something's wrong. Kaniko narrowed her eyes and looked at her club leader warily. She doesn't know what is specifically wrong. However, at least she knows her plan to report this to the student president is not mistaken. So why is she reacting like that? Kaniko got her answer after tens of seconds. However, she never said she had to like it. Sona doesn't need to know about this. For a moment, Kaniko blanked out. She could hear the words coming from Ria's mouth, but her brain lags to compute it. Even Akino gripped her folded hands tightly while biting her lip. After a few seconds, Kaniko was able to digest it. She hopefully wishes it was just a hallucination. However, looking at the solemn face of her master, it looks like there's no mistake. They are going on their backs from their partner. Are you sure? Yes. There was barely any hesitation from Ria's mouth. In fact, she looks determined, as if this is the best possible way for her to overcome this problem. For a moment, Kaniko is silent. She could understand Butchu's actions. She truly could. If she were in her shoes, Kaniko would worry about it constantly too. Still, this was. However, the refutes coming from her mouth died at the tip of her tongue. She never has the luxury nor the privilege to doubt her master. Therefore, following Butchu's word and keeping the comment to herself is the smartest move. She told herself that countless times. Said excuse sounds hollow even to her. Was it an apology toward the other side or to the innocent boy purposefully involved in this messed up situation, or was it both? No one knows. Only she herself knows the true meaning of her apology. A servant doesn't poke their master's decision rashly. As a good servant, understood. She will obey the order faithfully. Accepting her words, Rias nods her head and smiles thankfully to her. Then, when Kaniko asks if there's anything to do, Rias dismisses her immediately without any preamble. Kaniko stares at her master for a moment. Then, she moves her gaze toward Akino, who only smiles apologetically to her with lowered eyelids. After seeing that, the mascot of Kyo Academy bowed her head as a sign of respect and then turned back towards the door. Expecting the blissful, wonderful taste of the bakery, the sweet lover hoped it could help reduce this bitter feeling stuck in her chest. If Kibiyudo, the other member of this occult club, looks at her current state, he will stare worriedly as if leaving her like this alone is good for her. After all, he won't miss the remorse and pity shown in her eyes. Gleck. Sadly, the Prince of Kyo is busy with his contract partner, so nobody can point to this irregularity anymore. Well, his being here or not is almost irrelevant as he's always loyal to his master's wish. Was it really the right choice? Hearing her insecurities, Akino could only give a bitter smile. Right or wrong, that could only be seen clearly after making the choice, not before. That's why Akino could only pat her back softly to her conflicted friend with a comforting smile. You did your best. As someone who stays beside your side for 10 years, let me say this. You did everything you could do. So, don't think too much about it. As if hearing the unspoken words, Ria slumped her shoulders in relief. In a way, she wants to hear that word the most for forgiving her action. She did feel sorry for involving the innocent boy in their substance, but there was nothing more to be done. After reminding herself, her clouded eyes gained clarity, shining brightly. In her youthful but beautiful face, a strong smile appeared on her face shaped as a crescent arc. Yes, there's no other choice for her anymore. What she'll do is the most beneficial choice for everyone. Maybe she will cheat a bit here and there, but her species proactively follow that custom anyway. She just decided to follow it now. Apologetically she may feel toward Issei, what she is planning won't change. Saying that inside her mind by consoling herself, she ultimately concludes it'll somehow work wonderfully. For her sake, please be of use to us, Hayao Issei-kun. She's going to cross the bottom line. I came too early. Looking at the clock showing 10:30 am as clear as day, Hayao Issei could only let out a wry laugh at his idiotic choice. There are still 30 minutes for the promised time. When passerby looks at him waiting for a few minutes already in casual fashionable clothes, they chuckle knowingly at his predicament. 2 days after Yuuma's confession, many things have changed in his surroundings. Firstly, his parents were over the moon. Correction, they still are to this very moment. Issei was even terrified when his mother, Hayao Miki, stood abruptly during his announcement about going on a date with said girl. Then, after a few seconds of rummaging in her room, she declared to her beloved son and her future daughter-in-law by taking a photo together to commemorate this wonderful moment with shot eyes. Not only Issei but even Yuuma herself felt overwhelmed in front of her passion. Luckily, Hayao Goro, the one Issei inherited his maturity, immediately pacified his long-life partner. Don't ruin our son's date, dear. Let's give them space so the young ones could enjoy themselves, alright. To this day, Issei was never more grateful for his father showing such understanding and wiseness by pacifying the matriarch of their family just with a few words. It was a secret that Goro was fabulously proud of his son for snatching such a drop-dead gorgeous girl when he brought her yesterday. If he could proclaim it to heaven loudly, then he'd scream it without restraint all day long. Watching their happy face and exaggerated reaction, Yuuma giggled cutely at the time, while her heart was filled with melancholy. He truly has wonderful parents, unlike her. Secondly, when Yuuma also accompanied him to school yesterday, Issei's circle of friends experienced a huge shock too. At the school entrance, when Matsuda and Madohama see such a gorgeous babe walk with their bro like a couple, they immediately kneel and wail in despair. "Nuo Issei left our sacred brotherhood, God, why are you this cruel? Motohoma, don't be sad, we both expected this moment could come anytime. Hick you Issei, you lucky bastard, congratulations, I hope you die in a ditch somewhere. Could you guys stop? It's freaking embarrassing to me. Okay, hell, are you celebrating or dissing at me, you ing bastards?" It was an impactful moment in many, many senses. Really, Issei was happy that his friends congratulated him earnestly, but couldn't these two idiots know the word restraint for all day long? His classmates look at him strangely while the teachers just sigh looking at him and muttering, "Ah, youth." When Issei becomes an adult a few years later, it will be his black history following him for his entire life. Reminiscing that time, Issei heaved a very long sigh filled with exasperation and gratefulness. If Matsuda and Madohama never change their ways, the first thing they do is probably diss the Ryuju, then speak this and that toward Yuuma to lower his image. Them supporting his back is the greatest sign of their growth and friendship toward Issei. He really has great friends. If he ignores their stupidity, which is almost incurable at this point. Luckily, Yuuma didn't get weirded out much by his friend's extreme quirks. In fact, she even snickered slightly as if it reminded her of something similar. All things were positive considering everything. Except one last thing. Her reaction was a bit weird, wasn't it? Cupping his chin, Issei frowns perplexedly, remembering her close female friend. When Momo and Yuuma met each other, Issei was understandably worried. After all, he's not that stupid to notice his schoolmates' lingering and longing looks in these few months. Yes, Issei realized that Momo had a crush on him. At the very least, she did show signs of goodwill far more than just a normal friend usually does. At that time, Issei was also flustered, but happy a plain guy like him could get attention from such an attractive girl like her. Personally, he could see a possible future of having a flourishing relationship with the white-haired girl. So he tried to take the bullet and take action. At the very least, he wanted to try before giving up. However, when Issei tried to bridge said grip, it felt like Momo was conflicted. Not in a sense of being disgusted with Issei trying to make a pass, but in a way that her substance doesn't allow her feelings to bear fruit. The high schooler was confused and a little bit hurt by her reaction. But seeing her react this negatively but very reluctant, he gave up cleanly and apologized for his actions. After all, if she was this troubled just by him making a pass, Issei would bury the hatchet resolutely. Romance was fine and all, but to him, it wouldn't be worth it if it ruined their friendship. Noticing Issei's consideration, Momo immediately rejected the notion Issei was at fault. Rather, she even explicitly stated that she couldn't date anyone at this moment. She didn't describe what or why the reason was, but Issei didn't dig deeper. Everyone has their secret, and Momo is the same. While Issei felt a bit sad, he threw away any kind of lingering attachment and regrets wishing for the impossible. Instead, he always felt grateful Momo still wanted to be friends with him. Although, while he was fine, maybe there was still some lingering feeling for Momo if he didn't read it wrong. At least, he thought so from his point of view. A bitter laugh unconsciously comes out. His position could be considered as envy for most men, but experiencing it directly truly puts it into perspective. In any case, Issei thought that Momo may look at Yuma in a bad light after considering her feelings. Looking at her crush taken by another woman from sideway without a preamble, the pain will be unimaginable to him. Issei would be impressed if Momo could support his trial girlfriend sincerely for flourishing results without scathing remarks or sarcasm. And yet, reality surprised him in a way he couldn't expect. She was in disbelief looking at the raven-haired girl and wary. Extremely so. Not in the sense of a thieving cat stealing her man, but in a way that Yuma was not supposed to be here at all. While he did expect trouble when these two girls met, he didn't expect Momo's reaction to be that strong in a weird direction. Sadly, when the boy who received the two girls' affection kicked his two idiots to stop the stupid shit they were doing, he missed the chance to inquire about her weariful reaction. Last but not least, his trial girlfriend. Hamano Yuma, the girl who caused all of this. Excuse me. Flinch. Why oh, hello. His hands had been folded unconsciously while he was thinking this and that, though it awkwardly returned to his side after being called by a cutesy but mature voice of a woman. Focusing his gaze on the said woman, Issei blinked repeatedly at her attire. It was revealing, so much that it could be labeled as public indecency if she walked into the wrong district in this town. While the boy admits her two-piece outfit highlights her generous figure, he won't leer at her shamelessly. He has that much decency for a man waiting for his date. However, her pair of black bat wings sticking in her back leads him to conclude that she's a cosplayer servant. Of what kind, he didn't know. The nearest comparison would be a vampire familiar. Seeing her stretching her slender hands while handing a flyer toward him, Issei immediately realizes she's a worker of some kind. For me, pointing at himself while asking curiously, the woman nods cheerfully. Yep, if you have a wish of any kind, imagine it strongly in your head while grabbing it. Who knows, maybe it'll come true. He doesn't need to imagine what her occupation is. Hell, it's even polite to even consider it as a proper job. Slowly but surely stepping back from the strange lady, Issei politely smiled at the dangerous woman while grabbing the flyer slowly as if it could bite him anytime. Thanks, I'll consider it if I'm in trouble. Please have a nice day. I haven't finny. Please, have a nice day. If there's a contest in being polite while shooing a person, Issei would win in a landslide. From the woman's side, she shivered slightly from the polite but absolute tone used by the boy. Following her instinct, she stiffly smiled at the unassuming but very, very threatening guy and decided to retreat quietly. Then, have a nice day. You too, have a nice day. It was just a repetition of the same line, so why does it sound very different to her? With trembling steps, she walks back to her workplace. Her job is done anyway. She walks at a faster pace than normal while crying in her mind. What a poor familiar cosplay servant. Sighing slightly while confirming at her retreating back, he checks out the flyer given to her. Not to actually use it, but to take a note so he could warn his friends of a new type of scam. Young and green he may be, naive he is not. A magic circle. Frowning at the unique design of the flyer, he flipped the backside for any contact details. To his surprise, there's nothing. It really was just a weird design of a magic circle. Even for a scam, not leaving a contact detail for further communication is just plain weird. Hell, if he's bluntly honest, it's just a waste of paper. Scratching his head confusedly at the supposedly weird girl, he decided to keep it in his pockets. Tomorrow he could show it to his friends if they know anything for further clarification. In the near future, when he reminisces about this scene, he does not know whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of everything. If anything, maybe it's really just fate playing cruel tricks on him. While it could solve his problem, it also brought further troubles to him. No, trouble may not be an apt word. It's something far worse to conclude it as just a hassle. A one-sided contract that doesn't take consideration of his opinion. What are you thinking so deeply? Hearing the familiar but melodious voice for these 2 days, a bright smile unconsciously appears on his face. It looks like 30 minutes have passed after thinking about the stupid scam. When he turns his back to greet the girl. Hey, Aminosan. It's this ma. Hayadu Issei froze. His jaw dropped to the lowest point possible. His widened eyes would make one hallucinate whether it'll pop out. There's a saying that a girl could transform with the right makeup. Amano Yuma is the personification of that saying. Time stops. No, everything is stagnating except for one person in front of him. Anything looks so meaningless and colorless except her. She was dazzling. wearing a long white one-piece dress that covers until her knees, brings out her sense of youthfulness. Her face, which was unblemished, has a bit of pink color in it from makeup. While her upper shoulder is bare, her long glossy black hair contrasts the white dress in her shoulder. The outfit leaves a bit of window cleavage, but it's on the conservative side, highlighting her slender neck bone. Looking at the boy's dumbfounded reaction in front of her, Yuma giggled slightly at his honest but adorable side. At least it's worth dressing up a bit for the occasion. Hee, am I that beautiful to you? Yes. It was a teasing remark, but his answer was spontaneous. He blushed a bit for his accidental faux pas but didn't try to retract it. Instead, he took one deep breath and made eye contact with her shining amethyst eyes while smiling softly. Out of all the girls I looked at until now, there's truly nobody that could outbeat you in looks. You are truly beautiful, Amanasan. I'm the luckiest man on the planet to have you as a date. There was no stutter, fluster, or embarrassment for the usual teenage male. Instead, the man just gives a full-blown counter that expresses his feelings wholeheartedly with an admiring sigh. The two M&M idiots would clap their hands leader strongly for that straight delivery. As expected, their bro is made of different levels. For a moment, Yuma blinked repeatedly as if she couldn't understand him. Then, when she digests his comments one by one, her pink face is slowly covered by colored red from flowing through. Her face is hot, so much so that it makes her lightheaded. She couldn't look straight at him. Are you okay, Amanasan? What? When she lowered her head unconsciously from embarrassment, two rough palm hands gently but strongly grabbed her face. Then, her view is filled with her date's face looking at her. There's no admiration in that gaze anymore. Maybe she could handle it if it's just that. Instead, this boy looked at her with an intense gaze of golden brown eyes filled with care and worry. How could a guy like him be having his very first date? Ironically, that word should be described to her in that cosplayer girl. Yuma panicked inwardly, but her faster heartbeat and rational mind in the corner of her brain confirmed this was very real. Additionally, the latter even cynically says that what a pathetic excuse of a woman for being flustered this much by a boy age less than the 20s. Slapping her stupid side to the very deep of her mind, she gently but slowly pushed Issei back with her slender hands. Then, she forcefully raised her still blushing face to make eye contact with the boy. "Twam fine, Hayodakun. Jay, just a bit of heat? Okay. Heat." It was still in the middle of spring with cool air blowing though. He tilted his head for not understanding her confusing remark. When trying to inquire more, he finally realized her still blushing but now sweating face with a stiff smile. Again, his bad habit strikes this moment. Understanding the situation now, Issei scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry for being insensitive, Amanasan. I shouldn't grab you suddenly like that without permission. And I know, it's okay. No harm done, except for her womanly pride." Coughing once to regain her dignity, she faces her date properly with a more natural smile on her face. "Thank you for the compliment, Hayodakun. You're not so bad yourself." On that, Issei shrugged his shoulder nonchalantly. On most occasions, boys will always have less impact in a change of outfit. "Well, I did my best, but I guess it got overshadowed by your dazzling appearance. Are you really not doing it on purpose? If not, she has to reevaluate her assessment of this supposedly innocent boy. Not to her. This boy is already dangerous in a certain way, but he'll be more fearsome after giving him a few years of experience." To her comment with the tone, "Are you bullshitting me right now?" and a haggard face, Issei could only shake his head amusedly with a wry smile. "Yeah, I'm just a guy with a girl way out of his league." "Then, the least I could do is to be honest to you and myself." What a stupidly naive answer. With a tiring sigh, Yuma facepalmed at this boy's pureness. Coincidentally, it also covered her bashful expression hearing that. To what? Nobody could know except her. "By the way, just how long did you wait here? There's still 10 minutes before designated time, you know." Really?" Looking at her nodding, he looks at the pole clock near him. The longer finger of the clock clearly points to the number 10, which tells the time of 10:50 a.m. at the current moment. Guess it's worth it to wait 30 minutes before. You are here at 10:30. Looking at her amused but disbelief expression, Issei shyly scratched his cheek. Even he knows how silly he sounded right now. "It's my first date. I was so excited about it, hoping I could meet you every second earlier." Well, I guess you did." "Yeah." A boy's honest compliment made himself shy and pink-faced, while the lady who heard it blushed again while ducking her face downward embarrassedly. The people who watched this scene suddenly felt so sweetly stuffy in their chests. Some girls who heard the boy's comment even giggled at those smooth and yet cute lines. "It looks like black coffee will sell well." Shooking his head from the shyness, he smiled slightly at his date. Today, it'll decide whether this relationship could go well or not. So he needs to put 120% of his effort. Nothing for the best of his date. "Then let me escort you, my lady." Blinking at the unexpected action, Yuma stares at Issei, lightly bowing while stretching his hand toward her. Understanding and flattered at the same time, the raven-haired girl gently smiles back in response, taking his hand slowly. Please guide me well, my knight. I'm not so easily pleased, you know." Then it makes it more worthwhile to see your real smile, fair lady." Snickering at the cheesy lines but appreciating the words, the giddy Yuma smiles more brightly. However, her heart is feeling more heavy with guilt and remorse. She'll know the only possible ending of this date. No matter how much Issei impressed her or would try to beg her, it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't, but She wants to savor it as long as possible, not as a disguised agent jaded by life and time. You already impressed me more than I can count. But as a girl, disguised as she may be, to enjoy this beautiful but fleeting moment for her. Hayato Issei is a normal high school student. It sounds like a joke. Rather, it could be the start of a romantic comedy or light novel with the usual cliché and everything. However, the boy himself never thought of himself as special or involved in it. To him, being special is something shining like a star. Just existing will attract people's attention. Their action will surpass the mediocre effortlessly. Their life will arouse people's curiosity. Their achievement will shadow others and move forward humanity as a whole. That's what special means to him. Something unattainable, something that couldn't be gained no matter how much one wishes for it. Someone who will overcome the masses with their rapid progress. But logic is also separate from emotion. This is also a fact. The child of him in the past knew this intimately. He knew it, but he couldn't stop moving. He couldn't stop dreaming about it. He couldn't stop his imagination of future him outshining everybody, making his parents the proudest in the world. To the young and immature him, such drive was the flame beating his heart. A hero. How many times did he watch admiringly the masked hero show who beat the villain effortlessly while making a cool pose? How many times did he try to copy it so he could be the coolest hero just like them? Dozens, hundreds, until even thousands. He wished for it. He worked hard as much as he could. He imitated their life lessons so he could be like them. He tried everything he could think of with his small and limited life experience. And then he burned out. There's no great moment of being beaten by a destined rival. There were no special events that made him realize it. There's no tragedy that forced him either. Wasn't it obvious in the end? The mediocre couldn't be special. Maybe this saying is not applicable to everyone. Some people in history successfully bridged that insurmountable gap with luck, opportunity, bleeding effort, or a combination of everything. However, just how many people who failed among these successful cases were buried in their humongous shadows? The young him never thought about it. No, maybe he did in the very back of his mind but tried to forcefully ignore it. However, ignoring won't mean erasing it. It will always be stuck with you annoyingly like a permanent stain. It will never leave him alone peacefully. Then, it will stand in front of you. The despairing but absolute fact that's called reality. Surprisingly, he didn't whine much about it in the initial realization. He didn't react exaggeratingly like a man who lost all of his life purpose either. But one thing is for sure, Hayato Issei was never the same anymore. The boy who wanted to be special was no more. The boy who wished to be a hero fervently more than anybody was just a fond old memory of his teenage days. Some people called this escaping, some called it as coping with the facts. Some even compare it to a loser throwing the towel. Hayato Issei himself viewed it as growing up. At first, he was angry at the world. Why should he destined to be normal, the boring side of who makes the protagonist shine brightly just to be a statistic buried by the sand of time? Was that his destiny, his so-called fate? That's so unfair. This was his second realization. The unfairness of life. At that time, he was very emotional easily. Because of that, he only could dump this load of frustration toward the nearest target. However, he couldn't blame the world or those special people since it was too vague for him. Then, who was the nearest and the biggest reason for him being normal? That was the first and biggest regret of his life. If it was like this, I shouldn't have been born. As parents, those were the words they would never want to hear in their entire lifetime. Especially their own and only flesh and son. And yet, the accursed words were spoken. His emotional side unintentionally forced the words out of his mouth. They knew. How cold. They were his parents. Hayato Issei is a result of Goro and Mickey's crystallization of love after multiple failures. Of course, they knew the passion of Issei to be special. As they were once children, they could relate to it too. And their child blamed them for bringing him into this world. Mickey almost passed out after hearing that. Goro wore an aggrieved face for their child to be saying this on their face while glaring at them hatefully. But they didn't rebuke him. They didn't even punish him either. Only, both of them hugged their son tightly. Then, they simultaneously said the same two words. I'm sorry. Issei couldn't remember much of that emotional day. But, it was definitely a sobering one for him in many ways. Just as not being special broke him, seeing his parents crying openly like this triggered him on multiple levels too. I'm sorry Yue, I'm so Yue de, head moom hick I woob you too I really do. Cries, snot, and apologies endlessly poured from his face. He was definitely wearing the ugliest face out of the entire series of expressions he could make. In the end, the three of them calmed down after a few minutes and talked about it in an agonizing, but necessary lesson. That was his third realization. Being mediocre doesn't mean he could blame everything. To be more precise, he learned that some things can only be given value by they themselves. His parents were the most special existence in his life. Nothing, until this present, could change that. This regret will shackle him forever. However, it is also a stopper for him to not be complacent anymore. He was still normal. He still is mediocre, but his life was undoubtedly full of happiness. He could still talk with his parents freely. He could make friends without much trouble. He could move forward at his own pace. He could not just dream but make a girlfriend if he put effort into it. How many people couldn't even have these basic, simple things in their life? He doesn't know, but it surely is the same countless number as the mediocre too. Knowing that some are facts, he stopped being selfish and decided to appreciate every single thing he could. And the problems won't make it go away. All of these shaped the current him, the normal but happy life for him. That's why he didn't know. He didn't know what the world of special looked like. What did the people of that world live for? What are the things they'll do to climb to the very top of the hill? And yet, knowing it won't change the inevitable result. In conclusion, he got his childhood wish. In the worst way possible. Everything he knew would be changed and shaped into a grotesque form. His world will be crashed unforgivingly and unwillingly. His small happiness will be taken away forever. His childhood wish is granted, and the price is almost everything he has. Therefore, nothing would be the same anymore. The date was simpler than Yuma imagined. Have a lunch in family restaurant, watch a rom-com movie at the theater, and currently walk the aquarium witnessing the exquisite fish in the underground tunnel. To be fair, she didn't expect a high schooler to woo her with expensive restaurants, opera, and all of the fancy things. Hell, if he did, she will snort contemptuously for him being a pretentious ass. Her disguise and current appearance is a female high schooler, but her real age is very, very immature even compared to her peers. However, from the golden age of the myths until now, Yuma couldn't even think of a time she had a worthwhile partner to stay by her side, either he or she. According to her colleagues, she was considered scarily good at her work, dubbed as a perfect career woman who married with her job. Yuma took it as an insult by snapping sarcastically that it meant absolutely nothing except keeping her miserable life longer than necessary. Thinking about her desolate and Spartanish life, the amethystine girl couldn't help but let out a sorrowful sigh. Her social life, to put it bluntly, is just crap. Are you okay, Yuma-san? Waya Issei-kun. Looking at his trial boyfriend gazing at her in concern, she shook her sideways mentally to banish the depressing thought and put an attractive smile on her face. I'm fine. Oopsie, I guess I can be careless too, huh? Frowning at her cutesy reaction, Issei pulls her linked hand with his, bringing both of them in the opposite direction they came from. Blinking at the unexpected action, Yuma inquired the boy bewilderedly. Issei-kun. He didn't answer. Rather, he just continued to walk without even hinting where to go. Fortunately, she didn't get pulled forcefully nor being dragged like a doll. From the beginning until now, he always cared for her well-being. She convinced herself that her faster-than-normal heartbeat is just from being nervous. Finally stopping after about tens of seconds, they stop in front of a bench. Then, the boy put both of his hands on both of her shoulders with a little bit of pressure on them. Not forcefully, but as if being slowly led to. Understanding his intention, but not the meaning behind it, Yuma complied dubiously. Then, when both of them sit, he grabs both of her hands while making eye contact with the same intense gaze just like this late morning. You are lying, Yuma-san. Flinch. Unconsciously, her whole body winced when he spoke matter-of-fact but with no accusing tone. Raising one of his hands while his other still grabbed hers, Issei stopped any lame reasons she could make out. From his pointed look, it looks like excuses won't cut it. For a moment, nobody says anything. They were just staring at each other, one with a scrutinizing look with no malice while one is filled with worries and confusion. Then, as if the boy reached a conclusion, the boy sighed resignedly. With a bitter smile, he spoke the words out of his mind softly as if it would crush any kind of hope left. Yuma-san, you didn't enjoy yourself at all, didn't you? She didn't say anything. However, her widened eyes proved that Issei has hit the bullseye. Further, she lowered her head as if being proven guilty. She couldn't rebuke him either as there's nothing to refute to. At first, she was having fun. The boy may be awkward and bumbling a bit during the date. However, it makes her heart pitter-patter with the fact that this is a person who tries his very best just to make her happy no matter what. He may not be the suavest person she met, but he was undoubtedly the most genuine one in her long life. It hurts. It pained her so much that any sense of enjoyment she felt was ruthlessly crushed by a heavy amount of guilt. It took her everything to not make a crumpled, grieved face, masking it with a cheerful smile. Although, it was debunked by the boy with little effort. From these 2 days, she was able to confirm the intel given by the upper heads. In the beginning, she didn't really care much for it. But the more Issei interacts with her like this, the more reluctant and dreadful she feels imagining the ending of this scenario. The result, he was completely black with no possible chance of doubt. Yuma-san. Although the person himself didn't show any sign of being aware, she, with her superior sense, noticed it clear as day whether she liked it or not. Hayao Issei possessed a certain kind of power. Dormant or not, that fact won't change. She's not a fool. Considering his age and the vibe she gets from it, he will awaken it sooner or later even without any intervention from outside. Combine that with the facts of this territory ruled by those Ingbats. It paints her a picture, a very ugly one. It was the worst possible scenario, but the chance of it happening was quite high. As the lifelong enemy of that accursed species, she knew their disgusting tactics intimately. After all, its slave still stalks them, doing a shitty job of masking its presence. So there could only be one ending. No more, no less. Yuma-san. At first, she considered bringing him to their side. Her leader is a collector to the level of fanatic. It may be disobeying her order and a stain on her record. Although, she couldn't give a single for any of those at this point. Besides, her leader would probably do her a favor by bringing a new specimen. But she couldn't. Rather, she doesn't want to. As a resident of that accursed world, how could she not know the humongous amount of dangers crawling around her constantly if she brought him just because of a flight of fancy irresponsibly? She might go crazy imagining the possible horrors happening to him. In the end, it all backs to one point. The one thing she was very good at. She has to. Yuma. His words brought her out of her stupor. Yuma raised her head unconsciously to look at the owner of its voice. She was greeted with a rough hand of a man, opposite of hers, holding a handkerchief and wiping her cheeks gently. His eyes are tender, filled with worry and care for her. You are crying. It was true. Releasing her holden hand from his, she raised her own to touch the liquid pouring from her face. 2 strands of tears rolled down from her amethyst eyes. TCH. On pure instinct, she pushed his hand which wiped her tears. Then, she covered her face as much as she could while wiping the cries that were still coming out. Thighs is nothing too mean, it's not your fault, Issei-kun, okay, it's just. Disoriented by the jumbled mess of emotion, she didn't recognize the words she blurted out. She just fumbled with her hands messily and spoke erratically, hoping to convince him that any of this was not his fault. At first, Issei was a bit surprised at being pushed. But, when he looked at her current state, his inquiries died from the tip of his tongue. The young man doesn't know why his date started to cry badly after being questioned. He lacks too much experience and context in this kind of situation, so he could only do one thing he could think of. With a determined face, he inched closer to Yuma. Then, he raised both of his hands while slowly but surely wrapping them to this girl. Issei-kun, just let it out. Confused by the sudden gesture, she could not understand the words spoken by him. In response, he rubs her back with his hands slowly but gently. I don't understand why you're crying. I couldn't even hope to know what you're suffering from. But I know one thing. Bottling it inside won't help either of us. So, let it all out, Yuma. As if his words were the signal, Yuma cried louder while wrapping her own hand to his body. Her makeup helped by her friends was utterly ruined, but she couldn't even care for it anymore. Hick. Rubbing her back slowly, Issei soothed her, hoping it could help even a little bit. It's okay. It's going to be okay, Yuma. No, it won't, Issei. How badly she wants to speak those words. If she was younger and more inexperienced, those words would be spilled out uncontrollably. His comfort given was a soft balm to her weathered soul. But her sliver of rationality wouldn't let her. It wouldn't let her break and be weak from reality. No matter how much Issei comforted her, Yuma didn't lose herself in this sweet dream. Everybody needs to wake up from a wonderful illusion at some point. It was a silver lining that her back faced the shitty bat slave from witnessing her moment of weakness. So, she just hugged him tighter without responding. Her eyes, which poured out lots of tears a moment ago, finally stopped. Now, instead of sadness, her eyes shine with grim determination. There's no turning back anymore. To accomplish her mission. Damn it. She has to be the villain. Yuma-san, can you accompany me a bit more? Sure, thank you. Giving a relieved grin to the still-sitting girl, Issei grabs her hand to lead her in a certain direction slowly. The girl only gives a smile with no strength behind it but follows the boy silently. After exiting the aquarium, the pair walked to Kyo Park they met in the late morning. The dark blue sky blankets the world with countless stars shining on them. After walking for a while, they reach another bench near the fountain and sit on it. The sound pouring of the waters recedes the awkward air after Yuma's outburst. For a while, both of them didn't speak anything. The difference is that Yuma looks down to the ground while Issei looks up to the sky. In a way, their actions represent their basic nature. One yearns for the sky while the other stares below. After a few minutes, Issei is the one who broke this silence. Yuma-san, tonight, the stars are beautiful. It's a waste to not gaze on it. Not saying the famous line there's a big moon too, you know. Chuckling quietly, Issei didn't respond back to her. While that kind of confession is romantic, it won't bear any meaning if both sides don't have actual emotions in it. I don't think you are in a state for accepting any kind of confession. That's true. Sighing hopelessly from the absolute fact given, Yuma could only let out a dry laugh. She, who was the first to propose, couldn't accept the positive answer from the receptor. How ridiculous is that? Perhaps noticing her thoughts, Issei didn't speak anything. Besides, with this date, he was able to confirm his lingering suspicions too. Yuma-san, you didn't fall in love with me at first sight. It was not a question, but a straight statement. The certainty behind his words will repel any kind of flimsy excuse coming from her. She didn't speak anything. Perhaps that's the loudest answer given ironically. After all, silence is another form of affirmation. Releasing a long breath, Issei bitterly smiles at her response. In the end, it's another relationship that won't flourish anymore. In the beginning, he was over the moon like his parents. Which straight man wouldn't be happy receiving a goodwill and honest confession from an attractive girl? Issei wasn't an exception to it. Only, in this case, the honest part was not really true from the beginning. I don't know why you spoke that lie to get close to me. But the more he hung out with her, the more time passed. Suspicions began to linger in the back of his mind. Why does a girl that's way out of his league suddenly proclaim her love to a plain teenager out of the blue without any kind of build-up? That's the start. The rest, he just filled the gap while watching her expression throughout the date. His conclusion, she was forced to. The reason and purpose, he couldn't even know about it in the slightest. Issei knew too little about her to draw any kind of specific answer. Initially, he thinks rudely that she's a two-face that takes satisfaction from deceiving and breaking a guy like him for a sense of superiority. But her reaction doesn't really support this argument. Issei is naive, he could admit that readily. Still, one of his limited skills was perceiving people's expressions a bit better than others. With that, he learned one crucial thing. She didn't enjoy it, not even one bit. At that time, she cried because, "You were guilty about it, aren't you?" Another silence, but this time it was a bit heavier than usual. Yuuma's head was lowered even more. Some may see her being in a curled-up position too. She didn't answer him verbally again, but Issei took it as another confirmation. "I see. Aren't you mad at me?" From her question voiced quietly, Issei released another long, forlorn sigh. "It would be a lie if I'm not. Figuratively, you played with my emotion for your goals. And wasn't that the kicker of this situation? All of this was a sham from the very start until the end. There was never any romance, nor would it ever bloom to one. A relationship starting from a lie will never bloom successfully." So Yuuma's question was natural. In fact, she even silently wondered, how could he still be this calm knowing the truth? Noticing the unspoken question from watching her expression, Issei only chuckles. For a supposed scammer, she could be a bit silly. Perhaps that's one of her true charms. "It's because of you, Yuuma-san." "What?" Snickering at her dumbfounded look, Issei slowly but gently spoke to this suffering girl more than him. "At that time, that moment, your tears were undoubtedly more real than anything I remember. Just that I could be faking it, you know." From that possibility, Issei didn't deny it. He slowly nods as if it could be highly true. "Usually, I won't deny that. A skilled actor not only fools the audience but they themselves." However, trailing off, he looks at her sadly. "You couldn't keep up the act anymore." Hearing that, a bitter chuckle comes out from her mouth inadvertently. His analysis was perfectly accurate. For someone who seems normal, his eyes were undoubtedly sharper than average. "Don't you want to shout at me for being a scheming? You definitely think of it if you reach that conclusion." Folding his hands, Issei nods his head slightly again. She was right, he thought that too. Again, it would be a lie if I didn't think of it at all. But that's just like kicking a hurting puppy, looking at your current state. I'm not that heartless, much less to my very first date. Even though it's all fake. Even then." Breathing out, Yuuma smiles wryly at this boy, answering her in a de facto tone. "Issei-kun, you are an idiot." Ouch, how harsh. Still, bringing a smile on your beautiful face, I guess it's worth it being called an idiot. Shaking her head helplessly at his compliments, she could only let out another hopeless sigh at this stupid boy still trying to comfort her. What could she say to that, other than calling him an idiot when the trick is all out in the open? And yet, she was also one too, who willingly played this charade even knowing how it would all end. "I'm sorry, Issei-kun. I have my reason for doing so, but it's just a meaningless excuse after reaching this point. So I won't say it. Instead, this is the finale." Saying so, she stood up from the bench. Then, she slowly steps up, standing in front of Issei, looking up at her confusedly. "Yuuma-san, this is goodbye." "What do you I see." He couldn't comprehend the sudden word of separation, but he could understand that her goals had been achieved from this date. It bothered him a bit that he was given no explanation, but some things are better left unsaid. With a tender smile, Issei says his piece to this trial girlfriend. "Goodbye, Yuuma-san. It was only 2 days, but I was happy to have you as my partner." Until the end, he was stupidly foolish and overly sweet for a person like her. With a sad smile, Yuuma parts ways with this innocent boy who's involved with old relics. If she talked more with this person, it would greatly shake her resolve. She already risked so much doing this blatantly in front of her enemies. But his smile offset any heavy cost for her. "Goodbye, Hayatu Issei-kun. Later, when you forget me, find a better girl. All right, you deserve that much." "I don't think I could forget a lady like you, though." "How sweet, but you will forget me." "What?" Before he could continue, Yuuma raised her right hand and touched Issei's forehead slowly. Then, her hand glowed. Subsequently, Issei's consciousness began to blur. He couldn't muster strength in his body at all either. "Yuuma-san." Facing him with a tearful smile, Yuuma says her supposed last final piece. "In exchange, I'll remember you fondly. The date was really fun. I'm glad I met you." Before she continued her last word, a glitch happened to her. Consequently, her unfinished spell was cancelled before it was completed. Therefore, Issei won't forget the next moment anymore. Nor will he enjoy it. What the hey? BRR. Retracting the stretched hand from the shock, a symbol glowed from Yuuma's forehead. Except, this one is much more complicated and ominous than the one used on Issei. KIIINNNG. For it will force her. KYAAAA. Yuuma-san WH snap ouch the hell. Standing up from the bench, the confused, worried boy tried to touch Yuuma, but his hand got repelled by the dark lightning surrounding her. If he focused on his hand a bit more, it released a bit of smoke due to extreme heat from it. But he couldn't split his attention to his injured hand. All he could see was a hurting Yuuma kneeling on the ground holding her head, shocked by some kind of weird symbol on her forehead. One moment, Yuuma wanted to say farewell, then how could the next moment change this abruptly? Moreover, he couldn't even get near to her physically either. His burned hand is the biggest proof of what will happen to him if he does so. All he could do was anxiously wait for the situation to get better. For a few seconds, her scream covered the area. Then, a bright light filled his view completely. What happened? Blinking his eyes repeatedly, Issei looks around at his surroundings after recovering his eye vision. He was still in the same park. Contrary to his expectation, there was absolutely no destruction from the ferocious impact of the lightning itself. Only one thing changed. Rather, she transformed. With a huge amount of disbelief, Hayato Issei couldn't even articulate proper words to describe the changes that happened in front of him. Amano Yuma, the girl who screamed in pain while kneeling down, was no more. Instead, a woman replaced her. Yes, not a girl but a full-blown mature lady if Yuma was 5 to 10 years older than her previous appearance. If Yuma was pretty and youth personified with a touch of innocence, this woman in front of him was the exact opposite of it. Her face was sharp from the lack of baby fat. Her long jet black hair stretches more to her lower ankle. Her body is in perfect hourglass shape with absolutely no excess fat. Her clothes, which were supposed to be a white one-piece dress replaced with a combination of dress and armor design of ancient times. While it only leaves a minimal amount of skin exposure from head to toe, it complements the image of the woman as a battle Valkyrie. All in all, she looks like a deadly woman exuding dangerous allure with no less attractiveness to it. Some people may even prefer her current looks more depending on preference. And then, her biggest change. Black wings. On her back, there are 3 pairs of black-colored feather wings stretching organizedly. Rather than a human, the current her is more like Badam, fallen angel, just like the ones depicted in his constant dream haunting his nights. Only, it just got very real and materialized in front of him. Twitch. As if hearing him, the adult Yuma slowly raised her lowered head. The symbol was there but not glowing anymore. However, that's not the only thing worrying him. No, the biggest worry was Yumasan. Her beautiful amethyst eyes are dull and unfocused. Yumasan. He calls her out one more time, but there's still no response. It makes him feel eerie from the utter silence combining the oppressive aura rolling out from her. Finally, there was a reaction from the adult Yuma. 1 second, she was standing blankly in front of him. The next moment, F-wish, she immediately appears in front of him in less than a centimeter. Hey, back. For an instant, Issei couldn't understand anything. This Yuma only stared at him flatly as if he was just a rock pebble in sideway. Immediately, in his ears, a stabbing sound was heard near him. Not really near him but, previously, he was bathed with bright light. This time though, splash, everything was filled with crimson. Amano Yuma doesn't understand the situation at all. From what she remembered, she decided to seal Issei's memories and her power so he wouldn't be a target to people like them anymore. He might resent her for stealing a possible future from him, but she will bear that cross for the rest of her life. Better that, than to be exploited tirelessly by those shitty bats. Resolving that, she touched his forehead to let the spell enter his body, sealing the memory and power at the same time. And then, groaning from the lack of memories, she touched her forehead in confusion while closing her eyes with furrowed brows. To her surprise, instead of smooth skin, she could feel a faint mark on it. Frowning, she traced its mark carefully with her fingertips. The more she traced it though, the more horrified and pale she became. Righteous anger burned through for this unforgivable transgression. A terrifying growl unconsciously came out from her stretched mouth, just as she tries to think of the possible error who did this to her. Looking at her attire and to her back, she was surprised by her true form showing up because of it. Grimacing from the possible trouble upcoming after being seen, she looks more downward. There was a pool of crimson liquid surrounding the floor. From who though? Checking her body quickly, it looked like she was uninjured. If not her, then there's only Issei, gazing more up from the pool of drip. A teenager who has a huge hole lies in the middle of the floor. Widening her eyes in disbelief, she immediately came to his side and kneeled beside him. Immediately, she touched his injured stomach with her hand. A glowing light came out from her palm. After she did so, the injured boy regained his faint consciousness and restored his vision, limited as it was. In his blurred view, Yuma was frantically pressing his stomach with her glowing hand like before, tears in her eyes. Come on, don't die on me, you hear me, Issei. Die. Why? You. Shut up, just TCH, don't talk and conserve your energy. This kind of wound, a little bit more. She's already pouring all of her mastery and healing and magic power to close the hole in his stomach. So why is he not? A terrible realization started in her brain, while still healing him to the fullest of her ability. She desperately hoped it was just her stupid paranoia and nothing more, which is not. Really is often disappointing. This is no different than usual. Damn it, why is it not healing? Even initial twilight healing wouldn't be able to compare, so why? Mason. Gritting her teeth until she felt her moles drilled, she poured more of her magic power to offset the terrifying loss of coming from him. Listen to me, Issei, you must not fall asleep, you hear me? You absolutely can't lose consciousness no matter what. Looking at her, panicking more than him who is the one dying, Issei smiles weakly at the mature girl. She stabbed him decisively and now trying to cure him relentlessly. The polarity of her action was staggering. He couldn't understand anything. One moment he was fine, then he was lying with his soaking every pore of his body with a gigantic hole in his stomach. But he understood one thing. TCH heal, damn it. He is going to die. There is no changing that. What would they think if their only son died before them? He couldn't imagine the grief it would bring to his parents. You are going to live, Issei, there's still the rest of your long life. Their friends, would they be sad leaving them early? Maybe. Imagining them participating in his funeral, he couldn't bear to imagine their tear-filled faces. Please, live, don't do this to me. but there's nothing he could do. From the complexion of Yuma getting more and more despairing, there's no changing the end of it. She could only slow down the process. Amano Yuma, the girl who was the first to confess to him, the one who gave him his first date experience, the first girlfriend of his, the first who makes his world brighter in his monotone high school days. She was truly the first of many things to him. He was supposed to feel resentful of his killer, the one who robbed of his future without warning, the one who soiled his many firsts with this kind of ending. But, heal please. All of it dissipates looking at her current state. She's still trying to heal judging from her glowing hand. However, her eyes which are filled with despair reflect her current thoughts. Why is this happening? That signal. Suddenly, as if she reached a terrible epiphany, she widened her eyes to the extreme, gazing through Issei's pants. Specifically, the pockets where he stored the scam magical circle flyer. Then, she glared hatefully at the bushes where the stalker watching this entire scene without lifting a finger. To him at that time, it truly was just a nonsensical magic mumbo-jumbo he didn't believe in. If he was still clear-headed and sane though, he'd have doubts after experiencing all of the strange things he experienced just now. However, he couldn't properly think about it, nor about why Yuma looked like she wanted to kill her most hated enemy in the entire world. Sadly, he couldn't reach the answer as his time was ticking closer. Even though Yuma is still pressing her glowing hand to him, his consciousness is getting blurry and fainter. Cold. Not hurt but cold. Issei feeling cold means only one thing in this situation. Yuma, who has witnessed lots of corpses and near-living bodes, grimaced sadly from hearing his muttering. It was piercing but very rational judgment. She doesn't understand the situation during her panic moments. However, she doesn't earn her high spot in the organization by dilly-dallying like flailing rookies. Considering that Ingbat's magic signature and the slave command just now, she reaches one terrible conclusion. She was played. On what? She couldn't know. She doesn't have the capacity for leisure thinking in this situation either. Meeting the ruler of this territory after making this much of a mess is just asking for disaster. The signal makes her next decision swifter and more decisive than ever, regardless of her emotion disagreeing with it. There's truly nothing she could do anymore, either to herself or to the dying boy beside her. I'm sorry, Issei. One holding his whole stomach while her other gently rubs his wide cheek with tender movement. The norm of fallen angels was to spit for dirtying their bodies with lowly human, but she's not in that category. She's not morally bankrupt to the point of spitting her own mistake, unwilling or not. Her eyes, which are touched with darker colors but still beautiful in her true forms, let out tears of regret and grief for involving him in this world. There's no turning back anymore. Issei couldn't understand her apologies. He's too far gone in mental mind to properly analyze her words or her confusing actions. Still, he realizes one thing, the most crucial fact to this confusing situation. Slowly, he raised his wide right hand up. It was a small miracle even able to move his body, but he took what he could get in his diminishing life. Yuma twitched a bit by the sticky sensation suddenly on her cheek, but she didn't push it away. She's too much in shock looking at his last face as a proper human. He was still smiling. At her who murdered him. Why are you still looking at me like that? Noticing the unspoken question from her disbelieved tone, Issei released a short, erratic, choked breath. Then, he mustered all of his minuscule strength to put a final curtain on this situation. No, to their date. Not fault to you. It was slow and whisper level, but Yuma clearly heard it. Her eyelid began to open wide, comprehending it. Her tears, which had just stopped a moment ago, began to pour out again. It was forgiveness and closure, not to himself only, but to the perpetrator too. Witnessing her face smeared with his own tears, Issei stretched his smile wider. To him, it was one of the most beautiful images in his entire lifetime. His eyes opened to the fullest he could to burn this final scene before going to the other side. Duh, Teflon, you hey how high you really are an idiot, Issei. Yeah, worth it. Grabbing his hand that's holding her cheek soft but strongly, Yuma releases a choked sobbing laughter expressing her entire incredulity toward this boy. Only he could still flirt with his killer genuinely. Not only that, each of his words is filled with care and understanding for her. That it's not her fault. That he will forgive her. That's just. Biting her lip until poured out, she lowered his face, colliding with his chest gently to not hurt him more than ever. She couldn't know what kind of terrible expression she was currently making, but it was definitely not nice for him to watch it in his final moment as a mortal. That's why. She raised her head, facing him properly by mustering her biggest smile. Rainer. That's my real name. Blinking once, Issei looks at her in sluggish surprise. Then, understanding it, Issei smiled gently at her. Tai like you. Of course I'm an angel, you know well, already fallen though. On confirming her real nature, a breath of awe released from his mouth. It was surreal the beings from the myth he dreamt of for months materialized in this way. Guardian. On the mention of that word whispered by him, a jolt ran through her entire body. Even though she had fallen a millennium years ago, she couldn't mistake that ever. Guardian angel. In the golden age of heaven, each of them was assigned to the humans born into the world. Not common in the present, but that role still exists. However, fallen angel is obviously out of that. And yet, this boy mentioned that in front of him. The meaning behind it was plainly evident, ridiculous as it sounded. You really think I am even after? The words were not mentioned, but Issei still perceived it, fatally injured or not. In response, he only gives a small, weathered nod with the same plastered wide grin. Meeting you was my greatest and worst luck ever. Releasing a long sigh of resignation, Yuma smiles bitterly. Indeed, meeting with him was truly the luckiest and unluckiest moment in her entire life. Not only did she murder this kind of person unwillingly, but he also reminded her of the sacred role assigned by every angel given by their Holy Father. She knows he never meant to insult him. It's just a kind symbolic gesture from his ignorant state. No one saying no, not even the crazies would even say be their guardian angel right to their face, unless to mock them to the highest degree. In any other scenario, she'll go mad in rage even from someone like him. Touching the most sore spot of fallen angel is just asking for a gruesome death sentence. But in this situation, precisely because it's him. Yeah, I'm your guardian angel. No one else but yours. Consider it a privilege. Alright, not just anybody could take me as their own glorified bodyguard, you know. She'll take it as the biggest badge of honor. Finally, seeing her genuine smile, Issei released a long breath of relief. Although he still has lots of worries and regrets, he can't resolve them in this state anymore. He could only take comfort in the girl lady in front of him wouldn't take this situation as heavily as previously anymore. Such relief is only for a moment. Just now, he could still view her silhouette, vague as it may be. Now, most of his organ is not in a critical state anymore but stopped working. In a few minutes less, he'll die. Recognizing his dulling eyes, Rainer the fallen angel slowly closed his eyes. Both of them want to have a more proper closure, but the world won't allow that. The reality will never give her that chance. But just one more, even if it's one-sided. Just let me do this for the final touch. She closed her eyes and slowly drew near to his peaceful, smeared face. The distance of hers with him slowly closed. Shoo! The sound of lips contacting with one another resonates softly. His first. If he could savor this, he'd comment on it as a sign of love, cheesy as it sounds. Rainer could imagine it easily on her mind, him smiling droopily. In a way, she wanted to finalize the date with this stupidly kind boy in a good manner too. Only, they couldn't enjoy it anymore. Raising her head from his face, Rainer released another regretful sigh. Then, she narrowed her eyes toward the direction where the damned stalker watching them from. Her presence was already gone a few minutes ago. For what? Rainer couldn't be dastardly clearer about it. In a few seconds, the master will come to reap the benefit easily without doing any of the work. Rainer has never felt so much anger and disgust with herself, helping her nemesis in this way. Gnashing her teeth, she looked downward at the comatose state of the boy sadly. She wanted to end him once and for all. Issei could be called so, because of his identity as human and the right to freely choose the way of his life. If he loses both of them, sorry Issei, I'm probably the worst guardian angel you could find. Releasing another breath she couldn't even count, Rainer could only wryly smile at her wishy-washy attitude. Either in a relationship or in her career, she couldn't put a good end to it. She couldn't finish the job. Spreading her 6 wings widely, Rainer mentally changed gears to prepare for the upcoming mess. The meeting between Issei the human and Yuma has completely finished. Regrouping with her colleagues to decide their next moves is her priority now. As for both of them, if there's a next life, see you later, Issei. They will meet with both of their masks and secrets exposed fully. Whoosh. Flying in the direction of her temporary bases, Rainer melancholically thought to herself, I hope we can meet in a better situation than now. What a wishful thinking. Perhaps she was influenced by him too, unbelievable as it sounds. Strangelish doesn't hate it, because she is reborn too, just like he will be. He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't touch anything. He couldn't smell anything. He couldn't move either. He doesn't know how long has passed already. After seeing Yuma, no. Rainer's her real name, wasn't it? After that, he couldn't recognize anything. All he could feel was cold darkness covering his entire senses. But he could vaguely see his surroundings just like seeing a broken diorama from a third point of view. In that scene, his body lay down in the pool of his own underneath. Then, a light of crimson appeared beside him. Oh, looks like she really did try to kill him. Well, not that I expect anything from a dirty fallen angel. A person suddenly materialized after the light dissipated. He couldn't see the person's features clearly, but it was clearly a young woman's voice. The rest, he couldn't figure out much except her having long red hair. Poor boy, it must have been hurt, mutilated you mercilessly like this. Speaking to him, not only that, she must have been related to this in a certain kind of form, judging from her tone. On what kind, he couldn't know. Everything that happened today is entirely new and too rapid to him. But, just like the unusual state of Rainer who killed him. Don't worry, I'll help you with your wish. After all, that's why I'm called by you. He sensed a bad omen coming from this woman. Rejoice, Issei, you will be rebirthed as my servant. With that, his consciousness completely sinks into the abyss. The next time he wakes up, he will not be a human anymore. His right to be called that has been eternally closed. Tomorrow, he'll not be a mediocre man, but as a special being of the other side. He doesn't remember much about what the woman did to her. However, strangely he remembered one thing clearly. I wonder why I wake up suddenly. It looks like my current partner is in a unique situation. Before everything was mute, a voice radiated around him. He never heard that kind of deep rumble voice spoken to him in his life. But, he feels he knew the person intimately as if he knew his existence for a long time. We truly are a being of attracting trouble, aren't we? Yes, just like that dream. Looks like you are not fully lucid. That's fine. We have plenty of time in the future. Greetings should be done properly. When the Crimson Dragon spoke to him. But, I guess parting words won't hurt. Their voice was exactly the same. Before he completely passed out, its final words rang to him more clearly than ever. It was, "Welcome to your new world, Hayao Issei. The stage has been set. All of the pieces have finally been gathered. This moment has finally come. The time of peace and stagnancy has ended. The world will greet a time of chaos and conflict. Welcome, Hayao Issei. Your wish to be special has been granted. As for the price, everything you have. Author's note, and done. Phew. DAMMMN, that's 5k words for this chapter only. I must be high writing this. How was it? Everyone like it, hate it either way. Please leave a comment or review for your opinion. Personally, I did my best work and poured out all my passion into this work. After watching the anime, you could realize the difference immediately. In Og, Rainier is just a low grunt with an inferiority complex trying to get close pervert general. Here though, she's a jaded soldier who was mercilessly robbed of her tiny happiness by someone. On who, I can't say yet. That'll be a spoiler. Just know this all leads to one big build-up in the peace conference. Also, about Ria's Gremory. Personally, I think I'm a bit biased toward her in a bad light. I know she's innocent because her character is supposed to be a legitimate princess. Moreover, I heard that the light novels depict her as more clearly and morally sound. Well, I don't know about that. I could only analyze her actions from anime, resulting in a poor view of her. Her worth of heroine is low, really. I try to make her as believable as possible, but forgive me if there's bashing. There's a limit to what could a rookie author do. Remember, similar actions, different mindsets, and new results. The day after the date. And as if waking up from a long terrible nightmare, Hayao Issei unconsciously groans due to discomfort running through his entire body. The last time he felt this kind of pain was from stretching his undeveloped muscles in the gym. However, he wasn't able to continue much anymore. To put it simply, he's just lazy. Well, after today, he will regret it immensely. Raising his upper body, he rubs his eyes while mentally preparing for today's class. School. Furrowing his brow, he mutters the word school as if it's foreign to him. To be more precise, he instinctively felt that was the very least of his worries. Still 5 a.m. Looking at his digital clock clearly showing the time, Issei frowns confusedly. Although not a lazy slob, he's definitely not this much of an early riser. There are still 3.5 hours before his first period starts. Agweta. Rubbing his temple in discomfort, he receives a sudden but painful flashback of yesterday's event. The day when he went on a date with Yuhash. No, the moment he tried to remember the girl's name, he couldn't make a sense of it, as if a fog was mentally blocking him. Moreover, it feels wrong, as if it's the wrong clothes to wear for the said person. But why he couldn't even remember the rest of its day's events either. What really happened yesterday? Then, suddenly, looks like there's slight disarray with your memories. Can't say I didn't expect it though. A deep, rumbling voice resonates through the room. Who's there? After a slight jolt, Issei turned his head left and right to find the source of that deep voice with an alarmed expression. However, no matter how much he looks around, only his familiar room's walls surround him with no sign of the said speaker. Chuckle, you are looking at the wrong place. Look on your left hand. Trembling from this unknown voice speaking without warning, he feels reluctant to follow his direction. However, no matter how much he looks around, there's no sign or shadow of the spoken figure. He really hopes it's not some ghost haunting him. Timidly raising his upper left wrist from below the bed's blanket, Issei prepared for the worst. He moved his left hand slowly as if it could stir even without his mental command. There, on the back palm of his hand. I guess this is the first time we talk to each other like this directly. A green circular glow blinks periodically in the same rhythm as the spoken voice. Cold sweat running down his cheek, Hayao Issei asks the voice very gently. What are you? Trembling in fear with events happening far beyond his understanding, Issei tried his best to communicate with the voice as normal as he could. Sadly, his held tremors in it, expressing his inner terror. Hearing that, the voice cackles at him, not answering immediately. Although, if Issei was not imagining it, there's a certain sense of melancholy in it, as if it had been asked that countless times already. You should know what I am. After all, you dreamt about me a few days ago, no. Blinking rapidly, Issei couldn't digest its words properly. Then, after closing while thinking hard about it, his eyelid shoots up while staring at the glowing circle on his hand. He recognizes this voice. Didn't he hear it once during the time he napped in the math class? He thought it was just his mind playing with him for watching too much anime. But as it said, its voice truly overlapped with the dragon before the dream ended. Which means, Harry, are you saying you are? Correct. Well then, let me introduce myself. It's inconvenient for both of us if you don't know my name. Nice to meet you, Hayao Issei. My name is YD Dragok. People called me Sekyuute, the Red Dragon of Domination. Dragon. From ancient times, people have always been afraid, in awe, hated, or admired their prowess. Each of them is a being that could terrorize everyone in the vicinity just by hearing its existence. In today's age, they were the most commonly used hardest trials for the heroes in the media to overcome adversity, winning recognition from the masses. And now, such a being exists on his body, specifically on his left hand. If Issei was not in a panic, he would joke all those Chunabu lines about some feared power sealed in their hand has some truth in it. which, for him really does. If all those middle grader syndrome know this, they're going to cry tears of an extreme jealousy. You've got to be shitting me. A curse spat out in his mouth, but he doesn't have the mental capacity to care about being polite. All of his attention is focused on his hand cautiously as if it could explode at any time. Amused by his reaction, D-Drag couldn't help but ask him in a jolly tone while laughing. Ha ha ha, rather than fear or joy, you curse at me, my. You are one unique host, aren't you? Anyone would say the same if they were in my shoes. Really, a dragon, a freaking boss monster that makes one give up even before trying to face them, is now on his body. It was you. He finally remembered what happened yesterday. Specifically, what occurred to him. Before I lost consciousness, you spoke to me. Something about will come. What did D-Drag mean by that? No, not only that. It was all real, wasn't it? It was a question, but Issei himself only asked it for confirmation. After talking with the glowing hand, he could sort out his memories into proper state. Some small part of him meekly hoped it was just a bad dream, but yes, the dragon's short answer crushed all of it instantly. Hearing the simple but the tone of finality used behind its words, Issei bit his lip strongly. His right hand gripped the bedsheet strongly as if it could rein him from this shaking, nauseous sensation. He wanted to reject it by screaming from the top of his lungs, but he restrained that impulse forcefully. He needs to accept it. No, he must. All of that poured out from his body, the sensation of falling into the darkness, Rainerson stabbing him and crying for his death, and this dragon in his left arm. From this moment, all of this will be the norm for him. He could remember all of it vividly as if it just happened to him a few minutes ago. If not, he'll be heading to his sink, puking out all of the content he ate due to all this craziness. This is his new reality. Taking a deep breath, Issei released it erratically at first. Repeated a few times, he was able to calm his emotions and stabilize his breathing. Opening his eyes, he looked at his left hand, the being who could make sense of all this situation, with a serious gaze. Why am I still alive at that time? You, Rainerson, stabbed me. I could still feel the sensation too. Stopping, Issei raised his white shirt to check his stomach anxiously. To his surprise, there were no signs of the scar at all. It looks unblemished as ever. I'm really healed? Huh. It's nothing that impressive. With the proper magic and the right way to use it, anyone could cure that kind of wound easily. As for who? Speechless by the first half of his sentence, Issei blanked out for a moment with a gaping mouth. If magic could cure tens of centimeter diameter stabbing wounds just like a paper cut, then there's little to it could do. Snapping out of the stupor, he paid attention to D-Drag's second half comment. Thinking about the mysteries of magic won't do him any good currently. Speculating about his mysterious savior would though. Who? Asking expectantly, Issei asked the dragon for any kind of information that could help this madness. Sadly, it would only cause him another disappointment again. I was able to gain consciousness like this after that. So even if you asked me, I couldn't give you the right one. Of course, it's not going to be that easy. Sighing helplessly, Issei rubs his temple to reduce his migraine. While he is grateful for the person preventing his death, it won't help him much if said savior doesn't give him any kind of guide or direction. D-Dragson couldn't help him either since he had just woken up fully after his near death, not before. Cupping his chin, he hums in thought while closing his eyes. Thinking about the rescuer is a no-go. His memory returned, but the ending of it was too blurry for him to reminisce. So, the most pressed question he should ask is, what exactly is Rainerson? The person who killed him? Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Issei rejects that notion. While he won't deny he's holding a faint illusion that the fallen angel is unrelated to all of this, that's just denial. Rainerson is definitely involved deeply in this case. No, what makes him think so otherwise is another thing. The glowing mark on her forehead. That's one important clue. D-Dragson, what is it? What do you know about fallen angel? Fallen angel? Huh. Humming, D-Drag rumbles his corporal throat in thought about his host's inquiry. Even he himself is interested in Issei's situation too. He won't mind helping while guiding him about the know-how of the supernatural. Before I explain about the supernatural, I need to warn you. I may live a long time, but that doesn't mean I know everything. Some things and meanings could change with the passage of time. Nodding and understanding, Issei grasped the meaning behind his words. That's fine. I'll take what I can get right now. Besides, you're the veteran in this partnership. Yes, it's natural to rely on you. D-Dragson. Tilting his head, Issei asked one more time for the dragon to get silent. Sorry. Just thinking about something. Back to your question. For fallen angel, they are the deserter of the holy army of heaven. I'm sure you know about it a little too. Well, yeah. I couldn't understand the supernatural, but at least the basic concept of it from stories and games or anime. I just want to ask if there are any differences. Not much. From what I know, an angel could fall because they could not suppress their base desire. That's the start of the existence of fallen angel. Base desire. It can be such as lust, wrath, gluttony, and such. If he just categorized it roughly, fallen angels are beings who had lost their way from the proper path. D-Dragson also commented that most angels he had met fall from arrogance, so they always have a big ego when confronting other races. Tapping his chin, Issei hummed in thought from the vague knowledge given. Although it gives him a start, it doesn't match the events that happened yesterday. Specifically, what Rainier did to him. That doesn't really connect to her. What do you mean? Taking a deep breath, Issei explained succinctly about the event yesterday. He doesn't really want to explore it since it just gives him a flashback of his gruesome near-death state with all of its painful sensations. However, he gritted his teeth, bearing it. Running away from the situation will just make it worse. Hearing from his host's side, Drake also frowns thoughtfully in confusion. You are right, it doesn't match. Killing you is one thing. Trying to erase your memories, sealing me, and even trying to cure after injuring you by herself, her actions are full of bipolarity. Right, she even cried, you know, if fallen angels are what you describe, arrogant ass, then my body will be treated like trash. That's true. Drake nods his head understandingly. At first, the dragon thought that this fallen angel was sent to this town for killing him. Some of his previous hosts experienced a similar experience. However, hearing from Issei's side, it looks like there's something unusual happening in this entire situation. To put it simply, there's bigger shit brewing in this town. On what? He hasn't the slightest clue of it. Setting that aside though, Drake also chuckles in his mind hearing this fallen's emotions. Historically, his hosts all had numerous romantic encounters, whether with females, males, or both. Powers are one of the biggest factors for attraction in this world. Fallen angels is not an exception to this fact. Most of his partners didn't have trouble finding mates in their lives. Although, this current host is quite different, as he could make one of those bloated egghead races favor him with just pure sincerity. That is truly something to be proud of. Nobody, not even his strongest users, could be likened to fallen angels that much just with your own personality as standard. Not only that, but the comment about Issei relying on him openly. Out of all the 100 hosts he had, only he entrusted his life decisions to the dragon on important decision-making. To the top of the cherry, Issei's polite but respectful attitude toward the sudden partnership is definitely a big plus point for him too. If all of these got combined after unlocking all of his potential as Sekiryu, cautious, respectful, and considerate. All of these are positive qualities unrelated to power but in character. In terms of this category, Hayao Issei wins in a landslide compared to most of his previous problematic hosts. He could understand a bit why that fallen angel acted that way. This is their first conversation, but Drake gets a good feeling from this current host even in this short time. After all, instead of a tool, he is treated as an individual with his feelings considered. While he could use this as teasing material, Drake set his mind back to the main topic. This is not the time for it. It looks like Issei also thought about a possible hypothesis for her to act like that. Was she controlled? I don't know much about magic, but she was suddenly in pain after a glowing mark appeared in her head. That's possible. Magic is very versatile depending on mastery and imagination. Her peculiar actions could be explained too. Which means, grimacing from the darker conclusion, Issei voiced out his thought grimly. While he's glad Rainerson doesn't want to kill him voluntarily, that's not the biggest issue. Somebody wants to kill me for sure, either from her organization or forced by someone else even without her noticing it. That's highly probable, considering the number of wings too, that someone is also in a very high position or prowess. Blinking rapidly, Issei looked at his left hand for that comment. How does the number of wings relate to the possible identity of the manipulator? Realizing his confusion, Drake continues his explanation easily. After all, it's just 1 + 1 concept. Fallen angels, just like their counterparts, the angels are ranked by the number of wings in terms of their personal ability or capacity. The more pairs they have, the more powerful and higher authority they have in their belt. The highest angel or fallen ones recorded is 6 pairs, ranked as Seraph. From that, we know that Rainier is in a considerably high position in her organization. Only for killing me I'm just a normal human, you know. Folding his hands, Issei shook his head bewilderedly at the overblown action of the personnel chosen for this mission. Regardless of how strong Drakeson is, he is truly just a standard high school student with no special background relating to magic or his ancestors. Drake even tilted his head mentally for this peculiar action. Sending her after his host awakening him is understandable. His infamy has spread through the world for more than a millennium years, juvenile user or not. There's nothing wrong with being cautious by sending a 6-winged agent with an established record. But before, how could they sense his existence when he's still in deep sleep? His dream contact with Issei is just a sign, but not big enough to sense him accurately. Maybe it's related to the identity of the one who saved you. They are known for being hostile toward the devils and angels unanimously. There's even devils too. Angels and their counterparts are bad enough, but the literal personification of an evil race is worse. It's understandable for him to be worried. Imagining beings like Lucifer or Satan, Issei trembles in fear imagining the terror of their possible actions. Calm down. While I won't say the devil's powerhouse or legend like Lucifer won't exist, those kinds of beings are truly 1 in a million cases. In your current state, worrying about your current life is a higher priority than thinking about them. Sigh, thank God. Issei, breathing a sigh of relief, Issei thanked God, but the moment he did so, an unimaginable pain ran through his head. It was almost like someone pounded on his brain constantly for the blasphemous action he just did. Issei, focus on my voice only. Don't think about unnecessary things and just listen to me. Confused, but obediently following the command, Issei did as he was told. While the pain is still there, it's slowly receding. Only, the shock and frustration boil in his mind. Experiencing this kind of unknown pain suddenly is spooky, to say the least. Needless to say, Issei is scared, hugely freaked out. What the hell was that? Calm down, partner. Panicking won't help you. I just you are right. You are absolutely right, D. Dragson. Taking a few deep breaths, the high schooler tries to calm down his rising emotions. It's getting harder and harder, but the dragon's guidance helps him immensely in this disastrous and confusing situation. His cursing words constantly pour out unfilteredly compared to his usual state. It is a sign of his unstable state of emotions. Thanks to his unexpected, but gratefully needed partner though, he was able to stay relatively calm. It was truly a silver lining for him. Issei scowls heavily on that possible scenario. A panic attack is just the beginning. He'll go crazy from paranoia, sorting all of these unbelievable facts thrown at him without precaution. It is just a disaster in the making. Initially, he'd be kind of grateful to his rescuer. Now people wouldn't blame him if he held a less than positive image of his supposed savior for being irresponsible. Saving someone won't end in just curing his wounds. They have to be responsible for the after effects of the actions too. His being thrown to his own room without any sort of explanation is worrisome to say the least. Sensing him calm down, D. continues, but with a softer tone than normal. He didn't want Issei to be triggered unnecessarily with careless comments. Besides, it is a crucial point for both of them. With that reaction, his uncertain guess has become definite. Whether is it good or not, that depends on the boy entirely. Issei, prepare yourself mentally. What I'm going to say is going to be a huge shock for you. This is truly the first case of my long life for the host to be involved in this kind of situation. His body tensed involuntarily, cold sweat running down his cheeks from anxiety and fear. If D. Dragson said so without a preamble, then it truly is a pressing matter. Gulping down his saliva, the previously normal boy asked this dragon's partner with a trembling tone. D. Dragson, what am I? He thought nothing surprised him anymore. Angels, devils, and even dragons as his spiritual partner existed in real life. What could top that? His current existence is. Vaguely, he could sense his body was not the same as usual. He shrugs it off because of yesterday's events and the possible ramifications due to the dragon as his partner. But no, after his pain just mentioning that one single word. He hoped it was not true. He treasured his humanity as same as anybody else. However, reality was always cruel to everyone equally. For his biggest fear has just been realized. Issei, yesterday, it was a devil who helped you. I don't know the who, how, or why, but they definitely did something to cure your wounds. Your reactions just proved that. You got reincarnated by your savior. As for what you are, he's not just stopped being normal because of why D. Dragok becoming his partner. After all, you are a devil. He's not a human anymore. Thousands of years ago, there were 3 factions starting a grand war on a scale that completely overwhelmed the modern ones. The damage they did to this world was incomparable, even if you compared it with those nuclear weapons. Angels, fallen angels, and devils. All of them fight for their beliefs. All of them kill each other in the name of their justice. All of them trample each other's comrades for victories. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000, millions. Considering their past glories, the current populations of each faction are pitifully minuscule. From my few previous hosts' experiences, they were forced into a state of ceasefire. This deadlock situation hasn't changed for a few centuries already. Although, the situation didn't go better even until the present. Instead, they're probably standing on the thinnest ice stand possible that'll collapse with just one tiny pressure. But ceasefire doesn't mean peace. Enmity and long-seated grudge still brewed to this day. Therefore, they need to get an edge over each other, to get a better advantage than the other side, to reclaim their old glories. Their power level is almost the same if you ignore exceptions. Then, the winning factor is obviously numbers. So, they need to repopulate, quickly, as fast as possible. So fast until overturning their low rate of reproduction compared to humans. And for their easiest target, is us. Continuing, Hayao Issei, the new and current partner of D. Drag absent-mindedly mutters his words. A depressed expression is clearly expressed on his crestfallen face. Humans are their perfect supply to be used for their goals. In the mental mindscape, D. Drags unconsciously nods to his partner with a sad smile. No matter how much the world changes, the powerful always exploit the weak. This one ironclad rule is enforced in every kind of society, supernatural or not. The difference is just how will the weak be ruled by the strong. Yes, the reason you were killed, the reason you are reincarnated into the devil. It varies depending on whose faction side, but it happens. D. Drag stops his sentence midway for Issei to continue it himself. Understanding the dragon's meaning, Hayao Issei closed his eyes powerlessly. To people with special powers like me, as they could be threats or allies, depending on which flag humans will join. Finishing it, the currently turned devil released a long, long breath filled with resignation. A bitter laugh escaped from his mouth hopelessly. With that background info, he could see the wider picture now, ugly as it is. To put it bluntly, I'm just a new toy for them. He's an innocent bystander who got involved in this war. At least, Issei saw it like that. Isn't it natural to think so? Although he didn't know what kind of duties or sins humanity had done toward them, there's no worth mentioning as it was completely unrelated to who former modern human like him. It has been thousands of years already. To him, that's just crazy talk forcing their ideologies without thinking about people's opinions. However, all 3 of them don't see it like that. The Fallen see him as a threat to eliminate. The angel's side didn't show up, so he couldn't say much. But for the devils, it couldn't be clearer than ever. His newly changed species is an irreplaceable fact for it. I'm a militia for the devils. A powerless chuckle leaves out of his mouth. Leaving aside the ridiculousness of the situation, Hayao Issei has irrefutably become a devil. The process doesn't matter. What matters is the result. He didn't know what his new neighbor thought when reincarnating him. Even if the person did it with goodwill, it won't change much either way. By gaining this new life, he becomes a special person. However, my peaceful life has completely ended, isn't it? He has to pay the price enormously. I'm sorry, Issei. He was thrust to a battlefield with no prior knowledge, no proper weapons, no visible reward, and no clear ending for it. Instead, all he could see were abhorrent devils who exploited him, while his fronts were filled with angels, black and white respectively, pointing their swords at him with intent to kill. The dreams he had seen for half a year became his new reality. Don't be. It's not your fault, Drakeson. Hell, you are also a victim in this case. Both of us were forced into this ed-up situation. The reincarnated devil spat out a curse as if it could release his heavy emotions, even for a little bit. The Crimson Dragon chuckled bitterly as if he could understand him. After all, it's not once or twice that his powers were used in a reckless manner by his previous users, disregarding his opinion, the true owner of it. Yes, he could deeply sympathize and empathize with Issei. However, he'll be a hypocrite by speaking any kind of consolation words, because he was one of the biggest reasons for this disastrous state of affairs. I guess this is where karma catches up to me. Dragons, in basic nature, are not good ones by any means. For him was more terrible. His entire life was filled with corpses from many species. Some of them were even murdered only because of his whim. His arrogance, which was his hubris, caught up, causing him to be sealed and used by countless mortals eternally. And now, one human was robbed of almost everything because of his actions. Moreover, his sealed and weakened state makes him stand on the same pedestal. That's why he could understand Issei's wronged emotion as if it was himself. If D-Drag couldn't feel guilt, then dragons are truly heartless. What are we going to do now? Not I, we. It would be a lie if D-Drag was not gratified for Issei viewing him as a proper individual, spiritual state or not. But at the same time, the dragon is also aggrieved, for this kind of person has to be involved in this shitty war. Issei most probably said that unconsciously without deep meaning. He's apprehensive about the upcoming dangerous times coming to him. That question was asked to him for any possible guidance. Albion, we really deserve to be sealed. Remembering his ill-fated rival, D-Drag released a sad sigh. What good is enormous power if it's just used for more chaos and destruction endlessly? D-Drag lowered his head shamefully. He grinds his teeth for not being able to answer that properly. If Issei was a warrior or someone who was involved in the start, D-Drag wouldn't feel this guilty. But he was just a civilian forced by that bastard god cramming him and his power into this boy. However, he won't run or hide from the problem. If he does, the name Sekiryude is just plain decoration and nothing more. Resolving his mind, D-Drag raised his head with clear eyes. No matter how much Issei curses or blames him, he won't avoid it. That is his cross to bear. Issei, the reason I'm being sealed like this was because you make a mess on their war. Silence. Before D-Drag could complete his sentence, his partner abruptly but accurately reached the core of the problem. If he could see it in the mental scape, the dragon's mouth opened wide in shock. You knew. Snickering at his stutter, Issei continued his words with a slightly brighter tone. How long do you think I watched you in dreams? D-Dragson, even an idiot could guess the reason if you watched the same thing over and over again. Best guess, you were sealed because of a being I couldn't currently say, right. Once again, he was completely correct. Even though he was weak after fighting with the White One, Issei's words weren't wrong. The Holy Father, the leader of heaven, sealed both of them, which resulted in his current state. Whoa, the Crimson Dragon is truly flabbergasted by the sharp presumption from Issei. While it's not that entirely surprising to deduce it even with an unstable mind just by minimal information given. Critical thinking is one of my strong points. The school teachers complimented me for being creative too. It's just putting two and two together. That's impressive. Not many could reach a proper answer just like that. Really, I think differently. Raising his left hand where the green circle glows, Issei smirks teasingly at the dragon. We humans were able to progress this much because we never stopped thinking. After all, our strongest weapons are creativity and imagination. When you say it like that, yeah, I guess I'm a bit silly, trying to reveal it like it's a big secret. That's fine. You were just trying to help me for being ignorant. More importantly, there's one thing I need to say one more time to you. Taking a deep breath, Issei looked at his left hand with a kind smile. Talking with his new partner was really therapeutic for his low mental health. Besides, although he really doesn't like comparing people, it really highlights how upright D-Dragson is for being honest and open, compared to the unknown devil who reincarnated him even without the basic etiquette for asking. Well, in a near-death situation, but the point still stands. I forgive you, D-Dragson. Just now, you blamed yourself for involving me. Well, consider it finished and done. Once again, this boy surprised him immensely with his seemingly nonchalant words. Only he could make him speechless many times in this short period. Just like that. A simple nod with the same smile was given as a response. Like I said, you were also a victim. There's nothing to forgive, least of all from me. Thousands of years have passed already. I don't know what cruelty or sins you have done, but isn't it enough? Continuing, a sorrowful look was directed toward this dragon. You have put enough with our human selfish needs. Oh, how should he describe this feeling in his heart, stuffy, yet light, restless yet at peace? It's the first time in his long life experienced this kind of emotion. He never expected much after being sealed by that god. Loser, no matter what excuse they say, is just a dog's bark. It's not like Diedrag fully accepted his imprisonment in the first place, but he made peace with it, albeit reluctantly. So he just watched his previous host duking out with his rival countless times just like a spectator. The content of the fight or the user's personality wasn't particularly important or interesting to him. Most, if not all of them, fight to death without considering his opinion, as if he were invisible. It had already occurred countless times for centuries. It would be completely idiotic of him to be feeling competitive in every fight happening. Butit's not bad. That's why he was really glad to be given that words, much more from this innocent person. In a way, he unconsciously waits for it to be saved, even just a little bit from this endless hell. But, there were they, Issei is Issei. Needless to say, it's abnormal for the victim to forgive the perpetrator easily like it's nothing. Why won't you blame me? I think you have the right to it. Will blaming you improve the current situation? Once again, he couldn't respond properly to the rhetorical question given. Releasing a slight sigh, Issei looked down at his left hand with a pained smile. Blaming something is easy, Diedragson. I experienced that from my personal experience intimately. While it could make me feel satisfaction momentarily. Lowering his head, his hair bangs shadowed his eyes that filled with endless remorse. All it left would be just regret and guilt. Just like me 10 years ago. Just like that accursed time. It was definitely the lowest moment for him if you exclude today and yesterday's event. With that event, he was able to suppress his emotional side, looking at the world with solid reasoning frequently. For good or bad, Issei is a logical person now. He could think calmly and rationally in any kind of situation, with the condition if he could cope with it. Magic and ongoing Millennium Wars are entirely new concepts to swallow, but he could adapt to it. He needs time to digest it fully, however, to rationalize it as facts that had been occurred by the world this whole time. Barely. Anyway, in his perspective, it's meaningless to point fingers at the dragon, fallen angel, or even his mysterious devil savior. It's just going to be throwing mud to all sides, with no one feeling happy or as the victor. Complaining is the same. It won't do any good whining annoyingly either. What happened, happened. Nothing could change that anymore. What he could change though, to tackle the problem in front of me. To put it nicely, he's being optimistic. To put it bluntly, though, Issei is just desperate. Very much so. He's scared. He is so afraid of his life being targeted at every angle at any time. He freely admits that he's a coward who treasures his life much more than fighting for glory or whatnot. If he's going further, it's just idiotic to lay down his precious life on nonsensical things like that. Diedrag is left speechless hearing that. He faintly felt it before, but this man named Hayao Issei is truly different in every sense. No hosts ever think that way, much less admitting being a coward. Then, will you run away? While it was a weakling's action, Diedrag won't blame him. As he mentioned before, Issei is just a high schooler who doesn't even know the letter F for fighting. It left a complicated feeling for the dragon, but he won't say much. Issei has the right to decide his own life. Contrary to his expectation though, Issei shook his head resolutely. No, I'm going to fight, Diedragson. While running could give me time, that's all. It will catch up to me, sooner or later. You are scared of dying, but still going to fight. In response to his Diedrag's confusion, a dry laugh escaped from his mouth. He was right, his words are full of contradiction. However, he feels at ease for being able to say this kind of contradiction, because it still proves him to be human. Most of all, my friends and parents could be targeted. I don't think everyone is kind enough to leave them alone. No, they won't. Diedrag scoffs at the ridiculous notion of those pretentious bastards knowing the notion of restraint. Angels, regardless of their past, would be the so-called necessary evil when pushed to a corner. Devils and fallen angels are the same. Heck, they could be worse without even pretending to be the good guys. Issei may be vague about his potential prowess, but Diedrag couldn't be more clear about his power as Securite. Either as enemies or allies, his future worth is worth more than a few battalions of supernatural races. They will do everything they can to exploit him for their agenda. Issei may be ignorant, but he's not foolish enough to think everything will go better without doing anything either. To achieve something, you have to do it yourself. This case is no different. Only, the hurdle are 1,000 times higher than normal. At the same time, the stakes placed in it are something irreplaceable to him too. Then, there's only one action he could take in this scenario. My life has completely changed. I could admit that. Hayao Issei of the mediocre is no more. I wish to run away and pass this problem to someone else. But, saying that, Issei takes a deep breath while looking at the green circle in his hand resolutely. That doesn't mean I could throw everything just to preserve my pitiful life. It was a declaration uncharacteristic of him. If the past himself sees his action, he will snort derisively, commenting, "What kind of shonen protagonist are you impersonating?" He himself knew it was not like his personality to be passionate about things like this. The world doesn't exactly work with black and white, nor in fairy tale logic. Instead, this world wasn't kind to the weak. They will use you until you are dry and bones. Worse, ashes won't be left as remains too. In other words, he doesn't want to, but he must. It's not about want or not wanting anymore. He has to. I can't do this alone, D. Drakeson. I will die a dog's death when the time comes. The sheer certainty of his prediction about his possible death was chilling to the dragon. It's almost scary that he could admit that willingly without any sense of shame or hesitation. The coward. That term truly reflects his words and actions. The Pastum will never look at Issei kindly. To be more harsh, it's insulting for the Red Dragon of Domination to have this kind of weak host. Such thinking never passes through his mind. To the only host who could challenge fear by laying everything bare, to this partner who wants to ask his help for a better relationship. Heh, contrary to your words, you are wearing a warrior's face. D-Drag will embrace his everything gladly. Chuckling shyly, Hayao Issei smiled slightly at his partner. For a 1,000-year-old dragon to say that was quite a compliment. He really was fortunate to have D-Drag as a partner. Then, let's do this. Not by myself but both of us. Together, let's be the Sekyryute, D-Dragson. Releasing a deep breath, D-Drag flaps his humongous wings in his mental landscape. With a grin that bares his sharp teeth openly, the sealed dragon loudly declares to his newest partner. Those words, D-Dragok certainly here at the world will tremble hearing our names. For we are the Red Dragon of Domination. A few moments after their declaration, Hayao Issei and D-Drag changed the topic to D-Drag's exclusive powers. It has already been about an hour after his awakening. Considering the preparation time for school, only one more hour is given for the talk. He couldn't skip school. After all, that's like broadcasting to the supernatural. I have a problem so I won't go for my routine. Unless the situation doesn't let him, he needs to cut it short. As for the power, Issei didn't expect any groundbreaking ones, just hoping he could make use of them to have a higher survival chance. To put it simply, all of my abilities, diluted though, could be used as your arsenal. Your sacred gear is called boosted gear by the general populace. Sacred gear. From D-Drag's explanation, the leader of heaven has given this power in all kinds of shapes for humanity to resist supernatural forces. Humans themselves are weak. They will just die meaninglessly in front of absolute power. That's where the gift, sacred gear, comes in, such as his current partner, D-Drag. Although, Issei looks at D-Drag's glowing circle strangely after hearing that. Isn't it ironic we became an easy target because of it? I can't deny that. Even D-Drag himself shrugged helplessly at that bastard deity, putting humans like Issei in this kind of situation. If it's voluntary, then it's the individual's responsibility to hold their respective powers along with the consequences. Both of them couldn't say anything about that. But well, Hayao Issei does not belong to this category. Whether that god messed this up or not, it doesn't matter as the boy becomes the black sheep that was targeted by fallen angel and the devils. Setting that aside though, D-Dragson, what is your ability? Multiplication of power for every 10 seconds. What? Instantly, Issei's mind stopped working, unable to process that easily. His mouth gapes openly wide for that earth-shattering ability, able to be used by the host immediately. For three factions with their long-seated grudge united even for momentary for subjugating this dragon, he could imagine easily that D-Drag's strength was no joke. Even if the container was a weaker species of a reincarnated devil like him, its abilities shouldn't be taken lightly. The previous hosts of boosted gear could attest to that. Still, that downgrade form of said ability was ridiculous. No, really, Issei couldn't even comprehend how a bugged existence like this could even be defeated. Seriously, no joking, not joking at all. He repeatedly confirms to his partner for not hearing it wrong, but D-Drag's instant confirmation leaves him with no doubt. The dragon's amused voice could be heard clearly too. It even makes him wonder how a cheat character like him could even exist in the first place. Little did he know, Issei would lament terribly, facing beings with similar levels of D-Drags constantly like raid bosses. That's a story for another time though. That is very impressive. Nothing more could be said by the dumbfounded teenager. If the initial start was this overpowered, then it's not that strange for all three factions desperate to put him down instantly or be their ally. Are all sacred gears broken like you? On that, D-Drag snorts loudly, as if expressing his disbelief that his powers are something that could be given to everyone freely like cheap pieces of jewelry. Of course not. In the supernatural world, boosted gear is considered as longinus, the power to kill godlings. This time, not even words could be formed anymore. He somewhat realizes this dragon is not normal by any means, but for able to kill those immortals, even in the potential scenarios. You got to be kidding me. It's understandable for him to be in disbelief. Sorry to say, Issei, I'm speaking 100% truth. If it makes you feel better, there's no record of the Longinus users killing a god successfully. Issei released a sigh of relief hearing that. While it's not something to celebrate, it's a silver lining for his increasing worth to not be higher than ever. His current situation already made him a big target for many people. He doesn't want more paying attention to him than now. Although, he frowns confusedly after hearing the plural adjective. Surely, there are 12 sacred gears considered as Longinus, including me. It looks like he didn't mishear it. The reincarnated devil rubs his tired expression with both of his hands. He really wants to ask God to help him from this insanity, but now he's more afraid of said God smiting him for disrespect. Rather, he even wants to ask him, how is it a good idea to give humanity these kinds of powers randomly like a lottery? Irresponsible doesn't cover it. He even suspected that God was freaking high, and unbelievably it was, for making it in the first place. Groaning at the other 11 people that could rival natural disasters, Issei put his mind back on track, specifically to the booster gear itself. What's the limit of it? The power is amazing and all, but surely there's a limiter or condition to fulfill. Hearing his inquiry, the Crimson Dragon nods approvingly with a satisfied smile. Just like he suspected, Issei was not blinded by the power but worried about how to use it properly. In the character department, he really lucked out on having Issei as his partner. Of course, there's a limit. Firstly, it is realistically impossible to multiply your forces endlessly. It mainly depends on your stamina and physique. If either two of these reach the breaking point, hearing until that point, Issei immediately realizes the weakness of boosted gear. It's just like a balloon. If you put too much air on it, then the accumulated power will disperse. Everything will explode. There were quite a few cases of his previous hosts arrogantly thinking they could be the strongest, which ended in early unnatural death. Exactly. The 10-second interval is also a huge obstacle, isn't it? Huo. Inside the landscape, the Crimson narrowed his eyes satisfactorily hearing that. A growling sound filled with amazement filled the teen's bedroom. As expected, he noticed the key issue of boosted gear only within a short time frame. Yeah, that's a big drawback, alright. I don't know much about battle, but it definitely is going to be at an extremely fast pace. Rainerson was moving like lightning, forkling me. A grimace appeared on the reincarnated devil's face, reminding the pain from yesterday. Well, that's true, but don't use that fallen angel as standard. Sixwinds like her are considered as a veteran who knows many tricks inside in her sleeve. It's not strange you couldn't keep up with her movement. Which is true. The population of fallen angels could range from 100,000 to millions. That's him being generous in the estimation, considering their low birth rate. After all, beings like her in the rank are only about thousands at best. Issei understood that too. It's almost impossible for the fallen angels to have many personnel with powerhouse classes in their community. If they did, they would already win the war easily. But well, his case is far away from the usual ones. He needed powers that he could use now, not later. And yet, she was sent to eliminate me. I don't know whether they knew about D. Drakeson or not, but it's better to think they already did. I know I'm being slightly paranoid, but we can't be careless about it. You are not wrong. If he has connections to confirm it, maybe he could have breathing room. Sadly, Issei was a newcomer to this world in every sense of it. Not only powers, but he doesn't have the resources or the right people to tackle the problems. One more thing. This is my guess, but I don't think she went home after that. What do you? Pausing, D. Drake thought about it for a few seconds. Then, he narrowed his eyes speculatively, thinking about the possibility of that. If he considers the fact that this town is where the devils reside, who could reincarnate other beings to their species. The answer, it's highly probable. This is bad. Agreeing with the dragon, Issei gives a sullen nod and a tiring sigh. Now he could finally understand why Issei was constantly worried for his own life. Anybody will be if they are put into this insane dilemma. Yep, very bad. If I'm not careful, I could die on the way to school. The dragon was left silent to that possibility too. Issei is just somebody who only knows the supernatural for less than an hour. It's not about can or not, but practically impossible to defeat her. How about asking for help from the devils? I know you don't feel good about them, but surely they won't let you die again. It's not that I don't consider it, but this situation is too late gaining support from my neighbors. Sighing, Issei shook his head slowly as if it was expecting too much on formless hope. To be fair, it was a sound idea. If he ignores the complicated feeling of relying on his master and their colleagues, there's a fair chance of retaliation with him staying alive. He's clear-minded enough to see what he could and couldn't do in this state too. However, there are two glaring problems with that. Firstly, Issei don't even have their names. I don't know their identities yet, D. Drakeson. If I did, I wouldn't be this worried nor skeptical of their intentions. Again, he couldn't refute his words. While it is ideal for the devils to be in his school, that's just wishful thinking. Both of them couldn't leave their fate by chance of luck. Moreover, he doesn't know about how the devil's society works. Issei would consider it extremely lucky if they treated him as a servant at best. Secondly, the time period of meeting them. Even if we knew though, wouldn't it be better for Rainerson to kill me before I regroup with them? We are talking about a seasoned pro who doesn't leave gaps in their plan. Surely she or the manipulator behind her consider the devil's side recruiting me before or after my death. Damn, countless times, the Crimson Dragon was left speechless by Issei's sharp reasoning. Once again, he was not wrong. She truly could consider him being revived and enlisted to the devil faction. If the opportunity came, she'd just kill him again to complete the job properly. In fact, that's what D-Drag would do too. Is he really a high schooler? The way he adapts to the situation, the cautious approach to this unexpected danger, and the flexibility to consider every factor laid on the table. Not only that, he's someone who could ignore fleeting emotions or grudges to focus on the core of the problem. It's true that all of his actions could be replicated by anybody on the supernatural side. It's not something impossible either way. However, that's with the prerequisite of them living to it in their whole lives. Looking at him cupping his chin while humming in thought, D-Drag feels a slight shiver on his corporal spine. He was definitely just a powerless boy, but that's in the present. Give him enough time and proper guidance. Elsha, Belzerd, I think your glories will soon be overshadowed by him. Reminiscing two of his strongest hosts, he compared them with this boy who was equivalently the definition of a weakling. However, his instinct tells him that Issei could be a greater monster than any other Sekiryuute possible, either in the past, present, or future. Yeah, you must stay alive, Issei. Right now, he's surer than ever that Hayate Issei is special in a certain sense. While his background is ordinary, his adaptability and determination to survive in any way possible are not normal in every sense. If Issei could hear the dragon's thoughts, he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. To him, he was just a desperate normie clinging for his dear life. He's not some up-and-coming figure who'll stir the world. Such words will slap him back in the near future saying, "Told you so." In any case, Issei concludes that asking for help from the devil is not feasible after a few minutes. Yeah, I don't think we could expect anything from them. Rather, if they didn't expect this situation without giving me any kind of signal, much less an introduction, it's definitely not good. Frowning distastefully at that fact, Diedrag nodded slowly to his partner's guess. He didn't expect much from the devils either, but hearing this makes his opinion of them lower than ever. In the end, it went back to the start, which is his sacred gear. Is there any kind of sudden power-up we can use, Diedragson? Hesitantly, Issei asked his partner in a careful manner. He himself knew how shameless and ridiculous he sounded right now, but he couldn't think of any more tangible solution. The Crimson Dragon could only sigh hopelessly at their situation too. The saying stuck between a rock and a hard place fits them to a T. As for Issei's question though, it's not that we don't, but the price for it is too much. That's obvious. But is it possible? Blinking repeatedly, Diedrag looked at his partner one more time with narrowed eyes. From Issei's side, the green circle on his left hand grows more brightly than ever. Issei, I'm not joking. The consequences of asking for that kind of power are not cheap at all. It will stay with you for your entire life. Hearing his serious tone, Issei only sighed resignedly as if he knew for miles along. While appreciating the warning, his partner misses out on one crucial fact. If I have the life to live for in the first place, that's, shaking his head sideways, the reincarnated devil only lets out a smile that lacks strength to it. Diedragson, we are in a stalemate. Either we die sooner or later. Trailing off meaningfully, the Crimson Dragon doesn't need to hear the rest. He frowns regretfully as if pondering that any other kind of solution is truly not feasible. Which is none. He himself couldn't think of a way to save him in this shitty circumstance either. He really doesn't want to resort to this. But all of Issei's suspicion has merit to it. Either they die now or prolong their life longer for a chance of surviving better. Everything could be solved at that time, but not now. I understand. We don't have the luxury of being picky. Yeah, sorry Diedragson. It's my fault for being weak. With a humorless chuckle, Issei mutters his words filled with self-derision. It was blunt. Issei didn't hide away from the fact that everything was caused by him not having anything to turn the table. Diedrag himself knew it, but he didn't want to blame solely on Issei either. As his partner said, blaming others won't solve shit. Balance breaker. That's the sudden power-up for overcoming this situation. That name is kinda ominous. A slight snicker leaves at Diedrag's mouth. He didn't refute it. Its power is considered taboo by the populace for good reason. Only the people who master the gear to the maximum can use this forbidden power. Like you said, Issei, Booster Gear's fatal weakness is the 10-second interval. Not only that, the more you use it, the more exhaustion you feel. In other words, it's a weapon focusing on short-term battles. Balance Breaker is another level for it. Gulping loudly, the reincarnated devil looks at the dragon nervously. What kind of another level are we talking about? To put it simply, you could cut out the interval and boost as much as the user wishes. Moreover, the accumulated fatigue you feel will be offset by wearing a chainmail that raises your basic parameters overall. I'm sure you understand how broken that is. My gosh, that is just unfair on every level. Yep. Ignoring the ridiculousness of it, Issei folded his hands and thought. The boy himself is just a newly reincarnated devil. He doesn't have a sudden jump of ability increase or have the know-how of magic like Rainerson. Although not much, Diedrag's abilities and the Balance Breaker could be used as a trump card. Probably, if he could use it though. The price, because he hasn't heard the humongous penalty for using it. Slowly, the dragon opens his mouth. As a person who treasures his humanity, it's a double-edged sword. I'll transform your body into a dragon. Blinking repeatedly, Issei looked at his partner confusedly. He expected lots of things like burning his life force or something severe, but that's it. Heck, you can even do that. He didn't expect this. As for Diedrag's side, he's befuddled by Issei's nonchalant tone. It even makes one think, what could be so terrible about it? It sounds impressive. Impressive my ass, it ain't dangerous. Raining down his raging emotions, the dragon explained the consequences of it one by one. Issei, maybe you don't understand, but transforming into a dragon is abandoning the rest of your humanity. If we do this, you can't go back forever. Not only that, the more parts of your body terraformed into a dragon, the freedom for its movement will be replaced by me. There, with this, he would understand the heavy cost of using the Balance Breaker. If he considers the fact of him being a devil now, maybe taking one whole arm will be enough for a few seconds of Balance Breaker. However, reality surprised him more than ever. Instead of being in despair, "Oh, I heard some very good things just now," He was smiling ear to ear, as if all those burdens are something to be happy about. Or are you even listening? You will. I'm not human anymore. With that, all momentums from the dragon were completely gone. He was completely caught flat-footed by Issei's impassiveness from it. No, that's just the beginning. The rest of his words are going to utterly blow his brains out. See, I'm not a human, but a devil now. That's sad, but nothing I can do about it. With this becoming a dragon by my choice now, that's what I can take. This man, Hayadu Issei, looks and acts normally like any teenager before this happens. But because the shackle to be normal is completely gone, his mind went out of the box entirely. Not stopping from his tirade, Issei continues his explanation. In fact, he looks cheerful about this unexpected gift coming to his lap. He raises one finger of his right hand, expressing there's a lot of good things coming from it. There are many reasons to be a dragon. 1. I could offset the heavy cost of boosted gear. Just this reason alone makes me hook and sink. Which is reasonable. He's caught in a situation where he has to throw his weight around in order not to be struck badly. Just that only will make Issei allow D-Drake to make his body as a dragonoid. But hearing the other so-called costs, he's banking it all. Raising his second finger, Issei looks at his left hand with a knowing look. 2. It's not like I want my body to change until I can't recognize it. But I think we both know there's no option left, right? D-Drake can't deny it. He won't, but still, from your case, shouldn't you feel defensive for changing your body? Shaking his head left and right, Issei refutes the dragon's word. As for his slight misunderstanding, he wasn't happy. The devil to change his physique, not because of becoming one. Because I could trust you, D-Dragson. You have been open with me from the beginning until now. That's why I could leave my body to you. I had no words to give for that. Really, just this 1 hour, he talked more than any other hosts he had. Moreover, this one particularly has faith in him by entrusting his own body to the dragon. It almost made him in tears for not being viewed only as a good partner, but as a friend and family. Aren't you scared I might take advantage of you? No, you definitely won't. It was an instant denial, unlike his cautious approach. Instead of laying down the reason, he just smiled brightly at the dragon. His entire soul screams of acceptance toward the dragon. Just like Rainer, I believe in you. Only 4 words. But those 4 words have underlying emotions of trust outweighing his apprehensiveness and suspicion. Issei knows how foolish and dangerous it is to rely on practically a stranger. They were acquainted only for about an hour. That kind of time length is only for giving a polite introduction, not sacrificing his whole body for it. It was insanity to the highest order, plain and simple. D-Drake thought Issei was a cautious person who prioritized his life the most. In most cases, this impression is not wrong, as Issei will bolt out of the way if he senses any kind of unnecessary trouble coming to him. Now though, you are in crazy. He couldn't help cussing at his partner whose actions were full of contradiction. To live, he'll sacrifice his body. To retaliate against the devils and fallen angels, he trusted the dragon inside his body, noting that has never been talked to until now. A tiring sigh let out from the dragon's mouth. Hearing his curse with an exasperated tone and sigh, the man himself only scratches the back of his head awkwardly. He himself knew how much illogical and plain nuts of his acts. Even he too wants to have slow and gradual progress for the safer result. While it's slow, the foundation for it won't be shaken. However, both of them know they don't have the luxury nor the privilege for that kind of ample time. Coughing, he signaled the dragon back to their topic. Issei raised his third finger. In fact, this is the most important one. 3rd, you can have the right to use my body. Have you truly lost your mind? How could that be a good thing? That's just called possession. Even the Crimson Dragon couldn't stay calm on that anymore. There's a limit on how much craziness D-Drake could cope with. As for the boy himself, he only snickers as if the dragon worrying was the funniest thing ever. I'm going to be very honest, D-Drakeson. I'm saying this at risk of offending you. Taking a deep breath, Issei spoke out about an evaluation no other owner of booster gear has ever done. The boosted gear and the balance breaker are practically useless for me. You have some thick nerve saying that in front of me. In the mental landscape, the scene of D-Drake's crumpled face with a growling mouth was clearly seen. The fires of his surroundings suddenly go brighter and hotter in response to his high emotions hearing that. It was truly playing with fire. Literally, face-bombing his temple for his careless mouth, Issei immediately opened his mouth for additional explanation. He really doesn't want to offend his lifelong partner, but his blunt words really make things worse if not careful. That's not what I mean. Yes, your power is amazing and all, but there's no meaning to it if the ones who use it are total beginners. Our enemies won't twiddle their thumbs while I build my skill. That's just plain idiotic. Oh, just like being dosed with cold waters. His rage immediately cooled down with those sensible words. Except for idiots and arrogant fools, nobody sane would want their enemies to fatten themselves without interruptions. This saying especially applies to boosted gear. What Issei meant was simple. No matter how much boost in parameters Issei has with Balance Breaker, it amounts to 0 if he doesn't have the proper arsenals or know how to use it. That's why the consequences of D-Drake being able to take control of his body are convenient. No, should he say it's the perfect answer. As if realizing Issei's intention, D-Drake has a foreboding thought for his next words. Issei, don't tell me. Yep, nodding, Issei concludes his last reason. You are going to use my body to fight them. This is crazy. Such words reverberate through the dragon's mind again and again. Nobody would ever think to give their right for their body to another, sacred gear or not. The reason can't be more obvious. That person will be at risk of losing his physique. And no, his host is giving the go-ahead for D-Drag to use it explicitly. To add to that, he could modify his body as much as he wished for a larger breathing room. Once again, the Crimson Dragon couldn't help but spit out the harsh words from his mouth. "You insane lunatic." Chuckling a little at his curse words, Issei responded calmly, as if he was just ordering food to eat. "You have to be a little crazy in this world. If not, I won't be able to survive, much more to protect my close ones." "You are sure?" A single nod was given. "I'm not saying you to possess my body just for fighting, D-Dragson. I mean it when I say we both are Sekurute. Rather than leeching each other, it's much more productive to cooperate fully for a shared goal. Besides," a cheeky smile appeared on his face, "I could repay my debt to you too. With this, you won't be stuck in prison just for existing." "Ha, you really?" An exasperated sigh released from his mouth. However, if Issei is able to look at his partner, his eyes are glistening in moisture from his host's heartful words. In the constantly taken position, he was given the most perfect gift ever. How could he not be touched by the boy's sincerity? Again and again, this boy never seems to stop surprising him. Rather, it's the first time for D-Drag to be in this kind of position. All possessors of booster gear never care much for the plus-own companion in it, much more in making a deal. With this, he was sure, on the entire history, only him would be this daring and foolish. However, didn't hate it. Instead, the feeling of reinvigoration rising from his entire soul corresponds to this hopeful emotion. He could be truly alive again. "Very well, I accept your proposal. Hayao Issei, this I promise you. Your enemies will be burned by my fires. Your precious ones will never be harmed as long as I exist. I swore it by name." It was a solemn declaration uncharacteristic of the former callous rampaging dragon. There was no falsehood in his words to deceive or exploit his users. All it has is endless trust and care for his partner, who reaches his hand to the dragon unflinchingly. Hearing the dragon's words, Issei released a trembling breath of relief. His tense shoulders are finally loosened from a bit brighter prospect. His enemies are still dangerous. His companion's intentions are unclear too. Everything was full of uncertainties and dangers. But, with this dragon by his side, thank you, he could finally stand properly. After that, they went to the topic of terraforming for Hayao Issei. Although, it's a bit surreal for the person itself accepted as it is, the dragon who'll do it feels apprehensive as if opening the Pandora's gate. So, how do we do the transformation? Not much. Usually, I do this for the users who are in desperate situations for in need of immediate power. You just need to lie down and leave everything to me. Tapping his chin in thought, Issei considered his words slowly. Then, he proposed his idea. How about starting it from my heart? The heart is the main core of the human, pumping to the entire body. If you change that, you could control my entire body, theoretically. Blinking repeatedly, D-Drag narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. They can only do this once, so everything must be precise and careful. As for the risk of failure, the dragon has hundreds of times of experience from the boy's predecessors, so it's minuscule to none. As for Issei's proposal, it was good for short and long-term periods. It's not bad. No, it's the most optimal start. Terraforming oneself into a dragon couldn't be done in just a few hours. If so, there will be slow but visible side effects happening to the body, unable to cope with its sudden changes. But if it's from the heart, yes, your idea has merit, Issei. In fact, that's the best beginning for the greatest result in the end. Oh, looks like my average wisdom could get some good answers. More like ridiculous, you mean? In response to his nonchalant words, the Crimson Dragon snapped at him deadpanned. Good partner or not, what's crazy is still crazy. Sighing helplessly, D-Drag lets out a wry smile. This is also the first time of him doing a transfusion with no tension or sense of rejection. Setting his mind on track, D-Drag tells Issei to relax and close his eyes. The less tension from the body, the faster and better changes it will be. Immediately obliging, he put his head to his pillow while overlapping his hands in his stomach. With this, the preparation is done. The hard part for Issei is just letting the mental gate open to D-Drag. The rest is left to the dragon wholeheartedly. It feels like sleeping in a coffin. Letting out a bitter smile at his morbid thoughts, Issei repeats a cycle of deep breaths while still closing his eyes. You will lose consciousness for a few moments, but there'll be no pain from it. After all, you won't reject me, right? Not even one bit. All right. Once again, thank you, Hayao Issei. The next time you woke up, you will never be the same anymore. Human, devil, and now as a dragon. Such cases could probably be counted on one hand happening in the long passage of history. The first time is unwillingly, but this one is definitely from his own will. He can't make excuses nor even try to. People will condemn him. They will slander him as an abomination. They will propagandize him as a monster to subjugate. His close ones may be disillusioned by it. He knew all of this but still took the risk. Nothing would be gained if you sacrificed nil. When changing the world, you will realize how pitifully small and worthless your actions will be. Issei knows this as he was once a normal person who had nothing special. Therefore, he will throw away all of his lingering regrets, his old mindset, and his future. Everything of his past self will be burned. He wouldn't even think or dream of going back anymore. With this, Hayato Issei of the mediocre is finally incinerated completely. What is going to be born? A force of nature that shook the world. Currently, Hanakai Momo's emotion is in a jumbled mess. Hayato-kun, is he going to be alright? Kyoto Academy, the front gate. When given the position to check the students' attendance, Momo absent-mindedly does her assignment while her head is in the clouds, metaphorically speaking. She was doing her work diligently, but people who pay attention to her in detail will notice her distracted state. Some people look at her with furrowed brows in confusion, while her classmates look at her knowingly with teasing smiles. After all, it's already an open secret that she is in huge crush of the chestnut-tired boy in her same class. As for the girl herself, she couldn't help but be reminded of the meeting 2 days ago. Her morning was as usual, waking up, brushing her teeth, taking a bath, and saying goodbye to her parents. From that point, everything was per her normal cycle. What's not normal was when he met the boy and his acquaintances. It was a fallen angel, the archenemy of her current race. Although she doesn't know her exact identity or the purpose of coming to this town, there's no doubt it's related to Issei. For what purpose did she come to this town and meet with the boy? She could only take a guess. A few bad guesses. Frowning heavily at their terrible tendencies toward humans, Momo gripped the pen with a stronger grip, imagining that possibility happening to her close friend. On that day, she did feel a stung in her heart when her classmate introduced his girlfriend bashfully. While it'll be a lie to not feel jealous, all of those dark emotions are replaced by full-blown wariness and suspicions. How badly she wanted to stop him from going on a date. How much she wanted to expose her identity and the danger from her bringing to his footsteps. But her worry didn't disperse. Rather, it wasn't allowed to. Remembering the warnings given by the student council president, Sauna Shidorai-senpai, the silver-haired girl gritted her teeth frustratedly. However, she was smart enough to know the underlying messages underneath it, stopping any kind of reckless actions. Therefore, she could never try nor even dream to stop him. Warnings are the softer words. In truth, she was forbidden to even be involved in this case. Most of all, she even realized who made her not to dip her toes into this. Damn it. Unconsciously, she gnashed her teeth in frustration at her state of powerlessness. Ria's Gremory, the great beautiful lady of Kyoto Academy, the leader of the occult club she founded, the future heiress of the long lineage of the Gremory family of the high-class devils. If she listed all of the titles assigned to her, it would take an hour for every one of them. However, the most important title is the future heiress in this situation. Moreover, the said privilege given for it makes her banned from being involved, much to her frustration and sense of hopelessness. It was an open secret there was a deal for the red-haired devil to poach Issei before Sauna herself. She's planning to recruit him, isn't she? The Great War led the devils to pay hefty tolls in every segment, especially in lineage and population. Nowadays, out of all 72 original noble families, not even half survive to the present. Therefore, to save this predicament, the smartest devil and Mao in entire history devised an object to stop the dam itself from collapsing, so to speak. Said object is called Evil Pieces, an item that reincarnates other species into devils, excluding exceptions like deities for obvious reasons. She knows all of this because she was told by her master herself, who is the Student Council President SCP. Yes, her leader and the occult club's president are the devils who have the evil pieces due to their pedigree. She was also recruited by Sauna Shitori herself by offering Momo to be a devil. Therefore, it's not strange for Gremorai-senpai to try recruiting Issei into their world and repopulate their society. Considering the sign of sacred gear inhibiting the boy, such desire was perfectly normal for the red-haired heiress. While a bit sad about them following a different master, she was giddy about the possibility of Issei joining their world. After all, she won't need to put a wall between them, nor be restricted in her decision relating to the boy anymore. Such hope fizzled out instantly after thinking about it deeper. After all, Issei joining this world will make him be exposed to its excessive cruelness and cutthroat community. Thinking of her current situation and species, she couldn't help but sigh forlornly at her past choice with a bitter smile. Am I doing the right thing? Doubts about their own choices are natural for all intelligent living beings to experience. Changing races doesn't make all worries disappear. It only makes her see the world through a different lens than usual. She, being reincarnated by SCP, was not able to integrate with society normally. Initially, Momo didn't worry much about the benefits given the devil's long age and ability to use magic. It far outweighs the cons. Not only that, but with her choice, her parents and the household won't ever worry about funds for a few generations. Money, eternal youth, and bright stability in the future. What's to think twice about getting those benefits? Now though, she couldn't help but regret it a little. Living as a devil for months makes her realize belatedly everything is not what it seems. There's always a price for everything, especially for seemingly good things. Looking down at her fidgeting hands, Momo smiled wistfully. Hayato-kun, Hayato Issei, a normal high schooler. A normal boy who lived a simple life. A mediocre person who seemingly won't achieve big in this small town. While it seemed rude to think that way, she was a practical person after being raised in a business-oriented family. Small communities consequently led to smaller chances for larger success. And yet, she couldn't help chasing his silhouette with her eyes constantly. The way he talked to her cheerfully with no hidden agenda, the way he paid attention to her in detail but not offensively showing his care, the way he never leered at her but made her feel like the most attractive girl in the room from the admiration shown in his golden brown eyes. When people flattered her due to above-average looks with their transparent desire, only he looked at her with the clearest eyes ever. What's funny is that he wasn't her ideal type of boyfriend. If only for physical looks and demeanor, the Prince of Kyo Academy is her ideal type. It was ironic to the finest. Instead of the perfect gentleman, her target of interest is completely invested in the mediocre boy. Strangely, she didn't feel averse to her attraction. Instead, he just felt right to her. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Sighing melancholically in his mind, Momo lets out a wry smile. It looks like emotions and logic are always working separately. No matter how much she knew her current feeling was wrong, she couldn't help it. She, Hanakai Momo, was hopelessly in love with him. No matter how much she wanted to deny it, she couldn't lie to her faster-than-normal beating heart when she thought of him. At this point, it'll be a denial and losing game. But her crush was stopped even before she stepped the starting line. Her status as a newly changed race won't let her. Not only does the difference in lifespan lead to an obvious problem, but the difference in everything such as culture in their respective worlds makes her unable to compromise anything. That's why she refused his advances, even if it felt ripping her own heart to do so. Not because she doesn't want to, but couldn't. That one word makes all the difference. She didn't want Issei to enter this world either, for the countless dangers lurking in it are disheartening, to say the least. That's why she was so frustrated with that fallen angel girl accompanying her crush for an unknown goal. Imagine her despair and grief for being unable to help him. Most of all, she can't blame nor point fingers at Grimmerisenpai too, for their status difference are too big. She, who was supposed to have feelings for the boy, couldn't even lift a single finger because all of the restrictions placed wouldn't allow her. That's why her emotions are in a shitty state, to put it plainly. However, that crappy feeling stuck in her chest will be dropped to an even more lower point than now. Because everything has changed. Hanakai-san, Badam. Her heart skipped a beat at the familiar voice. It was impeccable timing too, as the voice was the person she thought about just now. Taking a deep breath, she controlled her erratic emotions. She doesn't want the boy to worry about her because of it. Raising her lowered head, she greeted her favorite classmate with a cheerful smile as usual. Intended. 2. Good morning, Hayadaku. She couldn't complete her sentence. It got stuck in her throat completely. She wasn't lost for words because of his changed presence into a devil. Considering the threat of the fallen angel and Grimmerisenpai's invested interest, she just put 2 and 2 together. Not many people could decline the sweet allure of being a devil, herself being the prime example. Getting a safe haven and a concrete guide for avoiding danger are attractive notions too. But that's not what made her stumped in her greetings. No, what makes her hesitant about her next words is how foreign his expression is directed to her. After all, good morning, Hanakai-san. The boy is not the same person as yesterday anymore. If she paid attention to the tone of his voice, she would notice the irregularity of it immediately. Compared to usual, his greeting was quite off, almost mechanical. You say good morning, but Hayadu Issei, the former human, was looking at her straight to her eyes. That itself is no problem.
What's making her body involuntarily tensed is how he stares at her. Most of all, he kept his distance from her, as if he was looking at someone not to be trusted.
His eyes, it's not a good one for me, sadly, is full of caution and suspicion toward her. Tens of minutes ago, Issei's point of view. My life is truly bizarre, isn't it? Muttering that, he looked up at the blue, clear sky absent-mindedly. Starting with the conclusion, his terraformation of becoming a dragonoid was a success. No, the word success was underselling it. His current body is a 1 in a million miracle if D-Drag uses the past Sekiryute's case as a standard line. There was no rejection from his new body. D-Drag even commented in surprise at how seamlessly this new physique working for them. It also showed the high compatibility between the two of them, possibly the highest in history. How is it, D-Drag? To avoid being seen with looks as if he was a lunatic, he communicated with his draconic partner in a public place telepathically. He also changed his way of speaking in a frank manner, as trusting with each other but talking politely is just weird. For his newly transformed partner's question, D-Drag answered him, albeit in a trembling voice. It's immense. A very long time has passed since my sealing. So it's been a long time since I have felt all of this again. Hearing his voice filled with overwhelming emotions, Issei's eyes softened naturally. He couldn't sympathize with being sealed for generations to generations, but he could understand how impactful this moment was on him. His third reason for letting his body right shared with the dragon. The main purpose is to help each other, but it is also for the Crimson Dragon to experience all of this again. What it means to live. Thousands of years. That amount of time past brought great changes to everything, mountains getting flat and eroded, countries destroyed and rebuilt, and seas dried up resulting in canyons. And yet, only D-Drag himself was unchanged. Worse, his soul and powers are not his to control either. All of that was selfishly directed at his past hosts, regardless of being used for evil or good. It was more cruel than slavery. Slaves have their own will too, even if it's mostly controlled by their master. However, the dragon was solely a puppet exploited for humans according to their needs only. It makes him numb, forgetting the sensation of being alive. The winds touching your face, the legs moving forward, how you breathe from your nose, how you change expressions, how you blink your eyes. Trailing off, the shared sense makes his view full of the blue-colored sky, filled with clouds. It was supposed to be a common scene to him, but sharing Issei's body as his own makes it all different to him. His field, where he could reign as the emperor, when he was titled the Red Dragon of Domination. The sky, it was so much wider than usual. Finishing, his voice is a touch heavier. If Issei is not imagining it wrong, his partner is choked to tears of bubbling emotions due to sensory overload. It was quite surreal for the former supreme ruler to feel this sentimental. But he didn't point it out. Instead, he chuckled wryly for his realization. Humans, dragons, devils, and fallen angels. All of them are not much different if you exclude their respective traits. They all are individuals who feel and act for themselves. My choice was not wrong. With this, he was completely sure. He didn't make a wrong choice. In the future, no matter how much people point fingers at him, he'll never regret this decision. For he was able to make his partner happy again. That is something no amount of money or power able to be obtained. With a melancholic smile, he soothes the dragon in his soul softly. One day we could go there together. You could experience endless freedom up there. Yeah, I really could, huh? Sharing bodies means experiencing each other emotions. It's a bit of a struggle, but not strange if they get used to it. However, what makes it a bit awkward is knowing that the big-ass dragon is crying openly in his mind. Well, he won't say much. Let the big guy have his moment. However, when he reminisced about the talk with his parents just a moment ago, his face darkened abruptly. Both of his fists are unconsciously shaped into fists, nailing his palm. Amano Yuma, who is that? Issei, your new friend. His mother didn't recognize the name at all. Doru, his father, looked at him strangely too. Both of them showed no sign of pretense, nor needing it either. He was speechless for a few moments, but it led him to a very inhumane hypothesis. Their memories for these few days have been changed. For what? It wasn't that hard for him to figure it out. They want to eliminate any chance of the normal populace noticing the supernatural. What's weird though, the signs of magic used are not from Rainair, but from the devils. His supposed neighbors not only infiltrated his house, they also tampered with his parents' minds. Sensing his conflicting emotions, D-Drake wakes up from the stupor and focuses on his partner. His melancholy could wait, the boy needs his help more than ever. Issei, I get that you are angry. It's perfectly understandable after what your parents just experienced. But, I know. Taking a few deep breaths, Issei calmed his raging emotions down. One side effect of becoming the dragon is becoming emotional easily. To Issei, it was strangely nostalgic, remembering his bratty moments as a child. On the bright side though, D-Drake occupying his soul completely won't make it get berserk and uncontrollable. It won't be a big hurdle adapting to this change, as annoying as it may be. What's not acceptable is how much dastardly action these devils have done to him and his family. D-Drake, any sign of mind control? Thankfully, none. It was just the memories of the fallen. Thank goodness. He sighs a huge breath of relief hearing that. If he considers solely from his experience, the devil's modus operandi is mainly manipulation and deceit. Since he became a devil unwillingly, it wasn't a stretch for his parents to become mindless slaves if needed. For what? It's disgustingly effective for him to not betray them. Because it's going to work, spectacularly. His parents are not only his reverse scale but his biggest weak spot. Since they're not, that means the devils have a semblance of morality, even if it's low as it is. Speaking of them though, nobody's watching us. No one. I stretched our senses to hundreds of meters, but nothing got caught up. They just reincarnate and leave you alone, strange as that sounds. How weird. Spoken out loud in a low voice, he furrowed his brows at their confusing actions while walking to school. Reincarnating him while he's in near-dead situation gave him mixed signals. On one side, he could see that devils require him to be alive for his sacred gear. Currently, it's unknown whether they know about D-Drake or not, but hopefully they don't. When the time they ask about it, he'll only introduce it as the small gauntlet in his left arm, twice critical. It was the initial state of boosted gear and widely common ones too, modeled from the Crimson Dragon's power. Issei wants to hide the dragon's existence as long as possible to be his final trump card. While D-Drake felt a bit complicated, he ultimately understood and accepted Issei's suggestion if it came to that. Nothing would do good, gaining extra attention when they couldn't handle it. As for the sensors spoken by D-Drake, it's one of his obtained abilities to become a hybrid of dragon and devils. Not only did his body get stronger, but his eyes, nose, ears, and sense of touch became tens of times sharper. If D-Drake didn't share his body and help to give him, his brain would have acute headaches, experiencing an overflow of new sensations flowing through. Relying on the dragon as the main driver, they could pick up enemies that'll attack him, losing their surprise element. Although, if D-Drake himself didn't pick up anything, then they truly left him alone. He also looked around carefully for any prying gazes, but not even a speck of shadow caught up with his evolved eyes either. Are we thinking this too much? On the other hand, them making him her servant means his opinions are painfully irrelevant to the decision-making process. After preparing for the worst, however, both D-Drake and Issei are left in confusion about how easy it is on his way to school without much trouble. There was no sign of fallen angels coming to finish the job either. So why? Issei, called by his name in mind, the draconic boy stopped walking momentarily. When he tilted his head in confusion at the sudden call, his whole body was tense stiff suddenly. Then, he directs his eyes toward his school after walking for a few minutes. Cautiously, he called his partner back in his mind. "Drake, I'm not imagining it, right?" No, you didn't. Both of them put all of their attention to Kyo Academy. To Issei, it looks the same as always. The large buildings, the wide garden fields, and the sea of students entering it for their daily class. However, that's not what made him stop moving. The number of foreign presences assaulting his senses from the entire area makes him so. It has the same signature coming from his parents too. All of it was coming from said school itself, which was obvious in hindsight. No wonder, his school was a nest for devils. They don't need to monitor you at all times. It also explained why the Fallen didn't make a move either. Agreeing with his partner inwardly, Issei pursed his lips while looking at his school with narrowed eyes. It was supposed to be a place for study, but Issei looked at it as if it was a dungeon where traps could spring out any moment. Most importantly, the person who was assigned to check the students coming in. He knows that person quite well. To be specific, he supposedly knew her. Her silver hair and turquoise eyes are her telling traits, but that's not all. Hanake-san. His sensor picked up her real race, which made her more foreign than ever. Walking to the front gate slowly, he calmly walked to his classmate in cautious steps. "Good morning, Hanake-san." Greeting her, the girl raised her head immediately. If Issei was in a normal state, he would be in worry that her action could snap her neck badly. Sadly, he was not in his usual self. To him, this seemingly harmless girl in front of him could be a possible enemy. "Good morning, Hayadaku." She wasn't able to continue her words after looking at his face. While he didn't know what expression he was currently making, it was definitely not a good one. Her hesitant face changing from the cheerful smile tells him all he needs. In her green eyes, he could not only see her confusion and surprise but also her recognition of his changed state. His presence of dragonoid is minimized to the extreme. Unless another dragon or people with sharp senses, she can only sense him being a devil now. Then, there's no room for mistakes anymore. You say good morning, but, cutting off the middle way, he looked at her with narrowed eyes. Perhaps recognizing the unusual mood coming from him, her expression became more befuddled and worried. While it could be a genuine reaction, he couldn't take any more chances. Not only his life, but his parents' fate are in his hands now. Hanakai Momo is not the friend he once knew, nor a human. Therefore, he cannot interact with her the same as usual anymore. Those happy, ignorant school days are over. Both of them can't go back to that past eternally. Just like him. It's not a good one for me, sadly. She was a devil. Both of them stare at each other with completely different expressions than usual. Momo looked at Issei disbelievingly, as if she couldn't understand the unexpected hostility. Even looking at her shocked face though, Issei never let his guard down at the devils that supposedly enslaved him. The tense, uncomfortable silence was prolonged for a few moments. Some passers-by look at them with curiosity, worry, or both. Although realizing the unusual situation, they all head to their designated class. All of them don't understand the circumstances in detail, but none want to get mixed in the lovers' spat. As for the girl herself, she was confused. Hayodao-kun. She reaches out her hand to him slowly, but the recipient takes a step back almost immediately. Instead of teasing her as usual, the boy only looks at her with more suspicion than before. Moreover, he even stared at her stretched hand as if it were something that could bite him at any moment. With this, it's confirmed. It was not her imagination he was wary of him. Even though he didn't say anything explicit, something severe happened to him when reincarnated as a devil, until it puts him in an alert state toward her. Thathert. She doesn't understand why he acted this way, but it freaking stings for her. Unconsciously, she bit her lips strongly, as if she couldn't bear this injustice. The corner of her eyes shed tears for this unwarranted caution. Why are you so? She couldn't finish the sentence, but her actions were more than enough to express her current feelings. As for Issei, he expected some kind of hostility, but not for her to react this badly. He frowned confusedly with a conflicted face but didn't say anything to console her. His worldview has been completely flipped upside down. He didn't want to make her sad either, but there were too many unknown risks if he interacted with her openly like last week. However, it's also true that he could be wrong due to paranoia. So, he discreetly communicates with his partner. What do you think, Dreg? Since you shared your sense with me, I could say with certainty. This girl is not faking her feelings. Alright, if the wise dragon said so, it's true then. There's no reason for him to lie to Issei. Immediately, he suppressed the malice and caution directed to her. He doesn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstanding and fight if it can be avoided. Closing his eyes briefly, he takes a few deep breaths. Then, he opens it to look at her eyes directly. Sensing the changes in the boy, Momo also begins to calm down. Her tense face immediately relaxed after seeing her close friend loses the tension in his body. I'm sorry, Hanake-san. I don't have any intention to hurt you. It's just a lot happened yesterday. A lot. Nodding slightly, the boy releases a huge, long sigh of exhaustion. The stress and sudden changes happening in these 2 days make him too prickly. If he's not careful, he may even lash out at someone unrelated. Looking at his unusual state with pursued lips, Momo inquired about his situation cautiously. She predicted something would occur, but not to this extent. Hayao-kun, what happened really? You area devil, right, reincarnated by Gremorai-senpai. As soon as that name popped up, his lowered eyelid shot up immediately. Although not to the level of glaring, it was pretty close. He's almost boring holes at her with that much intensity poured into his gaze. From the sudden reaction, Momo flinched slightly. Undeterred, Issei asked a question almost instantly. How does Gremorai-senpai related to this, exactly? What? Okay, now she's officially confused. Tilting her head perplexedly, she tried to sort out the pieces of information gathered. There's something critically missing here. It's almost like both sides have different base standards in the context of communication. She thought that Issei had been briefed about their races and whatnot. Therefore, she screamed in joy inwardly to not need secrecy. But he didn't look happy or accepting of his current situation, as if his changes are truly unexpected. Can I confirm a few things, Hayao-kun? Go ahead. Nodding again, he raises his right hand as if saying, no need to hold back. The reincarnated boy himself also realizes that there are a few important pieces of information he missed as a devil. Getting his permission, Momo immediately asked her questions. You are reincarnated as a devil, right? A nod. You can also sense me as a reincarnated devil too. Slightly hesitant, he nods again after a few moments. From the word used, reincarnated, it looks like there's a huge difference between a reincarnated devil and a pure one. Have you been informed about the three-way war, evil pieces, and your role as Gremorai-senpai's servant? This time, he shook his head for all three of them a bit hesitantly. If he was, then he wouldn't be in this frustrating situation, troubling him greatly. While he knew about the ongoing war and ceasefire from D-Drake, that's just second-hand information at best. He truly wasn't given any kind of context from his supposed master. That surprised Momo greatly. Not only he didn't know about Gremorai-senpai, but he also didn't have any kind of knowledge about the devils and the supernatural at all. There's something fishy here. Narrowing her eyes, she pries more from Issei. This whole problem is getting more and more suspicious as the minute passes. Not toward Issei, but to the fallen angel and Gremorai-senpai. Her intuition tells her that both women are directly responsible for this. When did you realize you are not a human anymore? This morning. How exactly? If he knew about him being a devil, then it's natural for someone to inform the changes and know how about it. But from Issei, it looks like he only found out about it by himself today, because he never knew about it in the first place. Grimacing at her question, he rubs his stomach area as if the hollow pain could still be felt even after being healed. Yesterday, when I was invited to a date by Ryumasan, shackled me, figuratively speaking. What? Widening her eyes, she raised her voice, panicked hearing that. Her suspicion toward the fallen angel is immediately replaced by anger and frustration. No one likes to hear their closed ones got hurt, much more not having the power to stop it. However, her anger immediately cooled down looking at his healthy state. If he was truly killed as he says, then this conversation wouldn't happen in the first place. What exactly happened, Hayao-kun? This time, Momo asked her question much more gently than before. Death, regardless of supernatural or not, is a sensitive topic. Moreover, Issei nearly experienced eternal slumber. She has that much tact to not provoke him more than needed. As for Momo's question though, he only shakes his head frustratedly. Your guess is as good as mine, Hanakasen. When Yumasan stabbed me with something into my stomach, my consciousness was unstable. It was a near miracle I could stay awake, even if it was barely. But, before I completely passed out, someone appeared, talking about a reborn to be a devil or something. That's where I connected to my current situation. For Momo herself, it was a bit vague, but that's the most reasonable explanation after hearing Issei's circumstances. She nodded her head, showing her understanding. It wasn't a lie per se. He did remember his new master proclaiming something along those lines. Even though D-Drake helped him a lot, it's too risky to expose the dragon's existence without knowing much. That's why he intentionally phrased it in a way he found out about it by himself. While Momo is ruminating on the facts gained from Issei, the boy also thinks about the name given by her. Now that she mentioned it. Pausing midway, he cups his chin with eyes narrowed thoughtfully. When she referred to the name Gremory, the missing puzzle for the board itself began to gather. Not everything of course, but enough to draw a few solid hypotheses. He knows of this Gremory-senpai. Rather, if you are in Kyo Academy students long enough, they can't miss her. Her reputation spread far and wide in this small community until it reached his ears. Most of all, the crimson-haired person from yesterday. If he thinks about it logically, only one person has that eye-catching color. Hanakasen. Our senior, Ria's Gremory-senpai. Is she? Trailing off, Momo nodded her head in response to his guess. Yeah, she's a high-class devil of the Gremory family. Rather, she's the only heiress of the Gremory. Her family has existed from the beginning of myths until now. Hearing that, Issei's body tensed subtly, while D-Drake and his soul frowned at the information given. He expected his master a high-profile person who had considerable influence, but not to this level. While he won't be thinking of something extreme like rebellion, his chance for possible negotiation has been immediately cut off. Good communication happens only if both sides have similar authority or power. Not only that, Gremorai-senpai has the right to his freedom and future as she saved him from the fallen angel. From the devil's perspective, any dissatisfaction spoken from his mouth is just pure dogshit who doesn't even know the word gratitude. Therefore, Issei's and the Crimson Dragon's decisions are obviously in sync. D-Drag, yeah, looks like we go with your way, Issei. I didn't expect the devil assigned to this town to be this troublesome. With this, they have decided to be obedient and good for their supposed master. It's not like they don't feel anything about it, but too much is at stake if they act without thinking of the consequences. That's not all. Hanakai Momo, the secretary of the student council president, Sauna Shitori Senpai. Based on Momo's words, the power to reincarnate somebody into a devil is limited to a pure high-class devil. Which means, Hanakai-san, Shitori Senpai is a high-class devil too, isn't it? It was a question for confirmation. Rias and Sauna lead a different group of occult club and student council respectively. With Momo as a reincarnated devil, it's not hard to guess all who affiliated with them are devils. Sure enough, Momo nodded again. Since you are a devil now, I guess there's no harm saying her real name. In the underworld, she's called Sona Citri, also the only heiress of the Citri family who existed with the same amount of time as the Gremory family. I see. If there was any semblance of hope in his heart, all of that got squashed mercilessly. One is already heavy enough, but two, he's just asking for a death wish if he intends to retaliate or apply human logic to them. Sighing slightly, he lowers his head to Momo in thanks. While some of his answers were left unanswered, the information given by her helped him immensely in his future actions. Thank you, Hanakai-san. I guess we are colleagues now. Well, yeah. She agreed to his words somewhat dubiously. He's not wrong, but something doesn't add up here. He hasn't explained the connection between his nearly dead state with becoming a devil servant of Rias in detail. Of course, asking the boy himself is useless as his consciousness at that time was funky. Like what she thought a moment ago, something is fishy here. Killed by a fallen angel, becoming a target of interest from Rias because of his sacred gear, and then reincarnated by said devil heiress after getting heavily injured. It's too coincidental. Almost as if it was orchestrated to be that way. Don't tell me. Surely not, right? She doesn't have a close relationship or many interactions with her senpai. But she doesn't seem to be manipulative or callous enough to leave her new servant in an ignorant state. Not only cruel, that's just plain evil. No, don't think of it like that, Momo. She only hears it from Issei's side. While he doesn't look to be lying, concluding from only one side's mouth is just a rash action. She needs to get a wider picture from this. Luckily, there's still some time before their first class starts. Looking at her surroundings, it looks like no other students are left. Her checklist proves that. Hayao-kun, did you try to remember how the date went by in detail? Blinking at her question, he looks at her confusedly. I don't mind, but I want to help you. I don't know what Gremory-senpai's planning was or this fallen angel Yuuma's intention, but something deeper is ongoing here. As devils assigned here, we must guard any kind of possible attack. That is a valid concern. As the person who got involved himself, he's also curious. Rainier killing him can be explained since he was targeted by fallen angels. But how did Rias appear at his location after getting stabbed? That kind of timing is perfect. Too perfect, if you ask him. Frowning at that, he folded his hands and thought. The date itself was normal. Rainier doesn't seem to be communicating or collaborating with their archenemy. Moreover, there was no trace of Rias nor her club members following him, either. At least, that's what Issei thought so. How about before? While thinking, the dragon butted in, but not unwelcome for him. He has the same right as Issei to know about this. Moreover, it was a good question too. Maybe it could lead to more answers. Before, tilting his head left and right a few times, he formulated the events happening to him these few days. Then, when thinking about events before the date, he remembered one peculiar detail. A magic circle. He murmured the event that was closely related to the supernatural. Hearing his words, Momo perked up immediately. As a reincarnated devil to Sona, she couldn't not know about it. Their work constantly revolves around the magic circle for getting requests from the normal populace. What kind of magic circle are we talking about here? Before I went to the date, there was some kind of bat cosplayer giving me some kind of magic circle flyer. She also said something about your desire will come true if you wish for it. Trailing off, Issei jolts up at the word wish spoken by himself absent-mindedly. Wish can be taken in many forms, but desperation and clinging to own life could be included. Not only Issei, Momo, and D-Drag also conclude the same as him. They didn't know whether Rias intentionally left him near death to reincarnate him, leaving him with no choice. It's also possible that Rias coincidentally found out about Issei's dire situation at the last minute, leaving her little choices. However, if all three of them look at all of the substantial evidence left, what if Rias predicted the fallen angel harming Issei? What if the heiress intentionally comes out at the last moment? If they sort out all of the events and proofs left at the scene, it's not a coincidence. What a great Samaritan devil. With a great amount of sarcasm, D-Drag intentionally emphasizes the word Samaritan, spatting the word as if it were poisonous. To be fair, the Samaritan and the devil don't connect, so the Crimson Dragon is not wrong to do so. No one would feel happy if said savior was just masquerading their malicious intention by pretending to be the good person. D-Drag, and especially Issei, are not exceptions to it. As for Momo, she was apoplectic after reaching the horrid conclusion. This happened to the boy she liked. To someone, she wanted to avoid the danger of the supernatural. How dare she? Shaping both of her hands into fists, Momo gritted her teeth hatefully. Even the silver-haired girl herself was aggravated by Ria's action. Reincarnated devil or not, she has a bit of upright morals left when she was a former human. Moreover, following Sona's dream and working as student council make her treasure integrity and duty. There's a big difference between being reincarnated decided by own will and compelled to do so. To put it simply, Momo is pissed at Ria's unlawful and irresponsible act. As one of the rulers in Kyo Academy, she has to stop the fallen angels before they cause harm to anybody. Leaving aside the fallen angels' hostile act, the devil's side, which is Ria's in this context, paints them as extremely manipulative. No wonder the boy was confused and even wary of her. Hell, even she would be the same if she was put in his shoes. Turning back, she headed toward the old school building. This is not something to be shrugged off. Her emotional state didn't make her see reason anymore. Luckily, Issei was the epitome of serene. It was ironic who was supposed to be the victim was the calmest one though. Grabbing her wrist firmly but gently, he stopped Momo, enabling her to move a single step further. Hanake-san, Hayao-kun, why did you? Seeing Issei with a calm face, shaking his head left and right, she also began to simmer down her rising emotions. But it also makes her perplexed at the same time. He was the biggest victim in this, so why can he be calmer than her? Relieved at her seeing reason, he released her hand held by him. Moreover, it's not hard to predict what she is thinking right now, looking at her conflicted expression. It would be a lie if he was not moved by it. Initially, he thought that Momo was a collaborator, but that's just his bias speaking. Not all devils are evil, ironically. In the end, they are also individuals who have their own opinions. Devils are no different than humans. Their jobs, position, and substance don't reflect their true nature all of the time. I appreciate you angry for my sake, but lashing at her won't solve anything. It'll just make our situation worse for you and me. That's... Biting her lips in frustration, Momo lowered her head dejectedly. Unfortunately, what he said was true. She's just a low-class reincarnated devil, while Rias is a bona fide pure high-class noble who has prestige and power at the same time. Power is the be-all and end-all in the supernatural world. This case is the same. If Issei or Momo get angry at Rias without solid reasoning or powerful backing, it's not hard to imagine what will their fate be. It doesn't matter what Momo thinks about reincarnating Issei into a devil without his permission. If they looked at it through the lens of the devils, Issei should feel grateful to his new owner who saved him, not bashing or spitting at her magnanimous act. In other words, this has to be swept under the rug. How can you be so accepting of this? Issei more or less rationalized it before this talk, but Momo is different. She's not mature nor kind enough to shrug off Ria's actions. No matter how she looks at it from every angle, the devil heiress is in the wrong. Staring at her down face, the brown-haired boy lets out a bitter smile. She indeed these two care for him a bit too much. He didn't feel he deserved to receive this much care for himself. Sadly, their kindness will go to waste this time. Letting out a resigned sigh, he smiles at her powerlessly. There's nothing I could do. If she decided to abandon me because of my silly thoughts, I have to repel the attack from the fallen angel and possible enemies by myself. Moreover, lowering his head, he lets out his inner thoughts to this classmate who is still caring for him. In the end, being a devil or not doesn't make a difference. Hanakai Momo was a true friend to him. That was enough. To him, that was a reward in itself. My parents could get hurt. Hearing his worries, Momo hitched her breath. She wanted to slap herself for carelessly saying Issei accepting of the situation. It's not that he doesn't feel grief. He was forced to be a big-hearted person to protect his family. I'm sorry, Hayao-kun. Seeing her crying only makes him more guilty for doubting her. Letting out a long breath, he approached her slowly. Then, he wrapped his hands around her. Thank you, Hanake-san. Thank you for caring about me. Thank you for getting angry with me. Thank you so much. That was the turning point. Unable to restrain herself, she wrapped her hands around him too, crying openly. He feels his shirt getting wet due to her tears, but he purposefully ignores it. Instead of pushing her away, just like Rainer, he rubbed her back gently to console her. Looking at this scene in Issei's soul, Didre could only sigh forlornly. If the situation was more upbeat, he could tease him for being a natural flirt. But all of that scatter away seeing both teenagers comfort each other for being powerless to change anything. I guess some things never change. For the former tyrannic dragon, it was quite ironic to feel grief in this situation. A few minutes later, Momo apologized for her outburst. While Issei himself was flattered by her reaction, it was quite embarrassing for Momo to cry openly like that. Chuckling at her pink face, Issei pats her shoulder slightly. Like I said, it's fine. I'm just happy you care for me that much. So let's leave it at that, okay? Okay. Coughing slightly, Momo inquires about his plan for the next few days. Now that he decided to become a devil, his routine would change. I'm waiting for Grimarai-senpai's side to contact me. I don't know why she leaves me ignorant, but I'm sure there's a deeper purpose. A deeper purpose rather than a deeper purpose, to Momo it almost sounds like. Realizing what she wanted to say, Issei shook his head. Hanake-san, please. To understand. He doesn't elaborate, but Momo gets the underlying message. For now, he'll play by the book. He doesn't want to attract more trouble than now, complicating his precarious state. Also, raising his index finger to his mouth, he looked at Momo with a pointed look. It was a universal sign to be quiet and a warning. When anyone from the student council or a cult club asks for our talk, just tell them I overstepped my bounds when talking to you. I'm sure they will be convinced if I'm in panic after yesterday. Are you sure? Yes. 2 got it. Thank you. Hearing his thanks, a bitter laugh involuntarily came out from her mouth. He was in a situation that wouldn't be seen as weird getting any kind of retribution. Instead of doing so, that said person stopped her to prevent Momo from getting in trouble. He's truly ridiculous. Sighing melancholically, she smiles wryly at him while nodding her head. Momo also understands all the talk between Issei is just speculation at best. Not only that, if taken the wrong way, people could look at him slandering her kind master. He wanted to prevent that. She understood. She really did. But that doesn't mean she'll take this down like a doormat. Gremorai-senpai, I don't know what's your plan, nor do I care anymore. Then let's go to class together, Hayao-kun. The first period is about to start. Oh, if the beautiful Madonna of our class invited me graciously, how can I refuse? Giggling at his over-the-top flirty line, she smiled shyly at him while walking side by side. Even though both of them had removed their masks, they didn't get hostile with each other. Instead, Momo feels getting closer to the boy more easily than usual. It was soothing for her. That's why, for this person, to this kind boy who never stops caring for others no matter what the situation is, I won't let this slide. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. With a cold glint in her eyes, Hanakai Momo decided her next move with determined steps. Issei stopped her not saying bad things about Gremorai-senpai, but he didn't say anything about reporting the truth about her actions. Just like the boy beside her, she will take a step forward without faltering. Whether it'll be a good outcome or not even she knows. But that won't stop her anymore. After school time, a usual scene, classmates talking to each other, girls promising to hang out after school, etc. However, Issei didn't pay attention to any of that. Instead, he subtly views the price of Kyo Academy, Kiba on the corner of his eyes from his seat. As always, he's entertaining many female classmates with a polite smile on his immaculate face. However, with his sharpened sense, he could sense Kiba had the same darkish aura as Momo. A devil. HMPH. They don't even try to hide their presence. Agreeing inwardly with the dragon, he covertly observes Yuuto's action without making him notice. Before becoming a devil, Yuuto was just a typical Bishonen to him. Not envious of his looks would be a lie, but Issei didn't hate his guts. Yuuto doesn't seem to be condescending to normies like him and other classmates. Although they don't have much interaction with each other, Issei sees him in a positive light. There's a good reason he was called a prince, after all. His being humble about it is just the icing on the cake, much to the ire of the boys. Smart, handsome, and polite. The guy is a perfect reflection of Bishonen depicted in light novels and anime. Moreover, it doesn't look like Yuuto is stringing those girls' feelings for his amusement as a proper devil either. In fact, from Issei's point of view, it's more of him interacting with them just out of necessity without being seen as an impolite classmate. Frowning at this fact, Issei communicates with his partner inwardly. Are devils' way of life different than the past? If you are talking about taking human souls after signing their contract, that practice is still alive today. Although, looking at him and that silver-haired girl, it's a minority. That's true, Issei agreed with his partner in his mind. He expected a lot from the devils, but not this mundane. If he separates the fact of magic, wings, grand war, and whatnot, they are not that different than humans themselves. To be fair, he's looking at Yuuto and Momo with a new filter as reincarnated devil. Combined with yesterday's gruesome experience, the Dragonoid couldn't exactly view them as simple or harmless high school students anymore. Also, he never hears cases of missing students, mysteriously transferred away, or spooky news like that in this school. From that, Issei concludes that modern devils are not like the ones from myths. At the very least, they are not enslaving and harming humans indiscriminately. Most probably, he was a special case, judging from Momo's reaction. While thinking so, Yuuto takes his attention off from the girls to Issei. They didn't make eye contact, but Issei could feel his staring from his back. As a hybrid of dragon and devil with D-Drag backing him up, sensing attention from people becomes second nature to him. Twisting his head to Yuuto, the prince looks slightly surprised but smiles slightly with a light nod as a greeting. Issei blinks a bit at that, but also nods back to him a beat later. Then, he turned his head back while making a perplexed face. No hostility, no sign of magic being used, nothing. Perhaps we are a bit too cautious. Just like that girl, Momo, not all devils are cruel and manipulative like your savior. In fact, this thinking of manipulation itself could be wrong. Narrowing his eyes from D-Drag's pondering comment, he folded his hands in thought. As a supposed victim, he may be quite biased and unnecessarily wary of his new colleagues. After all, Yuuto being a member of a cult club is widely known too. He unconsciously projected the terrible image of Gremorai-senpai onto all of the members without any solid basis. In other words, he's worried for nothing. War is war, but Kyo Town is definitely out of the boonies, excluding the fact that 2 heiresses make this town their base, and the 6-winged fallen angel currently residing in it. Not every supernatural beings are coming to get him just because. What are you thinking seriously about? Finally getting a girl problem worried getting stabbed behind. While thinking, two familiar voices bring him back out of his thoughts. Raising his head, he was greeted with the teasing smiles of his best friends, Matsuda, Madohama. Digesting their comments about having girl problems, he sighed slightly with a wry smile on his face. While not right, it was not wrong either. After all, Gremorai-senpai and Rainer-san are girls too. Except, the nature of his worry is completely different from what they're thinking right now. Instead of getting stabbed by knives in the back, he could get blasted by something more lethal and destructive just with a flick of their hands. Something like that. Issei, furrowing his brow at his short offhanded response, Matsuda looks at his bro in concern. Madohama also tilted his head questioningly from the flat reaction by Issei. Usually, he'll fool around with them a bit more and Momo will join later on. Only, the silver-haired girl immediately went out of class after the school period ended. Something about student council, from the serious look on her face. And then this. Both boys look at each other and then look at their uncrowned leader worryingly. They may fool around a lot, but both of them care for Issei genuinely. And guiding them out from the immature pervert phase has solidified their image in good notes from the others. Instead of miserable school lives, they could enjoy their youths more happily due to Issei never giving up on them. Sensing their worries, the said boy only bitterly smiled in his mind. If it's just some love problem, it'll just end with light teasing and good-natured ribbing. Such problems are perfectly natural for high school students. However, it's nothing. He couldn't interact with them as usual anymore. Feeling signs of familiar magical residue on them, he could guess their memories of Yuma were erased by the devils too. Talking about it will open a whole can of worms. Worse, they could be a target for potential hostages if he pokes his noses unneeded where it is supposed to be. From now on, he needs to be very, very careful with every move he takes. The weight of becoming a devil, and most importantly, as Sekiryute makes him so. His normal days are over. Issei needs to keep their distance from them, no matter how much he hates doing so. To protect both of them. Sorry guys, there's something I need to do back home. I'll talk to you later. He will cut out his feelings. Wahey, Issei. Come on, man. Purposefully ignoring their protests, he walked through the door in fast paces. It was fortunate for the new reincarnated devil his back facing them. He didn't want to make them worry unnecessarily by looking at his pain-stricken face. Sensing his partner's grim determination, D-Drag hummed sadly but didn't say anything. What Issei had done is the most logical choice. Spilling the beans about the supernatural will just make their lives full of dangers. Even if he could convince them by showing D-Drag, Issei doesn't have the heart for Matsuda and Madohama to be sacrificed for himself. Right now, Issei and D-Drag lack too much information to take any kind of overt action. Asking for Momo is an option, but it may raise potential problems if the members of a cult club interact with the student council without permission. All of it will be decided after meeting his new master, Ria's Gremory. In the end, this is for the best. Issei repeatedly convinces himself in his mind with such words morosely, hurting oneself to protect others. It was uncharacteristic of him, but Issei plans to do so in the future too. His acquaintances, his friends, and his parents. Because he was different now, becoming special forces him to do so. With heavy steps, he heads back to his home. There's much needed to do for the upcoming meeting. The main reason for prolonging his meeting with Gremorai-senpai is to sharpen his arsenal. These few days are going to be the opportune time for him to prepare for the upcoming greeting. Having more cards in his pocket is never detrimental. On his way to the exit, it's not only both of his friends looking at him in concern. Yudo, the supposed club member of Issei, stared at the brown-haired boy worryingly too. He has his orders from Riz to leave Issei alone for a while. Her words, giving Issei space to acclimatize to his new race, abruptly changed. Seeing him being different than usual though, Yudo doubts whether leaving him alone is truly the best action. But, as a loyal knight of Gremory, the blonde-haired prince will never cross the received order.
Therefore, this deadlock situation will prolong for a few days.
Except, Ria's plan has been ruined from the start. To be precise, her standard and lack of caution make her so. Momo reporting this irregular case to Sona will accelerate and simultaneously ruin Ria's grand plan royally. Instead of gaining the upper ground in future talk, the red-haired heiress will get scolded badly by SCP and crack their relationship. Sona does not appreciate the fact Rias couldn't handle the fallen angel's case as smartly as she thought. Most of all, Issei is not some simple regular high school boy anymore. Even though it takes her all 8 pawn pieces, highlighting his enormous potential, she didn't know about D-Drag at all. Not only that, her passive approach has completely ruined an unreplaceable opportunity for a solid, trusting relationship between them. Her unwarranted actions, due to panic about her obligations as the heiress, make this mistake. Therefore, it won't be long before she'll pay for the price of her choice. She could only live her life ignorantly until then. She truly didn't know anything. She didn't know at all. For touching the reverse scale of the dragon means exactly to her. What is your plan? Issei, I'm sure it's not without reason you don't confront Rias, Momo, and the other devils regarding your new state of affairs. On the way home, D-Drag inquired Issei telepathically about their future game plan. The Crimson Dragon knows Issei never acts carelessly because of momentary emotions. This speculation only amplified the more the brown-haired boy acts.
While buying the things ordered by his mom at the grocery mart, Issei replied to his partner in his mind.
Exploring your power more deeper. That's the main reason I extend the meeting with the occult club. Sensing his confusion, Issei continues his explanation with a serious look. I didn't get to ask about your ability of boosted gear deeper because of getting swept by becoming a dragon. So now I want to confirm. What can you boost exactly? What do you mean by that? D-Drake tilted his head in confusion at Issei's question. Boosting is boosting. Just like his previous hosts, all of them boosted their magic blasts, attacks, and countless more in variety. It was used in all shapes and forms, but all of it is related to combat. However, it looks like Issei is not asking in that direction. In your explanation, you said boosted gear could boost power for every 10 seconds. At first, I thought of a simple application for boosting my power output too. But, trailing off, he continued his words meaningfully. Immensely interested in this topic, D-Drake pays attention to Issei more than ever by stretching his long neck. What if it's not just power? What if we could apply it to more simple things? Oh, such as, this is interesting. As always, Hayao Issei always brings surprise after surprise to the Red Dragon. His unique perspective as a former normal human sees the supernatural through a different lens than his predecessors. All of them, either in small or big factors, have been involved with this world from the start. Only Issei was completely uninvolved until his rebirth. Maybe that's why he looks at things differently. That, in his cautious nature. Either way, it was a breath of fresh air for the ancient dragon. Continuing, Issei explained his suspicions to D-Drake slowly. Practice makes perfect. That applies to everything, including magic and sacred gears too. Then, how about if I apply the ability of boosted gear in my body growth by boosting it? Oh, you mean. Looks like you get it. Smiling faintly at his dragon's reaction, Issei explained his training plan of sorts. If other training maniacs hear his plan though, they will rage at him for being the epitome of unfairness. Normal muscle mass, low stamina, minimal magic pool. There are too many things I need to cover for my weaknesses. Changing my body into a dragon doesn't make it an excuse. Compared to my power level with other devils at school, there's not much difference. Then, leaving there, D-Drake continues his partner's words with excitement obvious in his tone. You want to train your body in magic pool as much as possible with boosted gear for faster progress. Indeed, if your idea is applicable, then you are the literal definition of minimum effort, maximum result. Bingo! As if influenced by his excitement, Issei also smiled with satisfaction. It was an idea anyone could think of. However, no user of booster gear ever thinks of it that way. They are too used to it. To be more precise, they are colored by the infamy of D-Drake, riding his coattails as the base for their actions and thinking process. Fight like a dragon. That's the modus operandi for the users of boosted gear. There are differences for each individual, but every one of them acts like the supreme predator to other people. All of them never think of implementing mundane exercises with boosted gear. The closest would be controlling the amount of boost used for their attack skill during their free time. Issei is different. His status as a beginner in this world, combined with his low physique due to being a former simple human, makes him think. How to get stronger, how to be better, and what to do during a crisis. Think, and more thinking. He never stops his thinking process. Becoming a Sekyute didn't let him stop. Instead of being complacent though, it drives his motivation to be stronger. Everything could begin smoothly if you have the capability for it. To put it simply, he never put his hope on an uncertain factor, which is Ria's Gremory senpai. She may be a kind master, a school idol, and an heiress of a prestigious family. But all of that means an iota amount of crap to him. If Issei wants to be more direct, it's meaningless shit. After all, his parents are not under her jurisdiction. In her eyes, he's most probably just a new unique servant, not worth extending her protection for simple humans. The way she treated his parents is the decisive factor for Issei. If she cared for his opinion, then she would ask first before doing anything to his mom and dad. In other words, both of them have completely different priorities on what they think is important. If money and status are greatly valued in human society, power is the biggest factor for almost everything in the supernatural. Since Issei have boosted gear and D-Drake as a personal asset, he'll focus on himself more rather than making good relationship with the devils. Good, very good, Issei, you really are the most unique host I ever had. Understanding his partner's way of thinking, D-Drake laughs boisterously. As a dragon, he greatly treasured independence more than normal. Instead of relying on the devils that exploited them, the Crimson Dragon greatly approves of Issei's independence. Chuckling at the dragon's enthusiasm, he pays the bill to the cashier. While heading to the exit, his steps are lighter than usual. If this idea flourishes even a little bit, his future prospects won't be doom and gloom. At the very least, he won't get pulled here and there unreasonably without a reason. Estimating his given time, 3 days is the shortest period. If he sees optimistically, 1 week maximum. More than that, the devils will be suspicious of why Issei could be that calm even after knowing his predicament. Either way, it was a golden time for the newly reincarnated devil. The rest is left to him on how to use the given time as best as he can. Combine his growth with D-Drake's guidance, boosted gear as natural doping, and high potential as an evolving dragonoid. It's not unreasonable for him to expect good progress. Humming slightly in response to his rising mood, he walked toward his home at a faster pace than normal. Strike the iron while it's hot. The night will be quite long for these few days. Imagining his upcoming plan to be fruitful, it's not unreasonable for his worries will be lessened. if everything goes as he planned. Didn't someone quote a famous line, anything that can go wrong will go wrong? While walking, he spots a man wearing a thick fedora hat and a hat covering half of his upper face. While Issei thought it weird fashion in the middle of spring, he shrugs it off, thinking to each of their own. Dietrich didn't give him any heads up, which means the man is just a normal person, which was fatal to him. Even though Issei may be cautious, he's still a complete rookie in the supernatural world. No matter how careful he is, there's going to be gaps left in his approach. That's the absolute difference between those with experience and not. Slowly passing by the normal guy. Be careful on your way home, child. Such words whispered to his ears without any warning. Turning back immediately, there is no sign of said man anymore. No matter how much he looks around, the man disappears from his eyes, as if he was a ghost. Now, he was in complete alert mode. Transforming his eye pupil into slits like a snake, he meticulously looks around at his surrounding. As a precaution, he even contacts his trustworthy partner in his mind. Dietrich, I know TCH, I was careless, I never thought this small town had an expert that could bypass a dragon's sense. Looks like he was not imagining it. From the panicked reaction given by the dragon, that man was not normal. Issei would even put him higher danger level than the devils loitering in his school. He was getting neared, without being noticed, with no kind of signal until in point-blank distance. If that man desired so, his body would be left in the street, with no one the wiser. Any sign of magic used on us? No, at least, I don't think so. Biting his lips at the ambiguous words used, Issei scowls heavily at the terrible implication. Even if he was transformed into a dragon, it was still incomplete. At best, it was only 10% of his entire biology. Even if Dietrich helped him, there's always a limit with poor equipment, even if the user's skill was top-notch. Goosebumps ran through his entire body. This is not the first time he experienced a close brush with death, but it's still terrifying for the former normal boy. He was one step away from it, literally. The silver lining of it, he was still alive. This means that man makes contact with him with a purpose other than assassination. For what? He couldn't even imagine about it. He's just grateful he was still left in one piece unscathed, hopefully. Taking a few deep breaths, Issei sharpened his eyes while continuing to walk toward his home once again. A few minutes ago, he was in upbeat mode for having a sliver of breathing room. Now, he berated himself for being stupidly careless, being happy about it. He never escaped from the danger. Dietrich, that idea I just said. Let's hope it works. If not, I give you full permission to completely change my body, damn the consequences. Grimacing at the determined tone used by Issei, Dietrich only nods powerlessly. Both of them know how disastrous will that be, but there's no more option left. Even before contacting the devils, their lives will be snuffed out. Moreover, with this, Issei will never be complacent anymore. Longinus or not, it's useless if he couldn't use it to his full potential. No matter how much power he gained, there's always someone better. Issei, it was an instant, but his smell is familiar to me. Perking up, the boy continues walking while keeping his guard up. Do you know who he is? No, I never met him before, even before or after sealed. But his presence was undoubtedly a fallen angel. From those unexpected words, he stopped his feet but continued walking a beat later. Even though his expression was neutral, his mind was in complete turmoil. Just this morning, he predicted that Rainier or her manipulator was still aiming him for their plan. While another fallen angel was not unexpected, it was worrying news to the boy. What the hell is going on, really? He was left alive but felt spooky for no apparent reason, letting him so. No matter how much he thinks about it, no concrete or possible answer comes out. Even Dietrich himself could only shake his head incredulously with these peculiar events happening around them. From start to finish, Issei's surroundings are full of questions and uncertainties. Having those thoughts, his steps are faster than ever but full of anxiety. Looks like squad leader was right. If Issei looked up, he could find the said fedora man at the top of the building. Unfortunately, the man has designed for the boy to never find out about him until that last moment. Among his colleagues, he was the most proficient in hiding his presence. Some may even say that it's his inborn trait. Under his hat shadowing his eyes, the amethyst color was hidden from it. Anyone with little knowledge will know that he's a fallen angel for having that unique pupil color. No other race could have nor able to replicate it perfectly. Dietrich was right. This man, Donasik, was also a fallen angel assigned to this town with Rainier, his squad leader. Just this morning, he was given an assignment to observe the boy she killed yesterday. At that time, he furrowed his brow questionably at her. Why didn't she erase his body after finishing the job? Usually, she never leaves loose ends, particularly when they knew this area was the devil's habitat. Just humor me. You'll find something interesting. Tilting his head at her cryptic words sideways, he followed her orders dutifully. Both of them have known each other for centuries. He knows Rainier won't spout some nonsense to egg him on useless things. Which was right. In fact, interesting doesn't cover it. Shockshell would be an apt description, finding the true nature of that boy. A dragon. Frowning at this unexpected finding, he continued to observe this newly reincarnated devil. While it's a shame that human with sacred gear become their enemy, Donasik focuses on his observation. He was not mistaken. At that time, and even now, he could even sense that unmistakable draconic presence. Some sacred gears emitted that kind of residue depending on its nature, but the boy's was several magnitude bigger in scale. Moreover, it was controlled. a bit sloppy but been suppressed by said boy, a mundane human who didn't even know about the supernatural until yesterday. However, he never misrecognized that existence even once. Donosik knows a unique presence. Even though millenniums have passed, he still quakes his boots in fear, reminiscing about the red dragon rampaging the battlefield. While folding his hand in thought with a severe face, a magic circle appeared on his right ear. Not surprised by the call, the man put his hand on his ear to activate the call. Donosik here. How was it? Seek. A smooth, beautiful voice reverberates in his ears. Although the voice was clear like a bell, the no-nonsense tone was used to express the all-business for the upcoming talk. Which is fair. After all, the person was his squad leader, Rainer-sama. Your suspicions were right, squad leader. The boy was reincarnated by the devil Gremory. Moreover, having a draconic smell. As if knowing for his next words, Rainer cut off the rest of it. Donosik didn't feel annoyed by the interruptions. Instead, he blinked his eyes hearing her words. Did you? If about knowing the kid having a draconic sacred gear, I had a hunch. While not as sharp as you, I was near him for a whole day. Which is reasonable. Donosik has the best sensory abilities among them, while Rainer-sama is focused on leadership and a little bit of everything. Of course, that doesn't mean she is weak. Rather, she was the strongest in their circle. Fallen angels don't earn title and position with minuscule ability. I'm not asking you the obvious, Seek. Both of us know we are too jaded for having useless pleasantries. I'm asking if you could recognize it. This time, there are a few trembles on his eyebrow. Clenching his fists, Donosik continues his words, albeit more carefully. Because it was that serious. Squad leader, I know that presence. There's no way I could mistake it. It was Crimson. Hearing that code word, there was a sucking deep breath sound reverberating from his ears. It was not hard to imagine how shocked she was after hearing that of all things. Are you very sure? Yes, squad leader. I swore on my wings. If fallen angels swore on their wings, then there's no need to doubt his words anymore. It was a cold, hard fact. Hayao Issei was the current generation of Sekiryute. This is messed up. A curse ran through his ear roughly, but Donosik himself didn't refute her words. He even lets out an uncharacteristic bitter smile on his face. Even he knew how severe their situation was now. Their simple mission of eliminating that boy had become much more complicated. What should we do now? What he truly means is, should I eliminate that boy before he becomes a threat? His fears are not unwarranted. Considering past Sekiryute's infamy, it's best to nip the bud while they can. Moreover, Donosik doesn't want the devil's side to have more formidable allies on them any more than now. Contrary to his hopes though, Rainer snorted in morbid amusement. Yeah, if you want to sign a death warrant by the Citrian Gremory, go ahead. I won't stop you. But, remember, you are left alone after that. I apologize, it was rash of me. Lowering his head in apology, the man wore a regretful expression hearing her words. While Rainer's comments are very cold, even callous, Donosik didn't protest it. Both of them are very territorial on their families, even if it's extended ones. Her meanings are crystal clear. Don't overstep your bounds. If he killed the boy, Donosik wouldn't blame Rainer for cutting him off. After all, he would do the same too. There are too many big political landmines to not take careless actions in this town. All three sides are at the end of the rope to not of another Armageddon. Changing gears, he continues his report to his boss. Anything else I should know? The boy is very cautious. From my understanding, it almost looks like he didn't trust the devils. What? Hearing her confusion and incredulity, Donosik continues his words succinctly. Even he found it a bit weird too. The Gremory does not mistreat their families. The current head of Gremory proves that. After receiving his observation report, Rainer was silent for a moment. Accepting her silence as a sign to continue, Donosik carried on with his findings. One more thing. He didn't meet up with his master nor try to communicate with the Citri either. If I may, he's left alone. What are these shitty devils planning? On that, Donosik himself doesn't have a good answer. The protocol for receiving newcomers is to let them in the system as fast and in detail as they can. If they think about Issei's situation, more so than ever. Last of all, the boy himself. The devils themselves are weird, but the current Sekiryute is even more peculiar than them. Having a little doubt is not wrong. That's something to be praised for in this world. Still, there's a limit for it. If the man is not reading it wrong, the boy is. Avoiding them, muttering those unconsciously, the man cups his chin in thought. Why though isn't it ideal for him to be in the loop in his current situation? Why would he avoid running to other devils? However, Rainer thinks differently. Instead, she gets a vague direction for knowing Issei's intention. Is that so? Squad leader. Hearing her, Donosik tilted his head sideways. If he's not imagining it, she sounds interested and impressed. Moreover, she was even chuckling. Who was famous for being called cold during work time is snickering happily. Hey Seek, when you go near the boy, is the gear dormant or active? Active, but how does? Hold on. Stopping midway, he narrowed his eyes and thought. Activating a sacred gear from near-death situation is common. It responds to its user's emotions, and the easier to awaken the stronger their feelings are. But Longinus is a whole different breed. Something like that needs more than just strong emotions. The user needs to have qualifications such as good compatibility, a robust physique, and many other possible requirements. And yet, Hayao Issei was able to awaken booster gear in just one day. Not only that, YD Dragok was awakened. There's no mistaking that. Confident of his ability, there's no room for error. Issei has skipped the process of twice critical into booster gear. On why, he couldn't know. What happened has happened. If he combines this fact with all the other information gathered. I see. Looks like you get it. Yes, squad leader. Hayato Issei is not loyal to the devils. To be more precise, he's suspicious of the Gremmery who revived him. It was only a hypothesis, but a probable one. Instead of being subservient to the devils, he wanted to find another way for his independence. A bit naive, but not wrong thinking that. He didn't know yet evil pieces are not reversible. Shall we recruit him? Instantly, the man requested an opposite suggestion minutes before. If the Sekiryude could be brought to their side, the red and the white one could fall to their hands. In the entire history of fallen angels, it never happened. His getting excited about it is not strange. However, his excitement gets doused by his boss's humorless chuckle. Hey Seek, where exactly are we now? Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. I get what you are saying. Again, his boss has said it, but this is the devil's territory. Not just Citri and Gremmery, but in the worst case, their top gunner will come to protect Issei when knowing his value. In the end, Donosika is just saying an impossible future. If that comes, Azazel couldn't even beat their bosses in direct confrontations. The power level gap is just too big. However, Rainer didn't fully reject his words either. Looks like we can use this. Lamb, listen to me very carefully, Donosika. Immediately, he straightened his spine hearing her tone that brokered no argument. She only used it when in severe situations, which they are. Rainer knows the most how much dangerous circumstances they are currently in. The more Rainer speaks through the magic circle, the more Donosika feels his face getting pale. People would even freak out at how whitish his expression has become. Gulping, Donosika asks back to her boss. He trusted her a lot, but he had to ask back. She was asking him for a whole lot heavier role than required. Are you sure, squad leader? Yes. It was one single word, but the grim determination could be felt to him. The fedora man grimaced to be involved in this mess unexpectedly but didn't refute back. He knew how precocious state they were after hearing from Rainer's side. I understand. Good. Go back to the base. We need to talk about this with the other two. Your current mission is done. Roger. Finishing with that, the magic circle disappears. He sighed tiredly after receiving all this bombshell information, but he could only wing it. Their lives are on the line now. Not just that. Child, be strong. Your mettle is being tested right now. Looking at the fading boy's silhouette with complicated feelings, he unfurled his 6 black wings on his back. His destination, the rundown church. If everything goes well, the fallen angel could get a potentially remarkable powerhouse as an ally. However, if anything, even if the smallest bit goes wrong though, God help us. Whispering his irrelevant prayers, he continued to fly toward his base. He needs to prepare for what's going to come. War is on the horizon. And it's coming to them. Fallen angel is what people called half-assed in the supernatural community. Even though they are created as messengers of peace and love, they fall into depravity. Of course, this excludes the ones who are born naturally though. All of them still cling to some habits during their angel days, but they also have their debauchery quirks after becoming fallen angels. That's why most fallen habitually used old abandoned churches as their home base for one area. In a way, it's paying homage to their creator while debasing it for their corrupted plan. At this one abandoned church at Kyo Town was used for the so-called sheep who lost their way without permission. Hey Ray, why are you wearing that white face all the time recently? What? Having a period? Midelt, for the love of decency, please don't be a young brat to your boss. Yeah, Miss Prim and proper call a mommy. A petite blonde-haired girl wearing a black frilly gothic dress grumbled unsatisfactorily to her conversational partner, while her opposite just sighed resignedly at her bratty response. Calla Warner, a buxom blue-haired lady who is quite tall compared to the average female's height, couldn't help but look exasperatedly at her frustrating colleagues. If Middelt's appearance is cute and the personification of a shedevil, Calla Warner is the seductive woman with her long hair covering one of her alluring eyes while wearing a one-piece coat. Both of them have contrasting traits, but actually, they are quite close in private too. Sometimes, all of those annoying quirks can be endearing after both risked their lives for each other during the Great War. Well, still annoying though. She's not wrong. Outwardly, Calla scolds her partner for having decency, but inwardly she agrees with Midelt. These days, Rainer, their boss, constantly wears a grumpy face more than usual. While not as extreme as Midelt saying having a period, she's not that suicidal. It was true that their leader is experiencing a constant bad mood almost all of the time. As if saying so, the said woman, Rainer, who wore the black battle dress just like Issei saw her last week, looked at them briefly with narrowed eyes. Moreover, her way of expressing "I am super angry and nobody could stop me" by folding her hands below her chest is quite striking. Looking at her current state, Calla and Midelt winced a bit. Usually, she snapped at them with sarcastic words filled with thorns. Now though, she just stared at them menacingly, her sharp eyes glinting. It was seriously scary, no joking about it. Well, leader, can I ask why you are angry? If I'm at fault, I apologize beforehand. Calla Warner was the first one who raised her hands in surrender. Whatever it is, she does not want to get the brunt of her royal ire. Heck, she'll even offer Midelt as her punching bag if needed. Her words are quite meek for a prideful fallen angel. The Lolita even looks at her with contempt openly, like she's the most miserable person in the entire world. Calawarner noticed it, and she swore inwardly to smack that rascal hard later. As for Rainier, she only stares at Kala's tearful face for a moment. Then, as if she found it funny, she snorted in amusement, letting out a wry smile. It's fine. Sorry girls. I'm having a bad moment, so to speak. Both of them blink repeatedly at her uncharacteristic admission. This is someone who could headbutt their Supreme General Governor openly in an official meeting. And that same person is apologizing first. Okay, spill it out. What the hell's wrong with you? I'm getting goosebumps hearing you saying sorry. While not extreme like that stupid brat, I agree. Is there something concerning you, leader? One is abrasive while another is gentle in asking their inquiries. Although, the feelings behind their words are the same. It was a genuine care for Rainier's well-being. Looking at her old friends, her heart is filled with warmth. Most of the time, they quarrel with each other for stupid things. But when things go down, they support each other's backs without being asked. She's truly blessed, isn't she? Sighing melancholically, she faces them both with a tender smile. Both of them were quite shocked seeing her like this, seemingly soft and gentle. Middle even thinks she's hallucinating badly after drinking too much yesterday. Although, that was just a split moment. After hearing their last member announcing his arrival from the communication magic, she wears her game face instantly. The other two are a bit dazed by her constant change, but they also change gears looking at her focused expression. Their playtime was done. Now is the time for work. As if it was decided beforehand, Donasik, the last member of this squad, appeared in a glowing magical circle on the ground in perfect timing. With this, all four are finally gathered for the meeting. Leader, I'm back. Good work, Seek. Any troubles? None. I was able to arrive safely with no interruptions. Nodding and understanding, she ordered them to sit on the chairs. After all, this is going to be a very long and sobering talk for the rest of their long night. When they were seated properly, Rainier took a few deep breaths to prepare herself mentally. What she's going to say is going to be groundbreaking on so many levels that it's not even funny. First, Donasik is going to explain his findings about the mission I gave him this morning. It'll help the talk later on. Receiving it as a signal for his turn, the man nods silently and opens his mouth to explain his results succinctly. The more he spoke though, the more Calawarner and Middle changed their expressions throughout the explanation. Whoa, got him. That kiddo is the Secretary. What kind of devilish luck does the Grimoire have? It was surprising, to say the least. They never thought this seemingly small town gathered many high-profile people in all kinds of manners. Not only two heiresses of devils, then the six-winged, and now Issei is the current red dragon of domination. Moreover, that said dragon boy had fallen into the devil's hands. Complicated doesn't cover their current feeling. The one whom they were assigned to kill got saved and poached by their archenemy. Most of all, the said personnel this time could go big. But that's not what concerned them most. While it's an important point, it has already passed. No, what's peculiar is their boss' actions on this job. Middle is the first one who spoke her opinion. Since this is work time, her posture is more formal than usual, raising her hand to speak her piece. Hey, boss, I don't mean to slander you Buterant Yao, you know, sloppy. Even if it was quite disrespectful, the blonde-haired Lolita couldn't help but feel that way. After all, this is the Rainier they are talking about. While not a super agent who won't fail the given work, her rate of success is always 9 out of 10 for centuries. This mission is not considered to be 1 out of 10, hell no. Because it was supposed to be just a simple job. Middelt, Calawarner called out to her in a warning tone, but said girl just shrugged her shoulders. She knows she's out of line a little bit, but what's crucial needs to be said. That doesn't mean she doesn't trust her superior though. As proof, her words are filled with confusion and curiosity instead of accusation. The blue-haired woman has the same opinion but keeps it to herself. Fieldwork is always filled with uncertainties and surprise factors. Most of all, this is the Grimoire and Citri's ground field. It's not hard to imagine there are hiccups along the operation. As if understanding both opinions, Rainier only raises her hand and waves it sideways, showing her not being offended by them. If she was in their position, she would feel the same too. It's fine, I get it. Only a fool leaves the kid's body fully knowing there's going to be a thief who takes it. She was nonchalant about it, so much so that all three of them feel incredulous about her criticizing herself for making a beginner mistake. The black-haired angel knows how stupid she had done at that time too. The smart thing to do is to either burn his body to oblivion or bring it to her base for further purposes if needed. But she didn't do so. Rather, she doesn't want to. Rainier confesses her inner feelings in a whispered voice filled with remorse. I want to let him live. All three of them had differing reactions, but astonishment was commonly shown in their expression. Calawarner even feels she just got bonked on her head by a sledgehammer after hearing that of all things by her leader. Whoa, time out. Standing up from her seat abruptly, Middle flailed her hands around in a comedic manner. Although it was kind of cute, her flustered face reflected her shock hearing that comment from Rainier. Pointing her trembling finger to her boss who looks downward, she speaks albeit hesitantly. We are assigned here to finish him right. The nod. And you did it. Slightly delayed than usual, Rainier nods her head again. If Middle is not imagining it, her boss looks aggrieved for doing so. While curious about her reaction, she continues her question. So you let him get taken by those bats? A nod. Even knowing he'll be their slave. Brit. This time, there was a sound of gnashing teeth quite loudly for the other three to hear it. Other than that, she didn't show any other excessive reaction other than another nod. Hearing all of the answers given, Middle looked at Rainier strangely as if she was truly seeing her for the first time. Okay, I'm officially confused. Boss, you need to give me context here. Otherwise, I'm going to label you as bipolar lady from now on. W.H. Middle, what I'm sure you thought about it after hearing about her actions. What do you call it other than bipolar or two-faced? Have some respect, you young idiot. That's your direct superior. I call it whatever I want, you bimbo. Witnessing their low-level bickering exasperatedly, Donosik, the lone man in this group, only rubs his temple tiredly. They are the so-called Spear of Grigori and are feared by the other forces of the supernatural. Looking at them like this though, sometimes he wondered morosely why he got assigned to a squad equivalent to a mental asylum. Gazing at the lone man beside her sympathetically, Rainier pats his shoulder silently as a sign of support. She knew exactly how he feels right now. When talking to her pervert boss, Rainier wanted to bash her head to the floor, wishing to end this insanity. Well, their stupid dad won't let them. In slave driver, she cusses hatefully in her mind. Backing her mind to track, she cleared her throat quite loudly for these two idiots to stop their fights. While it's nice to see it for stress relief, now is not the time nor the place for it. Okay, that's enough. As amusing as this is, I need you ladies to stop your flirting. Who's flirting who? Both of you. Their lines are even syncing perfectly, word to word. Wanted me rip those pretty little mouths? My hands have been kind of itchy since this morning. Smiling prettily while closing her eyes, she asked both of them nicely. The blue and blonde pair feel their face getting pale immediately, hearing that terror statement. Almost a second later, Middle and Calawarner shook their hands with stiff smiles on their faces, as if their fight a moment ago was an illusion. They do not want to get beaten by her of all people. Best friends. Good, sit down quietly. Yes, ma'am. Now, I'm going to defend myself before getting labeled as mentally unstable. Ah, she's taking a grudge, isn't she? With anime tears pouring out in her mind, Middle was half resigned being subjected to her punishment later on. Knowing his partner's thoughts, Calawarner covered her snickers with her hands. Serves her right. That's why you need to be polite to your boss. Shaking her head bemusedly at her silly subordinates, she explained her contradicting reasons toward Issei. Actually, I didn't want to kill him. Originally, I just wanted to seal his memories about me in sacred gear, booster gear or not. That was unexpectedly kind of her. Disregarding her action of disobeying direct orders from the top, they all look at her confusedly but do not show contempt for it. The trio are fallen angels, but that doesn't mean they like murdering innocent kids. They are not heartless monsters. Just, it's very uncharacteristic of Rainier to try to let the mundane boy live blissfully away from the supernatural. Middle even snorted openly, as if telling that her boss, of all people showing mercy, was ridiculous. What, you have feelings for the kid? That why you become moody these few days? She expected some snapping remarks or another death glare given by her boss. The Rainier Middle knew would never involve personal feelings to their job, after all. What she didn't expect was Rainier getting a pink face while fiddling with her long hair in a shy manner. If she didn't know her personally, she'd describe her current state just like a girl who found love for the first time. Moreover, she didn't deny her sarcastic words either. Holy shit, seriously. Seeing her acting like a bashful maiden, dumbfounded doesn't express her shock. She was completely bamboozled by this unexpected reason out of the blue. Even Calawarner and Donosik look at their leader disbelievingly. Their leader has been compromised because of a kid whose age is less than the 20s. This was a woman who could punch their supreme general in the chin, who made a pass to her. While their governor is a known pervert, not even Middle would dare to be that disrespectful to him. And now, that kind of woman has a crush on her target. Damn, now I want to meet the kid. Kudos to him. Middle nodded approvingly to the guy who never met. Someone who could tame their boss is legitimately incredible. If possible, she wants to give the boy a high five for achieving the impossible. Although, what a cradle robber. Hearing those accursed words, Rainier feels like she got gut-punched metaphorically. After all, she has a semblance of awareness of how ridiculous this is. A millennium-old girl falls in love with a kid who hasn't experienced adulthood. No matter how shameless she is, Rainier couldn't refute Middle's amusedly spoken words. She's even grateful they didn't tease her for being a cougar. A wry smile appeared on Calawarner and Donosik's faces. Looking at her confident boss being this meek was quite a strange feeling for them. To be honest, both of them didn't care much for the years gap. The human world may be a big problem for it, but couples with big age differences until decades or even centuries are not that rare in the supernatural world. Viewed if so, what she had done was full of inconsistency. Hold on a sec. Then why did you finish him? As if that sentence was the signal, all kinds of playfulness and light-hearted atmosphere dispersed instantly. Rainier's change of expression was even more pronounced because of it. From a lady who found happiness in a long time, she looks as if all hope had been lost for her. Middle even winced in guilt for how downtrodden she is currently. I was forced to. What? It took her a moment to digest that. Then, a scream from Middle's small mouth reverberates throughout the dim-lighted church. The other two didn't say anything, but their wide eyes expressed their current feeling right now. How could someone make Rainier force her to take drastic action? No one is capable in this town of her making her do so. Understanding their disbelief, she raises her bangs with her hand to let them see her forehead. Although a few days have passed, there are marks left for them to prove her words. Seeing the faint but noticeable symbol on their leader's forehead, all of them are lost for words. Then, their disbelief immediately changed to pure wrath seeing that accursed mark slammed onto their friend. Only Donosik has a neutral face, but his tightly clenching hands express his inner boiling anger clearly. That was a mark used during the Great War by their comrades. In the past, that symbol's name was different because of its uses at that time, but for all of its purposes and designs that was a slave command mark. It was strictly forbidden to be used for any kind of purpose. The reason can't be more clear from the name given. It was reluctantly implemented as a last resort for soldiers who lost their spirit to fight. Since they're in a ceasefire, they are not in a dire enough state to use it anymore. Seeing it on her forehead though, they finally understand her conflicting actions. Rainier was controlled by someone on their rank. Hey boss, who the is this bastard? Give me a name. I'll take out all of its organs and feed it into a dog. Get in line, Brett. That is going into a blender after getting crushed with my hands. The two women showed their displeasure greatly. Rainier may have its faults and bad moments, but she was a genuine friend and dependable comrade for a long time. Said person was subjected to killing her own crush with her hand, personally. Middle, with her soulless eyes, spat out her promise to the bastard who did this, while Rainier cracked her knuckles with a sadistic smile. Donosik, always the silent one, didn't say anything, but the fedora man's burning eyes showed his determination to give the sinful ones their deserving retribution. Seeing them getting angry for her, Rainier chuckles slightly. While it's endearing for their care, this time the opponent is a bad match. To be precise, it's hopeless. If they were this angry, then it was worse for Rainier herself. Her dignity, freedom, and sliver of happiness were mercilessly trampled by it after all. 2 days are more than enough to deduce who put this ink mark on her. That was also why she didn't take any actions toward the Gremory, no matter how much she wanted to smite that ink. She doesn't have the leisure to play around anymore. The identity of that said bastard is too much for her. Even if they combined all of their prowess, they wouldn't even reach his toenails. A big difference in power makes everything right. It was a disgusting fact, but an irrefutable truth. She can't even dispute it since that's her current situation. I appreciate it, but it'll amount to nothing. We'll just die a dog's death. How can you say that this is just a cowardly bastard who doesn't even have the word pride in their tiny brain? Seriously? Just give me a name and even if it's the Star of God. Cutting her ranting middleway, Rainier finally spoke the identity of her controller. It was an immediate change. All of their anger, which was boiling like magma, got cooled down with something resembling a blizzard. Middle even sobered up from her crazed fever instantly. That's how much weight the name spoken by Rainier. Are you serious? Yep. It's driving her crazy on how nonchalantly Rainier spoke it. If anyone other than them hears her, it almost makes them think she's speaking it as if it doesn't relate to her. Holy shit. All of Middle's energy has been drained short. She slumped into her chair powerlessly. No matter how arrogant she is, she knows her position more than anybody else. Her 6 wings on her back clearly define her worth in their organization. Rainier was right, they'll die a dog's death fighting him openly. Hell, fighting is the polite word. If that happens, they'll get massacred in 10 seconds flat. Warner was the first to regain her cool. Out of the 4, she was the most experienced in calming down her own raging emotions. After all, she fell due to wrath. She knew how to control it skillfully, as if flipping her hands. Why would that esteemed person do that to you? The spoken word esteem tastes like bitter ashes in her mouth. As a fallen angel, she respects that person's power only. As for his ideology or his actions toward her boss, not even a little bit. Donosik looks at Warner's conflicted face silently while closing his eyes. During his way here, he had been informed of their situation roughly, but enough. He only needs to connect the dots to the reason being chosen for this mission. Answering her subordinate's question, instead of a direct answer, she spread her hands out toward them. Have you ever wondered why we were assigned to this town? Warner blinked at the sudden question while Middle weakly raised her head. The bombshell just now shocked her for a moment, but she's a veteran who can keep cool, not a fumbling greenhorn. Isn't it because of precaution? The heiress of Gremory and Citri is a big political landmine itself. Not only that, their siblings are equivalent to nuclear bombs. She's right. Initially, Rainier thought of it like that too. Nodding and understanding, she agreed to Middle's statement. 4 6-winged angels for eliminating one single boy who hasn't even awoken his sacred gear nor knows about the supernatural. No matter how they look at it, it's too much. Fallen angels have deficit personnel, not excessive surplus for this extreme caution. If the area is the enemy's territory though, that explains it. Especially if said enemies have humongous backing that one could only dream of getting in their entire life. But after recent events, Rainier began to have suspicions. Many people in their ranks are thirsty and condescending toward humans, but not them. Rainier personally wouldn't mind humans with sacred gears joining them. A /dog squad is living proof of their supreme leader's hobby. So why did they get assigned to this job most of all? Why is it elimination, not recruit, but erasing Issei? You're right. Our supreme governor wouldn't give that order. He'll always say recruit them if possible. Unconsciously, Middle murmured her agreement absent-mindedly. Warner and Donosik even nod their heads. That's what he'll say, definitely. Also, they silently take note of how Rainier called her target with his given name. Either that or observing them and proposing a possible alliance. From a logistics standpoint, it's more productive to have more people as allies rather than eliminating them for risk control. Moreover, the devils wouldn't let this slide either. No matter how subtle Rainier could be, they will get alerted if someone who could potentially be their family is murdered by their archenemy in their region. But the slave command mark changed everything. More accurately, Rainier finally reached an epiphany who actually assigns this mission. This mission is not from our leader. It's our resident warmonger. The reaction was immediate. Calawarner gasped in worry, Middle groaned loudly, while Donasik let out a long sigh expressing his deep-seated worry for coming true. They didn't refute it. It needs confirmation, but they are 99% sure of it. Only him and Grigori, that's why enough to warrant this reckless act. It could only be taken as an act of aggression, no other way about it. TCH, so that's it. He needs a catalyst to press the continue button for that war. Clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction, Calawarner raised her blue hair in an upset manner, realizing this disturbing fact. She tries to hide it by speaking calmly, but her trembling hands show how shaken she currently is. Donasik and Middle are the same. The Lolita even roughly messes with her carefully maintained hair due to a high amount of stress. As for the fedora man, he pushed his hat down to cover his despairful eyes. Each person varies, but all of them never, ever wanted to continue that horror show anymore. The amount of spilled for their causes. The number of bodies accumulated until it can build a hill. The countless separations they had experienced with their brethren. The crazed Shodid enemies shouted hysterically for their demises. Some of them go mad from hysteria while others become more and more callous toward death. Raina herself was deeply spooked by how much people embraced death as if it were their salvation wholeheartedly, enemies or not. It was hell, plain and simple. Millions lose their life because of it. That number multiplies quadruply for how many scars are left on them, physical and mental indefinitely. At that time, the fallen angels' side could finally be operated as a functioning organization after signing the ceasefire, but the process of recovery itself took decades. Some weren't able to live normally anymore. The PTSD of that war was extremely severe for all three sides. And now, it's coming again. Because of one madman who has a massive superiority complex, the catastrophic conflict is going to start for a second round. But this time, it will be utter destruction, either them or the two other side. Grimacing at their panicked reaction, Rainier calms herself down. She expected this. If she doesn't ready herself mentally before this, she will also react the same. That's how much serious shit they are in right now. Calm down, it hasn't happened yet. There's a chance we could prevent this. As a squad leader, she needs to show example. Getting scared of a potential scenario won't help them anything. What they need is a cool head to think of a solution. As if a ray of light shone them down from the darkness, all three of them whipped their heads toward Rainier with hope. Only, Middle herself becomes the devil's advocate here. She looks at Rainier skeptically. How, Ray, I don't mean to damper your mood, but we're basically signed up for a suicide mission here. Moreover, stopping. Middle's face darkened badly for a highly plausible implication after hearing Rainier's explanation. That madman is crazy to the highest order. However, he's equally patient with the carefully made plan to succeed. There's no way he didn't expect retaliation. Grigori is compromised. Even if we want to request reinforcements or communication, there's no way of telling who's peaceful and who's not. We are left alone. Finishing, Middle lets out a laugh tinged with hysterics and despair. What could she do other than laugh about it? If they finish the job, then the devils will retaliate, starting another war. If they go back to their home, they could get assassinated for sealing their lips permanently. Dead bodies don't tell. The supernatural may have loopholes around it, but it's essentially the same. They have choices, but both of them are ultimately signing their death warrant. So how could they overcome this? Then we take the third option. Breaking this gloomy silence, Donasik finally speaks after being silent for a long time. Calawarner looked at him confusedly while Middle raised her eyebrow, not expecting the silent guy butting in. Expecting their confusion, Donasik looks at Rainier for confirmation. Seeing her nodding, he gets the permission to speak. How do Issei? He's the key for all of this. Have you gone mad? He's just a newly reincarnated devil. What could that rookie help us in? It was a harsh comment, but fair for her to be wholly unimpressed. They are in a situation for getting help even from stray cats, yes, but there are limits to it. Calawarner felt pity for the boy, but he's their enemy now. Most of all, even if it is boosted gear, the kid has just obtained that power yesterday. There's no other apt word to describe him as a greenhorn. However, Donasik shook his head slowly in disagreement. At first, he's also doubtful whether this plan proposed by Rainier succeed. After today though, he changed his mind. Although minuscule, there's a chance. Remember what I said, even though he was unrelated to the supernatural before this, he could awaken the boosted gear. He skips one entire step from twice critical to his current state in this short time. Stopping, he continued his words but more slowly to emphasize his next words. Not only that, he was able to control his draconic aura. Not perfect of course, but enough for ones with the same level as him to not notice the dragon's presence. An analytical glint arises from Donasik's narrow eyes. Rainier-sama getting interested in that boy was understandable now. Not just anyone could accept, use, and adapt to unexpected situations in a short period. Moreover, his worldview was completely flipped upside down. For him, such a feat was downright amazing. This time, Middleton and Calawarner ponder his words carefully. While not fully convinced, it shows how much potential the current Secretary has. Moreover, remembering the report he spoke gives them food for thought too. Now what you mention it, he's not fully loyal to the Grimoire, right? Otherwise, he'll wag his tail asking for protection and guidance. That's not all, Kala. The kid avoiding the devils also shows his skepticism toward them. Usually, people cling to their savior but not him. In other words, trailing off, both of them look at each other, reaching the same conclusion as Donosik does. He wants to be independent. Flick. Bingo. Satisfied with their answer, Rainier flicked her fingers with a slight grin. Now they're on the same page as her. Issei may be tied to the devils, but that's just flimsy at best. He's not brainwashed by them yet nor being colored by their perception. In this town, he was the closest to the neutral side. What's your plan with him? Boss, bring him into our folds before the devils do. Middle proposes a possible idea, but Rainier only shakes her head with a regretful face. She wants that more than anybody else, but there are too many problems with it. I killed him, Mitt. You can't just shrug off things like that. Middle grimaced at that reminder, understanding her point. She was controlled, but it's doubtful whether the kiddo could accept that answer. It's more probable he'll be suspicious of them deceiving him for lowering his guard down. No, from the start Rainier didn't hope for that. She's a realist, not an idealist who only hopes for the best. A few days later, there's going to be an exiled nun coming here, right? On that question coming out from the left side abruptly, Middle tilted her head questioningly but nodded in agreement. Yep, a cute gal named Asia Argento. Those stuck-up bastards are idiots. She's the possessor of Twilight Healing, sent to our laps for free. We're lucky to get her. The next moment, though, her cheerful face becomes gloomy, imagining the poor girl's fate getting involved in this political mess. Not for her. This town could be the next war zone. She could get involved in it point blank. Calawarner and Donosik lowered their eyes sadly for that. Having a healer was always welcome for anybody, even fallen angels. Moreover, from the report given, she was a kind-hearted girl who followed the Lord's teaching faithfully. And yet, such an innocent girl was decided to be excommunicated for doing the right thing. All of them would bet it was just another bullshit from the top to keep the lies spread to their closed community alive. She was wasting her entire life, literally, for following a meaningless teaching. Fallen angels could be cruel, but humans are equally worse. Then how about sending her to a safer place? Breaking this cloudy air, Rainier smirks challengingly toward them. Although she also sympathizes with the poor girl, she could make use of this situation better. A bit manipulative, she could admit that, but they're cornered into a wall. She needed to do everything to prevent the worst-case scenario. Devils like theatrics. Moreover, they are just young brats who have never experienced wars in their entire life. All of us could be their side actors for them to shine brightly. Oh, you want to lay low? Immediately, Calawarner understood her cryptic words. They have worked together for a very long time. It's not hard to decipher her intention. The other pair, short and tall respectively, also understood her, nodding in agreement. They have no qualms about it. Since they are in trouble anyway, it's best to boom flashily, distracting other people's attention. After that, 4 of them could hide under the limelight. Then, the rest is left to the nun priest and the dragon boy, while they help them in shadow. What should we do with these 2 from your words? They are the main actors, right? Tapping her chin in thought, she nodded a few times to herself, deciding their future role. The dice have been cast. The rest has been left for them to move accordingly. After Issei meets up with the Grimoire, that's where we strike. Instead of injuring him, test his ability by cornering him to prove Seek's words. Then, we egg his suspicions about the devils to the max. Nodding in agreement with Middle's words, Rainier continues her next words. That, and hinting him at a possible domino effect after his death. No need for everything, but just enough for him to be on his toes. Rainier only knows Issei for a few days, but adequate for her to build a profile about him. He's empathetic to his close ones and sharp in discerning people's true intentions. Combining that with his doubts regarding his current master, it's enough for him to be on guard against the devils. They don't need him to trust the fallen completely either. Just enough to know about the upcoming storm is sufficient. This is a bet. We are making him a third faction, figuratively as it is. The girl, Asia Argento, will be in his protection rather than the devils. Our young warmonger will make a move when he hears our disappearance, sooner or later. It was a race of time and wit. The faster the fallen quartet's side informs Issei about the upcoming war, the higher the chance of their survivability. If they predict the current Securiute's growth correctly, it's not impossible to at least struggle with that bastard on similar ground. Balance breaker of boosted gear is truly that strong. It could make their host into a power level of the ultimate class devil if used well. Meanwhile, they will try making contact with Azazel, their leader, to discern the truth about this case after being defeated by the devils. It's not that he's completely free of suspicions, but at least it's better than twiddling their thumbs waiting for demise. Considering his obsessive interest in sacred gear, he'll take the bait when he knows about boosted gear appearing in this town. Issei, you say I'm a guardian angel. Sorry, but this is the best I could do. Smiling in self-derision, Rainier derides herself for being the worst guardian angel in the entire history. But with her limited options, this is the best idea she could make right now. Time, a bit of leeway, and a small amount of allies. In front of a gargantuan threat, such resources are pitifully insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, Rainier still put her hope into that chance, foolish as it is. Do your best, Issei. We'll put our lives into this, just like you. For once, the fallen angel Rainier wanted to believe in miracles too. Instead of waiting for it though, she will make it into reality by her own hands. Hey Issei, why are you so restless these days? Kyo Academy, Sere. After their boring class had finished, Matsuda and Madohama immediately hounded the last member of the trio. This week, it's evident something happened to the brown-haired boy without a doubt. Both of them are academically average, but not stupid and slow. They could pass it as moody days or alone time if it's just 1 to 2 days. But this time, Issei has avoided them for 5 days straight. If they ignore this, then their relationship as bros is just a title and nothing more. Looking at the duo staring at him with narrowed eyes, Issei couldn't help letting out a bitter smile. In the end, he couldn't completely cut them off. If I say I just have nightmares, would you believe me? Bullshit. Try other excuses. HMPH looks like your mouth is only useful for rizzing girls. Oi, I resent that. Who's rizzing who? At the very least, the boy never consciously tries to seduce girls into his bidding. He could say that with a clear conscience. Although, his exclamation fell on deaf ears. Heck, both of them have deadpan faces that are so flat and bland. Momo, the class Madonna who overheard their conversation, even stares at Issei with half-lidded eyes, unconvinced. Says the guy who could make half of the girls in this room go dokadoki if he put his mind to it. As a victim of his charm, she could confidently proclaim Hayao Issei has a devilish tongue. Whether he does it intentionally or not, the silver-haired girl doesn't know which is worse. At least he's a proper gentleman, Momo grumbled inwardly. In Issei's mental landscape, D-Drake let out a chortle hearing their entire conversation. Although it's only been a week of knowing each other, his host truly has a remarkable talent for seducing people easily like breathing, especially females. No wonder the fallen angel reacted that extreme. Scandalized, Issei crumpled his face in dejection. It looks like today is his beating day. Karma always catches up for everybody. Issei's charming girls aside, today you must explain yourself. You've missed our usual outings many times already. Yeah, buddy, this time, you can't escape anymore. I'll drag your feet down if needed. Seeing their determined faces, the reincarnated devil finally raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile. He knows when he needs to give up cleanly. But his grin dimmed after sensing the prince's gaze at him lingering for more than usual. I wanted to tell you guys too. 1 week was enough to adapt to his abrupt changes. However, he couldn't deny the loneliness without hanging out with these two lovable idiots. He's not some chuny guy who lives in a delusion proclaiming solitary is rewarding. However, what he wants is different from what he can't do. The Crimson Dragon wears a solemn face sensing his partner's undeterred will. It's not that he accepts his decision wholeheartedly, but he could understand and respect where Issei's choice comes from. He cares. I'm sorry. Issei. B-bro, the hell are you doing? Lowering his head 90 degrees, Issei sincerely apologizes to both of them. When he raised his head, what greeted the duo was a saddened expression of their best friend. Too wish to say it too. It's not that I won't but can't. Matsuda and Madohama immediately changed their expressions hearing his words. Although he spoke in normal volume, the finality behind it was clearly noticed by them. Madohama, who was socially perceptive among the three, raised his glasses observing Issei with narrowed eyes. Does this relate to your growing muscle mass? This eyeglasses is not decoration, you know. No comment. Guilty for his avoidance and secrecy these past few days, he averted eye contact from his friend's scrutinizing eyes. As for Matsuda, who heard Madohama's question, he looks at Issei more in detail. As a current regular of the school's baseball club, he has sharp discerning eyes more than Madohama regarding the body clinically. Cupping his chin, the bald-haired baseball player mentions his findings one by one. Now that you mention it, your body is undeniably bulkier than last week. You're even a few centimeters taller too. In fact, trailing off, his gaze focuses on Issei's boyish face with laser-focused eyes. You don't have acne anymore. Your skin is cleaner, glows brighter, and even loses all of its excess fat. We joke about you as Bishan and pretty boy, but you really could be called that now. Seriously, if the sunlight shines through your hair, it's almost glowing for how glossy it is. Again, he didn't agree or disagree with Madohoma's analysis. He just lowered his head in resignation, releasing a powerless sigh. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, such excuses were ultimately empty and meaningless. Both of them were right. He has changed. No, evolving is the appropriate word for his gradual improvement. After all, his idea was a stellar success. Even D-Drake was utterly speechless looking at Issei's transformation day by day. His activity was simple and compact. Basic body exercises and meditation. Only, the difference is the application of boosted gear continuously. When he felt his muscle tear, he boosted the regeneration speed. If he gets tired after running for a few kilometers, he boosted his recovery speed for his stamina. Since the hybrid did that for 5 days straight but efficiently and productively, his progress was thousands of times faster than the Olympic athlete's training menu. Combine that with his devil and dragon's biology, the potential ceiling limit of his growth breaks the sky, figuratively speaking. The human body needs at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep to recover its stamina. As for Issei, he just needs 1 hour max. Nowadays, he could cut it for 30 minutes, but still energetic with absolutely no problem. It was proof of his body's tolerance for fatigue and endurance rising steadily at a great pace. Just these already put him in the low middle-class devil. Considering he started from the bottom of low-class devils, his improvement was explosive. What other people need to achieve in months or even years, Hayato Issei has shortened the process in less than a week. Lastly, his mediation exercises raise his magic power capacity. To be more accurate, he practiced the use of boosted gear to control it. This is what he discovers, but magic power is just like rubber if he applies it practically. The more he uses it, the more it expands his maximum capacity. What was previously just a small cup of glass has become one whole jar. Moreover, the constant use of boosted gear affects the control level for practical use. Real life doesn't work like games, even if it is the supernatural world. Magicians who use the same spell will have different output levels and amount of magic power used to accomplish it. He's truly monstrous. The Red Dragon has seen a lot in his long lifetime, but Issei's control is so precise that it's no different than a machine. He could use a spell with exactly the required amount more frequently than a few days ago. Now, even if Issei couldn't do Balance Breaker himself, D-Drake could take control of his body and achieve it for a few minutes. He knows. After all, they already tried it with no visible issues. If they compare the initial start when they needed to sacrifice his body parts to do so, it was remarkable. Even the rate of his dragonification reached about 20% in rough estimation. It's really a cheat code. The current Sekiryuge genuinely thought that a former normal teenager could achieve this much just with the application of the boosted gear's basic ability. No wonder it's called a longinus that could kill a god, hypothetically speaking. But everything has consequences. Even if he could gain all of this in a short period, he still needs to keep silent about his substances. That's how dangerous this world is. If he set himself as a standard, then it's not that strange for other beings to be equally or even more ridiculously overpowered than him. The chasm between the normal and the special supernatural is that wide. You really can't tell us. Hearing Matsuda's softened voice with a saddened expression, Issei bit his lip strongly to prevent his hiccups from coming out. What he's doing is the worst a friend could do. Once again, he lowered his head with his bangs shadowed, his eyes filled with frustration and grief. I'm sorry, Hayato-kun. Seeing Momo coming at him in worry, Issei only shook his head despondently. While he appreciated her worrying about him, there was nothing she could do too. Understanding his intention, the girl holds one of his hands with her own as a sign of support. Noticing her action, he weakly smiled at her for showing thanks. Momo responds by smiling back tenderly while gripping his hand tighter. The glass-wearing boy looks at his friend's downtrodden state silently. Then, he moves her gaze toward their class Madonna. It looks like this involves her too. It's not that he doesn't feel anything for his silence. He even feels slightly betrayed by his bro closing up on them without explaining anything. But more than Thade's heartbroken that he couldn't help him like he did 1 year ago. With a long, long sigh, he lets out a bitter smile expressing his jumbled feelings. All right, since you decided to do so, I won't pry anymore. But Issei, remember this. Looking at Madohama and Matsuda, both of them nodded to each other in understanding, and stared at their friend reassuringly with a soft smile and wide grin respectively. When you are in trouble, reach out to us. We will help you, no questions asked. Yeah, that's what it means to be bros. Looking at his friend not berating but supporting him, Issei was almost reduced to tears. Retracting his happy cries barely, he nodded at them in thanks with glistening eyes, warmth filling his heart. Yeah, I will. Thank you, both of you. Hearing his sappy words, Matsuda waved his hands nonchalantly. However, his face becomes a bit bashful upon hearing his friend's sincerity. Don't mention it, that's what friends are, right? Chuckle, I guess so. 3 of them couldn't go back to their previous time. Such days will become distant memories soon. Even so, Issei wants to believe that they could go back to those happy times. In his mind, D-Drake smiles gently, feeling his partner's wistfulness. The future is uncertain and perilous, but nothing is definite. If they worked hard, maybe it really could be achieved. Nothing is set in stone, after all. You could do it, Issei. We've reached this far, haven't we? Yeah, thank you, D-Drake. Hey, you're welcome. And yet, it's also undeniable such days are far, far away to be realized. Excuse me. Hearing the words coming from other than them, all direct their gaze toward the owner of that voice. What they see is Kiba Yuito smiling politely. No, not to them, but specifically toward the brown-haired boy. May I borrow Hayato-kun for a while? I was ordered by Butchu to bring him into the occult club room. As if his words are the signal, all lightheartedness and melancholic emotions from Issei's heart immediately vanish. He formed a pensive expression for the expected moment to come. D-Drake also narrowed his eyes, caution fully expressed in his emerald-lit pupil. This week, Yuito seems to be gauging his reactions subtly, but it was quite obvious for Issei with his enhanced and improved sense. It's not hard to guess the prince is waiting for the perfect timing for contact between the newly reincarnated devil and their club members. What's confusing, however, his emotion on the other side seems to be fluctuating irregularly during the moment Issei interacted with Momo. As proof, when Yuito's eyes landed on the silver-haired girl, his face seemed to change into an awkward one. Did something happen? Noticing the brown-haired boy's questioning glance, Momo turned her head slightly, winking discreetly with no one noticing it except himself. Issei was momentarily confused but immediately realized what roughly happened between the two groups. With his improved smell, he could even detect the emotions themselves in the odors. Judging from his recent interaction with her these days, she doesn't seem to snitch on Rias or badmouth the heiress behind her back. If she did so, according to her character, she's supposed to feel apprehensive, tensed, or even guilty toward Issei, which was none. Then there's only one possible conclusion. Oh, I see. You did warn her to not slander anything about the incident, but not reporting it to her master. Quite devious, this girl. The dragon's deduction was filled with amusement and goodwill toward Momo. D-Drake may have a negative impression of the devils, but he could see this girl doesn't really approve of that red-haired's actions toward Issei. Issei also reaches the same answer just like D-Drake did. Inwardly he felt exasperated by her mischievous act, but also grateful for her. Lightly shaking his head bemusedly from this realization, he pats her back silently as a sign of thanks. She herself doesn't show any obvious reaction, but Momo's smile becomes a tad brighter from his point of view. Because of her, he has a slight breathing ground for the upcoming talk to not be disparaged badly if he does anything wrong. While they're having a secret conversation, different thoughts run through the Double M duo's minds. Seeing the Kyo prince calling Issei, Matsuda and Madohoma furrowed their eyebrow perplexedly. While they don't hate Yudo, both don't have an actual relationship or interaction with him, except for casual greetings. So why is he inviting their bro to the club room, where nobody could enter or join openly like any other? Noticing the duo's tensing body, Issei immediately moves in front of them, confronting Yudo while covering their reaction. Before doing so though, he patted their back too, as a sign to not do something rash. Matsuda was the first one to notice it. He immediately made eye contact with Madohoma and nudged with his chin for discreet communication. Madohoma makes an O-shaped mouth, understanding it, nodding his head slightly in agreement. Both of them are quite close and able to communicate without speaking openly. Whatever Issei's change was, it related to the student council and a cult club at the same time. Both of its leaders are not just some pretty girls, but individuals with considerable influence in this school. No matter what, they can't offend either of them, troubling their leader. As for said leader itself, Issei inclines his head slightly to Yudo as a greeting. Kibesan, good afternoon. When you said Grimarai-senpai inviting me to her club room, does this relate to what happened last week? Sure enough, the blonde-haired prince nodded his head, still with a polite grin on his handsome face. Yes, but Yuria-senpai wants to meet you, Hayao-kun. She wants to explain what actually occurred to you and your changes. I see. It looks like he can't prolong this anymore. Whatever happens in the upcoming meeting, he must be very careful in his response to not offend them. D-Drake growls in frustration with this passive stance but doesn't refute it verbally. He knows just how much is at stake for Issei, even if he's unwillingly involved in this shitstorm. His partner had done everything that he could do. Right now, both need to focus on the meeting with his savior for the introduction of his life as a devil servant of hers. Other things could be delayed. Currently, Issei's #1 priority is to make a good impression on Rias Gremory, his master. I don't have a problem. Shall we head there now? It was time to head to the Devil's Den. Rias, I don't know what the hell are you planning, but I need to say this is the collator for the management of this town. Clean up your mess if you still want to stay in this town. If not, I'll take action, not as your friend, but as the heiress of the Citri family. Such words reverberated in her head while fiddling with the king piece of chess absent-mindedly. Remembering her friend's drastic reaction, her face twisted in a mix of displeasure and awkwardness. She intended to be as discreet as possible, but her rival had caught her red-handed. She could be considered thick-skinned, but Rias was not that shameless to not recognize her fault. Hello, this sucks. In the end, she could only meekly nod her head with a sheepish smile on her face as an apology, while keeping her dissatisfactions and complaints in her mind only. Akino only gives her a usual smile but is filled with a tinge of sadness. As for Kaneko, she only chomps her favorite snack while glancing at Butchu's slumping figure on her desk with her usual deadpan face. However, if one observes her more closely, one can see the frustration and hopelessness in her golden eyes. Rias herself knew she was in the wrong. After all, the agreement between the two owners of this land was to share everything, including problems and opportunities at the same time. Sona understood why Rias had uninformed her about the fallen angel. Even so, that's not an official but private excuse regarding her circumstances. No matter how much she sympathized with her friend, she needed to draw the line where needed. In the end, her decision backfired to herself quite a bit. While her goal has been accomplished, there's no doubt Sona Wasi's still mad at Rias. Well, that's for later discussion. Right now, all of them need to welcome their new club member. They've come. When Kaneko quietly declares their near arrival, all of them fix their expressions to appropriate ones. It wouldn't do for the new member to have a bad impression of their first meeting. Such worries are meaningless, as said boy had already held negative images of them due to her neglection of duties. Hayao Issei, the newly reincarnated devil, doesn't know what to feel for the people in this room. Yuffie Fufu, hello Hayao-kun. Sorry for the sudden invite. Please have some tea. Thank you, Hanjime-senpai. Hanjime Akino, a third-year Kyo Academy student, and one half of Kyo, two great ladies crowned by the general populace in this school. Seeing her gracefully serving tea to him like this, Issei couldn't fault them. long glossy hair tied in a ponytail, a perfect sline body, and a pretty smile on her gorgeous face. She is literally born to attract attention no matter where she goes with that top-tier appearance. Bowing his head down as a sign of respect and thanks, Issei slowly and calmly took the tea served by her, sipping it a bit. It's delicious. I apologize for my lack of words unable to describe this wonderful tea. My, how polite. Just you saying good is enough for me. Saying so, she put a hand on her face with a delighted grin hearing the compliment while having her eyes closed. She's truly the combination of Yamato Nechiko and the ideal elder sister anyone would want to have. Any normal hormone-charged boy will feel flustered and mushy in front of her. And yet, his heart is as serene as ever. His emotion didn't fluctuate even a single bit looking at her. Here, turning his head to the opposite side of the sofa, what greeted him was a petite, but cute white-haired girl offering him a snack with a quiet voice. Since he's the guest in an unknown territory, he lowers his head to her as a sign of appreciation while accepting the offering without a preamble. Thank you, Taojusen. Don't mention it. A cat. That word pops out in his mind, looking at her appearance. The white-haired girl with a small figure, cool demeanor, and golden eyes with a slit pupil like a feline. The brown-haired boy didn't pay attention much to the rumor mill of this school, but Taoju Kaneko truly deserved the title mascot of Kyo Academy with adorable looks. And lastly, it looks like Hayao-kun being rumored as a gentleman was true. Such praise is undeserving for someone like me, Gremory-senpai. My, how humble. Ria's Gremory, one of the, if not the most beautiful lady in this school. With her long crimson hair, glowing green eyes on her perfect grinning face, and outrageous body proportions no normal teenager nor adult could have in their entire lifetime reflected in his eyes. As for Yuuto himself, he stands silently on his back, near the wall with a perpetual polite smile. All of them have gathered a certain amount of influence and popularity in the school's community. And most of all, they are his current brethren and comrades. So these are the devils of a cult club. Devils, since ancient times, were depicted as beings who deceived and lured humans with their false promises. Seeing them like this though, it might be rude to think so, but there's certainly a sliver of truth about it, as their beautiful appearances were making it easier to persuade people. While Issei is observing them as discreetly as possible with a neutral expression, Ria's mind is anything but peaceful, contrasting her amused face. She's downright confused, even maybe perplexed is the apt word with the boy's reaction in front of her. He's not what I expected. When she heard about Yuuto's report of Issei being tense and anxious, she could understand it. After all, he was a normal teenager facing unexpected death and introduced to the world of supernatural abruptly. But what about his current condition right now? The red-haired heiress pursed her lips while looking at the placid expression on his face. He's too calm, so much so that his being average could be just an act. No sign of panic, no gesture of anxiety, or even being flustered when invited to the occult club. Hell, even when Akino subtly teases him, there's no sign of him being a teenage boy at all. Most of all, may I ask the reason for being called into this room, Gremory-senpai? His eyes never strayed away from her own, subtly observing her appearance, yes, but no sign of lust nor desire is shown in those golden amber eyes. If she's not mistaken, it's almost as if she was assessed. Just a bit, a little tiny bit, Rias feels insulted for not being able to charm him with her gorgeous looks. Pouting inwardly at his bland reaction, the leader of the occult club, with a perpetual smile on her face, opens her tiny mouth. Aura, can I not invite my cute junior to get acquainted with each other? I'm honored for being able to attract your attention just with my humble self. Lowering his head as a sign of respect, the boy spoke so formally that it took her aback. Even the other club members are surprised by his actions. Rather than a junior and senior in a school setting, it's more of an interaction between a servant and his master. Does he? Right now, even Rias could tell every prediction and scenario she had before is not going to be used anymore. That's based on a new family member not knowing anything. Issei though, how much do you know about us, Hayao-kun? Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, Rias enunciates the word us strongly. Not being particularly surprised by her question, Issei lightly nods his head. Only a very general information and situation about the other side of the world. Hanake-san was kind enough to inform my ignorant self. This time, there was a bit of but noticeable change. When Issei mentioned Hanake-san, the name was mentioned with tenderness or even affection of a good friend. Even his neutral face softened a bit. Noticing that, Ria's eyebrow unconsciously twitched a bit. When he faced all of them, it was so formal and polite. They even hallucinate whether there is an invisible clear-cut line drawn between them. Therefore, this difference in treatment between them and Momo is very clear to Rias. Stay calm, Rias. You cannot screw this more than now. It would be a lie for the occult club leader not to feel anything about Momo snitching on them, but what's done is done. She could only wing it as it is. Coughing lightly, Rias responds to the boy but with seriousness on her face right now. The other club members put a more formal posture after seeing their master cutting the pleasantries and moving to the main point. Then there's no need for preambles anymore. For formality, let me reintroduce ourselves again. Saying so, black bat wings spread through all members of the quartet except Issei. A beat later though, the same pair of wings appeared on the boy too. Although disoriented a bit, he was able to regain his sense of balance almost immediately. Nice to meet you, Hayao Issei-kun. My name is Rias Gremory, the future heiress of the illustrious Gremory family for this generation. The club members behind you are all devils and my cute servants. And you." Stopping there, she gestured toward the wings behind him. "Are one of us, specifically my servant too." Finishing there, Rias puts on a gentle smile. "Let's get along well together, Hayao-kun. From now on, we're going to have a long relationship with each other." Hearing that, Hayao Issei closed his eyes for a moment. Then, a few seconds later, a determined expression is shown on his youthful but contradicting matured face. His guess was right. He was reincarnated as a devil as her subject. Somewhere inside his heart, he naively hoped all of this was just a nightmare and nothing more. If not, at the very least Ai's worst prediction strayed away from reality. And yet, as if mocking his useless hope, all of his bad guesses are being fulfilled one by one. Malevolent desires don't need to be direct. Depending on position, circumstance, or offer, a kind action could be taken as an insult. Rias may be portrayed as a kind master in front of him right now. She really could be a good person. But for him right now, it is something far worse. Taking her stretched hand with both of his slowly, he lowered his head to perfect 90 degrees. Then, he kneels down on both legs while putting her hand on top of his head. The others widen their eyes by his deference, but Issei pointedly ignores them. For his friends, the city he lived in, his family and his life. Cries of injustice. Grief for being put into this unreasonable situation. Anger for his pride being trampled. He will throw all those unnecessary feelings inside his heart. In the soundscape, Diedrag mourned at his host act, feeling too aggrieved to say anything more. Begrudgingly, he understood what Issei had done. Diedrag even agreed with it to a certain extent for survival. But, how does it make sense for a proud dragon to lower his high head and curl his own tail for this ing? Rias Garyemury. Please take care of me, Grimoire-sama. Command me as you wish and I'll fulfill it as best as I can. I, Diedrag Gok. From now on, I, Hayao Issei, as your servant will wipe out all of your obstacles for your path to be filled with glory and success. Opening his eyes, he makes eye contact with the bewildered heiress. On his face, there's no sign of emotion shown on the boy's face. However, if any of his close ones look at his current expression, they can tell two distinct feelings in those eyes. One is resignation to his fate, and the other was despair. This, I swear with all my being, will never forgive you, for his peace and freedom are burned to oblivion.